Greetings and welcome. I hope everybody is having a fantastic night. We're going to talk about a lot of things, as usual. And I think one of the exciting topics that has been on the table for quite some time is the topic of elementals. And the thing about elementals, as we have so learned and we so will learn, is that these are not spirits that are very foreign, that require extraneous ritual to work directly with. As a matter of fact, everyone has always been working with elementals. The only issue is that we don't understand exactly what it is that we're doing. One thing to consider is what we studied, hopefully, if you were with us, with the yoga and tantra sciences, and how a major part of Samkhya deals with what's called the tattvas. Now, according to one level of the system, there's 36 tattvas. Another level says that there's 25. But what we can all agree on is that the very basis of that system are essentially the 5 elements. Now, they're given a Sanskrit word, but in English it translates to earth, fire, water, air, akash. Now, what makes this so special about working with the elementals is that these 5 elements translate into the human mind as the 5 senses. So the earth element would be related to scent and smell. The fire element would be related to sight. The akash element would be related to sound, so on and so forth. So that's something to really keep in mind when working with and attempting to develop a relationship with these elementals. When you light incense or set oil to burn with fragrance, this is an offering to earth elementals. Visuals like any type of sigil or anything of that nature with magical intent is an offering to the fire elementals, etc., etc. I know you might think, okay, well, even if I put out food or something like that, it's for my enjoyment. Well, keep in mind also what we learned from Samkhya. You are not this physical body. This physical body is composed of the combination of these elements. So even if you lay out an offering for Ganesh and you actually eat that offering, on one level that sounds silly, but on another level, it all stays in this realm of the elementals. Consciousness doesn't have a direct influence on nature. It works through the agency of these elements. So that's something to keep in mind with your understanding on working with these elementals. It's not like you have to be initiated and try to do some new, strange, and exotic ritual. This is literally what life is, a dance with elementals. Now, they range in complexity from extremely mechanic and automatic, like nature, and they go up to extremely intelligent. And this is where we talked about these elemental kings, or let's go even further and talk about these archangels that we call in the 4 corners. Isn't it curious that each one of them represents an element? Hopefully that makes the process, at least in your mind, a little bit more simplified. What do you think? I think so. Greetings to everyone in the Zoom and greetings to everyone on the YouTube. Again, I hope you're having a fantastic night. Before we go 100 miles, I do want to remind you that we will be resuming the book study with this book here. It's a book by Manly P. Hall, and it's called The Unseen Forces. And some of those unseen forces include what I just talked about. So get that book, and we're going to start that book study in just a few days. Another thing to consider about this elemental work and the hierarchy of consciousness against matter is that when you are attempting to make real change, just like Dion Fortune said, the higher that you initiate that change, the more ensured that change is going to follow through. For example, if we were to look at what's known as logical levels, and what these logical levels are is like a hierarchy of how our mind operates. We could say that at the very bottom of these logical levels, you can see that here, is the environment, right? And here directly we're talking about these elementals. So look around at your environment, all the things that you have around you, the people, and even the effects that you receive from your actions. This is your environment. Now you can attempt to make change here. And while you attempt to make change here on this level, it isn't always going to be long lasting. For example, let's say that you desire to, I don't know, make some more money. So what you do is you draw a money sigil and you print out money affirmations, and on your cell phone wallpaper, you have some type of positive money message. Now, I don't know about you, but that's probably not going to add more to your bank account. Now let's go up a level. The next level above that is the level of behaviors. And a good way to think about this is each level affects the level beneath it. So when we go to behaviors, and let's say that you have the same intention, you want to manifest more money. Well, let's say that you change your behaviors. You start doing things, right? Maybe you get a side job. Maybe you learn how to make money online. Maybe you sell things in your home. Maybe you start actually doing things. You notice you'll have a more profound change here right away versus just changing your environment. And let's continue upward. Let's say that you change your beliefs in concern with how you feel about money. Some people believe that money is very scarce. Some people believe that you have to suffer and work very hard for money. Some people believe that money is evil and it's only for people who are not of good nature. Well, if those are the beliefs that you have, well, that's going to affect how you behave, which in turn affects your environment. So obviously you continue this up the chain. One of the highest levels on that ladder that you have somewhat of a direct influence over is the level of identity. Now, if you're working with these elementals, again, there's a hierarchy. Earth at the bottom, water above earth, fire above water, air above fire, and then Akash at the very top. Depending on what level of elemental you work with, it's going to have that same trickle down effect. So you can start at the earth level and begin to try to move things around and just do that in order to change your future. Or you can start at a higher level. This is why things like meditation are so profound. This is why visualization is so profound. This is why mantras are so effective, because each one of these are going to affect the elements at a higher level. As I mentioned before, sound and hearing belongs to the element of Akash. This is why mantras are so powerful. This is why the words that you speak out loud to yourself are so powerful, because you're hearing them. And that has a higher effect than you actually touching something, looking at something, tasting something, or smelling something. Now, that's not to say you don't work on all levels. It works even more powerfully if you do engage all five senses. But probably the most profound effect you're going to have is working with the level of sound, and with Akash type elementals. Okay. So I think that there's questions in the chat. Let's find out. Peace, peace. Rose asks, is that the Quran in the background? I don't think so. It's a Vedic mantra. It's called the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Peace, El Diablo Negroth. Peace, MC Maestro. Peace, Anamali. Peace, Al Dickey. Peace, Vincent El Cristol. MC Maestro says each elemental is a frame matrix. I can vibe with that. It's very high level. Probably only 3 of us know what you're talking about, but that makes total sense. Greetings, Dabby. Valis says, what if some spooky Freemasons did something to Manly P. Hall when he was just sitting there with them? What does that even mean? Kevros SS God, peace. Kevros says, is singing a song a way to connect to the Akash element? Absolutely. Again, the Akash element is connected to the function of sound. All right. So sound itself, Shabda, is also connected to the action of hearing, which is connected to the element of Akash. So not only singing, but listening to music. And again, listening to mantra. So yeah, you're absolutely right. In a way, I would say be mindful of what you listen to, not so much in a fear way, but be aware that what you place into yourself, again, has a higher effect than what you eat, what you smell, what you see, and what you feel. The Magical Magician says the Matrix is dimensions, and that is created by sound. Absolutely. The first sensory reception that we get from Om is sound. And that's the thing. After those 5 senses, there's a 6th level, which is represented by Om, right? And that's the infinite vibration that creates the 5 elements. The first element to come out of that is the sound. MC Maestro, we're gonna save that for for the next onslaught of information that we're about to pour out. That was just an intro. All right, so that's the chat. How's everybody in the Zoom doing tonight?
Outstanding.
I'm glad you're outstanding.
Fantastic. And that's the word I've been using lately too.
Fantastic. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardara. So, does anybody have any questions or topic of interest or insight that they'd like to present or even touch upon? On the note of sound, Richard Tracy says that's one contributing factor as to why so many musicians develop an obsession with the occult. Yeah, I can definitely see that. And wouldn't any of the arts that relate directly to the senses, I mean, and they're all arts relate to one of the senses, right? All of that is magic as well. All of that is alchemy as well. It's just more mundane to where other people can understand it. Music is magic. Cooking is magic. Massage therapy is magic. Aromatherapy is magic. What's going on, Alora?
Yo, what's up, everybody? I actually was just thinking about that today, especially about the alchemy part, because I've been doing Tatwa Shooty every day to just kind of assist me in my everyday life. Right now, I'm in a very nice upcycle where everything is working out. So I'm sort of desireless at the moment. And now I'm using this time for just learning and purification. So I've been doing my Tatwa Shooty cleanses. And the other night, as I was doing it, I had a really nice alchemical moment, I could say, when you're visualizing Papa Parush at the side, right? At your side, and he turns into this light being, and then it dissolves into ash, mixes in with water from the moon, then turns into an egg, and then you become that egg. Well, the elements that you go through, so typically when we're talking about alchemy or mixing or using elements, we know that certain elements have a specific effect. And I think that we dabble into, at least in our little groups, we kind of have been dabbling into like using multiple elements to achieve a certain goal. Like maybe I'll use water and air or something like that and see what happens. So in Tatma Shooty, what I noticed that for the purification process, they didn't start from earth, they started from air.
Yeah.
So you use air, then to turn Papa Parush into this white being, right? This blank slate. Then you use fire to dissolve it. Then you use water to mix the ashes, which then you use earth to give it form. And then once it has form, that's when you use the ether element or Akash, right? To then become the egg itself. So that was sort of a nice epiphany for me the other night, because I was thinking, well, how often, air element is associated with thought, right? And water is connection, fire is motivation. So how often do our goals or the ideas or these dreams that we want to manifest start in air, right? They start as thought forms and then they slowly come into earth element, right? So earth is one of the last steps that we would use. Maybe that would be the last elemental I would use for something before I dip into the ether element in order to actually have a connect to myself in order to become that thing that I'm trying to manifest. So I just had that really nice little epiphany the other day with the elementals and really thinking about that, especially as we're, as alchemists, as people who are aware that magic is something that you use to get what you want. When we get into these higher stages, it's like we're now starting to pick apart the layers of that framework that makes up existence. So it was so yeah, I think I'm going to be experimenting a lot more with that particular order of the elementals when manifesting something, especially when putting my consciousness now into this dream that I'm manifesting and becoming that. I think that's like going to be a really nice way to utilize the ether element.
Yes, that's pretty dope. That's awesome. So looking at the process of Tawa Shuti, and of course, no coincidence, this is very similar to what I experienced in doing Tawa Shuti today as well. So from what you said, just analyzing what happens with Papa Purusha, you go from this very high state, and then you come down to this very low state and notice this conflict, and you start at the highest vibrating level within the framework, air, which can relate to thought, mind, expansive energy that's moving so fast. And we transmute this conflict. And the first thing that happens is the color changes to the complete opposite. Then you bring it down a level and you work with fire. And you said that you relate to that passion, right? Or did you use a different word?
Motivation, passion, but yeah, it's all related.
Okay, so that again is a very high vibrating state, and what that does is it completely destroys the form that conflict was. And then you bring it down to the next level, and we can consider that emotion, connection. What word did you use?
Emotion, yeah, connection, water.
So with the water. Okay, so with the water element, what we do is we take that destroyed form, and now we mix and redistribute what it was. And then finally, taken down to the lowest level, the earth element, we take that redistributed, alchemized, transmuted form or conflict, and then we give it a new form that's extremely suitable to us. So much so that the next step is to take it all the way back up and inhabit this form. And that process is literally what we're doing all the time with everything. We have an idea. We get motivated to do something about it. We connect with it emotionally. We watch it take place. And if it's something that we stick with, we possess it spiritually, or whatever word you want to use.
Right. And I think, and I want to add to the mixing of the water element, right? Water is emotion. So as you're bringing it into this, and emotions are what we use to categorize the information that we're processing, right? When we get information, when we get these downloads, or even when we just observe something in our everyday, our first our organization of it comes through the emotions. We utilize our emotions for that. Oh, this is going to make me angry or scared or whatever, right? Because our emotions determine whether we move towards something or away from something. So at a fundamental level, before something becomes fully manifested, we're already emotionally connecting to it in a specific way that is then going to determine how it expresses itself to us in our reality, in our picture of reality. So I think that's also that's another big key moment, right? Of like kind of understanding how we can actually reprogram ourselves. It's not like we're just taking something from the subtle and then we just abruptly bring it into the physical. There's these bodies that it has to go through in order to finally achieve a material manifestation. And then, like you said, we bring it way back up. So then our consciousness then inhabits that. Mm-hmm. And because it's identified with it now. So it relates back to the ego. I am now this, or I have this.
The identity level.
Yeah.
In reference to the logical levels. I am now this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No coincidence. More on that later. So even though this can sound complex, it is actually really simple. And an interesting thing that you just pointed out is that as we come down the energetic scale of having a thought, and then we visualize that thought, the next step and this is what we notice also about coming down the scale of consciousness to matter. We notice that the lower we get to manifestation, things start to become more distinctly categorized. And the opposite is true going back up the scale. The higher things are, the more connected they are as one thing, because everything originates from one place. Nothing is separate at the higher levels. At the Akashic level, everything is the same thing. But on the Prithvi, on the earth level, everything is scattered and separated into its own category. And just like what we learned from Kabbalah, that scattering and that separation becomes evident at the water level, at the etheric level. Because at the astral level, which is represented by the fire element, things are kind of still combined and linked to each other. But once you start to bring it down to the etheric level, the water element, the emotional aspect of this thing, like what you said, that's when things start to get categorized and pushed and moved over here. And here's the thing, God ain't doing that. You're doing that. The individual observer, the user of the terminal called body, life, we take these raw neutral elements and we categorize them. I like this. I don't like this. This is going to make me happy. This is going to make me unhappy. When we categorize it like that, now manifestation allows for those things to present themselves as we expect it to. And what that says is that you and I could get the same spiritual impulse, but it'll manifest differently based on how we interpret it. And people who don't understand this process, they believe that it starts at the earth level and that the earth level is giving them life and dictating what life has to be. And they just run with it. But that running with it is perpetuating the cycle. You keep getting what you expect to get. Your environment tell you what to do.
Right, and that kind of takes me back to, as well as kind of revisiting the holographic universe ideas and all of that, right? And so when you're creating a hologram, as a source light goes through all of these different filters and it splits into all these different beams, when it hits the actual object that's supposed to be reflected, what gets projected onto the screen once it hits that object is not the object, but the pattern, right? It's like these waves that get shown. So like if I put an apple in front of the beam splitter, right, to create a holographic image, and then there's that screen that is in front of that apple, it's not going to be the shadow of the apple that shows up. It's going to be these waves, these get shown up. So if we're starting from the earth element, right, that's basically starting from the apple. While all these lights are happening through, we're only going to see a pattern of something, but we're not actually going to see the apple that we desire to see. We have to look at the back of the screen, right? And we have to also be aware of the other light reference that's coming in from the other side of things. So then we can actually see the apple in 3-dimensional. So like, that kind of so that also kind of sticks out to me, where like if we start from earth element, that's how we're always dependent on it, because that's all we can see is what's already molded. And if we try to look further, we won't actually be able to see what we want to see. We have to go to those more subtle levels first to understand why we just keep seeing a pattern on the screen instead of seeing the apple in 3D. If that makes sense.
Now, if I said it didn't make sense, what would you say?
I would have to break down how a hologram is made from the beginning. And show like a picture and shit. I'd be like, you see, this is what I mean when I say that.
It seems like you guys.
But I'm hoping not to have to do that.
It seems like you guys is breaking down formulas how to make manifestation, how they manifest. Fire.
That's the vibe lately. That's what I've been on.
With my little situation I had, I ran into some little issues with the policeman. So I did a little ritual, and I started from Akash, the sound with the mantra. I set the ticket on fire with actual fire, and then I harness the emotion in, and I bring it down to earth.
Ooh.
With my buddy Ganesha, and we beat the case today.
Woo!
But you guys just gave me like a whole formula of what I was actually doing. So fire.
That's the thing, man.
Evidence. What did I say? Dismiss.
Woo!
And
Congratulations.
I had Ganesha in my pocket the whole time in court.
Look, man, we getting results over here on this side. On this side, we getting results.
Yeah.
Results, not just talking bullshit. Excellent work.
Yes. But you guys just gave me a whole different framework to look at it now. So awesome.
Oh yeah. I know I recently manifested some really big shit too in my life, which is using pretty much the same thing as well. Like once you kind of realize you have to go from the subtle layers to the dense, and you don't work from the bottom up, you can things become really fucking clear. And it's interesting too, because like I was trying to manifest a specific circumstance to take place for an overall transition. And so it was really interesting to see how as I was working from more subtle levels to bringing it into the denser reality, situations would pop up that specifically had to do with my limitations or like my limiting thoughts. Like it was like, you know how law of attraction people will say like, oh, like tests will come your way. Like I could see this shit happening from a mile away. Like someone would interact with me and I'd be like, oh, this is some karma I need to clear, like in order to get this situation handled. Okay. So I thought, and then once I cleared it, then it was like what I was manifesting became reality. But yeah, that was another thing I noticed was like when you're working with, because I was kind of stuck in water element world for a little bit. But then when I went back to going to, let's see, so I used the same process in Tatsuba. So I used air, then fire, then water, then earth, and then back to ether. So I used that combination in order to have these circumstances manifest. And when I was in water, that's when a lot of this karmic stuff came up. And so I registered that as like, okay, this is where I've been tripping myself up, and these circumstances are coming to pass where I would normally trip myself up on. And the way how I would trip myself up is that I would start to interpret things and therefore make assumptions of things instead of actually working with situations. So that was, and water element really helped me to even that out, because it kind of showed me like, all right, if I want to identify with this new situation that I want to happen with this new life transition, then I have to be able to let go of this desire to interpret everything, to give everything this meaning and live off of assumption like that. So yeah, it's a very cool process, and I would, because I do a lot of dream working, I would say it's almost like, it's like conscious dream working, where like you have the dream and instead of trying to interpret it, you just identify what the symbols are, and then you kind of work with those symbols in order to better understand like what the dream is trying to tell you, instead of you trying to say what the dream means. So manifestation is fucking rad, especially with the elementals. So yeah, that's what it sounds like. We've all been kind of on this steady pace here, understanding that and the science behind it, which is really cool to hear.
Fire.
You said it maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. You said something that was really stuck in my head about constantly trying to interpret your results and constantly trying to interpret the situation. Because the thing is, if you're allowing this to unfold, if you're trying to work with data that you don't know yet, trying to constantly interpret shit is you trying to control still, which is coming out of a place of fear. When you said that, that was really profound. I wrote it down and you said some more things related to that, but that definitely relates to what you just said.
Yeah. And I think as a cultist, we have to watch out for that because we can get very carried away in that.
I hear it all the time.
Specific correspondences too that happened that like was so hard for me to not try to control. You know, like someone's birthday was the same day that my mom had this fucking picture up, you know, like in her room that I never noticed before. And it was someone's birthday who I was associated with. And so my immediate thought was I need to continue associating with them, but I didn't want to associate with them. And they weren't working for me. So, so it's like, you know, it's like those kinds of things I think as a cultist that we're trying so hard to like interpret, oh, this is a meaning, this has a meaning. Like, well, what if it's just a correspondence because you're on a path? You know, what if you just need to work with this, but you don't necessarily need to take it as this has to be in my life? What if that's just a correspondence? You know, like, what if that's part of that bigger picture that you're trying to mold there?
Yes. And exactly what you're saying there reminds me of something really important that we're definitely going to get into, at least on this channel, in a few months. But these are cognitive dissonances. And when we talk about cognitive dissonance, we're talking about influences that come pre-programmed into the human mind. We've all bought a computer or a phone before that had programs on it already, right? Everybody's, even a little hard drive, sometimes it comes a little program on it, apps and stuff that you aren't going to use, but they're on there. I mean, have you not had a piece of hardware that already had software on it? So a cognitive dissonance is the software that comes with the human mind. And one of those cognitive dissonances is, I believe it's called false cause. I tried to look for it, but there's one about cause and effect, where basically every effect that is happening at all times, and this goes back to that Om level of creation, because Om has infinite vibrations that have beginnings, middles, and ends, and it's almost impossible to trace everything. So how this cognitive dissonance works is we'll see an effect, and we might have done something just before that, and we'll say, oh, that's the cause. It's not always the case. And nobody does that more than spiritual people, especially fresh, brand new spiritual people, right? You'll wear a red shirt, and then you'll see 1111, and then you'll go to the grocery store and find a $5 bill. Because I wore that red shirt and I saw 1111, that's my money look. Now, on the flip side, you can make that work if you kind of know what you're doing. But what happens is I hear these people talk, and they have a habit of just doing that. And they set up all these rules in their head about causes and effects that begin to defy logic. And it's not useful or appropriate. They just keep holding on to it, and it becomes superstition.
Yep. We use this in the fighting world as well. Like, so I was listening to this really great podcast. And they were talking about this because it's not common sense. It's like simple sense, essentially, like where they'll say like, okay, say you pass 3 green lights in a row, and your hand just happened to be by the window at that time. So someone with this simple sense is going to say, oh, it's because my hand was at the window that we had the green lights. Well, no, there are other factors that were involved in that. It wasn't because your hand was by the window, right? There was other things working in that moment that you were in alignment with. It's the same thing in the fighting world where someone says, oh, well, this guy's a great fighter because the way how he turns his hip when he kicks. And it's like, no, it's because the dude has insane confidence that when he throws that kick, that's how it landed. But it was, it's like the opposite effect. It's like people will think that because someone throws a kick a certain way, that's what creates their confidence in order to throw the kick. But the reality is that it's the opposite around. It's because he has the confidence that he's able to throw this kick. Like no move that you throw is going to be perfect. And I thought that was such a great analogy for everything else that we do, especially when we're interpreting things, because we often think that A plus B must equal C, but it might be C equals A and B, right? Like it may not always be the way how you're seeing things, like your rationality. Our rationality automatically as humans is going to be screwed. We're already kind of thinking terms. I can't remember like what in particular we were reading, but it was like our natural rationality in our mind like doesn't actually make sense. You know about this, Trav. Like it's like what is it? Girls wear shirts, therefore only girls wear shirts, right? Or like this is literally how the human mind processes information to the point where like it doesn't make sense. Where it's like
irrational.
No. Yeah.
And to be honest, these things are founded upon emotions and previous beliefs, not logic. None of this stuff is logical. There are so many causes that are unseen. It's almost impossible to pin one thing to another unless you are cognizant of the process that you started and you pay attention and see it through. Other than that, you're running it through a cognitive bias. You're guessing and you're going with assumptions and superstition. Now, what you said about looking at the fighter and it's, oh, he's a good fighter because the way he turns his hip, right? When in truth, it could be something that you never even thought of. And this is going to hurt some feelings. Here we go. We talk about all this conspiracy stuff. Oh, look, China's got a city where they scan your face and a Coca-Cola comes out. They got a camera on every corner. What are they calling it? Social currency, this, that, and the third. Well, I saw a camera on my street the other day. That means they're going to try to do it here. And I saw a Chinese symbol over there. People start going and connecting all these dots that don't need to be connected because they have a little tiny piece of what they consider evidence, not understanding that there's definitely more that you have no idea about. None of these people are over here or over there in these rooms having conversations. And even worse, most people don't pay attention to the past. That's how these major changes take place, because they do it slowly. And the average person has a tiny attention span. So you definitely didn't see the cause of the effect that you're trying to predict. The best solution for that stuff is to leave it alone and focus on something that you do have control over, which is all this right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think, and, to your point as well of what I'm aware that there's a place in China where the government's cracking down and they have cameras on every street. And all of a sudden I see cameras and I see Chinese symbols. So I think that we also get confused between that awareness state, right? When we expand our awareness, and then interpretation of what might actually be evidence, what we're actually saying as a cause and effect. Yes. Because whatever you give focus to is going to show up. Like this is because we are not limited beings, right? We're actually expansive, multidimensional beings. So when something comes to mind, it forms in our reality because we become aware of it. So we're start downloading. If I'm thinking about yellow that day, I'm going to notice all of the yellow things in my day. Like that is how we process information. We process throughout this reality. So I think people really get that confused with, oh, it's a sign that this is going to happen. And then they create a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There you go.
As you said. Yeah.
Can
let's rewind back just a little bit when we were talking about those elements and how everything is one thing. That shit don't mean anything. None of that stuff that we just said means anything. It's as we bring it down to that emotional level, that water level, that we start to separate it into emotions, then it becomes that. So here, check this out. There's a camera over here and a Chinese symbol over here, right? That means nothing at all, right? For all we know, It could be anything. Anything. It could be completely harmless. Matter of fact, that camera could not even be working. It's probably just there so people will behave, which happens. Anyways, when you bring it down to that emotional level, and now you're framing it and filtering it with fear and all that propaganda that you're feeding yourself on TikTok every second of every day, now you moved those two random symbols, the camera and the Chinese letters, and moved it over here to the fear category. And now you're starting to produce a reality where, oh my God, it's happening. They're coming to get us all. There's going to be Chinese troops marching up the street. They're going to take our guns. You did that to yourself. You did that. Stop it. Get some help.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Can I share some synchronicities? Oh man, so I just did that instead of going nuts with the shit. So there's 3 games I've been playing this month. One of them is this DC Universe, you know, Superman and all of them. So when you get to level 30, you join the Justice League. Why did I get to level 30? I joined the Justice League. Then the next day I go on YouTube, and I'm name dropping because it's all real. RDC, I watch them sometimes. They made a video titled "When a New Initiate in the Justice League" or something like that, or when you first get in the Justice League. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I just did this shit yesterday.
Yeah.
Here's another one. There's 2. So the second game I've been playing, I play Pokemon. I do that every time like I feel like a life change is about to happen, and I've been messing with Maestro's manifestation. So with the Pokemon, there's this one guy called Kabuto, and he's my water Pokemon right now. I'm in I'm in the fireplace. I'm training him right now because I want him to get stronger. That's my water Pokemon, right? So I've been playing that. And then the other day I go on YouTube, and a YouTuber that I like, Patrick Cloud, he does videos on animals sometimes, and he's talking about the blue blood that's used as a healing serum inside of some shellfish. And he's like, it looks like Kabuto from Pokemon. Yeah, with one of them ancient crabs or something. He's like, it looks like that. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This is 2 days in a row. So the first thing that comes to mind is, oh my God, I'm being watched. You know, but it can't be that. You know what I'm saying? I will not allow that in my head, because this one person's in California and I don't know where the fuck the other people are. And there's no way that they know who you know what I'm saying? Even if they watch this channel, it's not going down like that. So like you said, it's all in your mind. It's a reframe. And I didn't even label it. I don't know what it is right now. I just know that it happened. And I'm glad that you guys said that, because yeah, you don't want to tell yourself the wrong thing and then run around paranoid. You know, I've had anxiety a lot this month, as well as great things. It's been fantastic, but it's just been challenging, very challenging. And like Alora said, I've been getting hit with all types of shit that'll make you grow, you know? So we're all on the same page. I was doing the Tot with Shooties every day, not this week, because I've been on Maestro's manifestation. So I've been doing Tot with Shooty 3 weeks ago every night while I'm sleeping or before I sleep. One time I had a dream about the mothership before it was even said. Nas was like, meet me outside in the club when it lets out. And I went outside, he wasn't there. And then the mothership came over and I'm like, look, everybody, just look, Frieza's spaceship. And then I go online and they're talking about this and I'm like, another one. And it's like, I can't just run around telling people this because I'm going to sound crazy. But all of this, yeah, that's just what I wanted to share. I just wanted to share that.
No, thank you for that, because I've been talking about Pokemon a lot in my house too, actually.
And one thing, last Friday, did you guys try to meet up in the Astro last weekend?
Yeah. I mean, all the time.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I kept hearing things that saying, oh no, he's here, just confirmations like he's here. And I'm like, what? But anyway, yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So and along with those synchronicities, right? Like what Trav was saying, when we get more into this subtle realm, things become neutral, right? Or we start downloading all the information, right? So it's like, I think that's the other part of this is all of us right now, because we're in these studies, we're going to constantly have synchronicities with each other and things that happen in our lives.
Yes.
Simply because now we're connected to that branch of universal awareness that we all share. Like, this is how psychic development becomes developed,
Yes.
right? It's because you're recognizing these things that are occurring to the point that you'll be able to actually recognize the pattern when it plays out. Like, that's really what psychic intuition is, right? It's like, it's not like, oh, I have this vision of blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, it's like, okay, I got this image of this situation playing out, and I'm aware that that's probably going to happen because now my focus is on that. Or it might be like, or you might just be so in tune with like these more subtle with this more subtle nature that when information pops up, you'll be able to kind of determine like, okay, yeah, that's probably happening right now in the world or something like that. Or I'm getting this connection to this person now and I'm seeing some things that they're going through because naturally we're both connected to this awareness here that we all share. Like, I've been able to do that with a lot of people. Like, I've been able to kind of determine like that. And it's not even based off of a feeling. It's based off of just being like registering like how they approach me and then seeing like the synchronicities that play out in their life. So it's like, okay, this is where your attention is focused now, isn't it? And they'll be like, oh my God, yeah. It's like, yeah. So I think, yeah, like as Travis saying, all of us are saying here, right? Like all of us are coming to that realization that interpretation is our rational mind trying to control the information that's coming through. But really, nothing has a meaning once it's above the emotional body. The emotional body is the one that tries to assign meaning to things, right? So then it can serve the ego. So then we can see whether or not we want to attach to it or not. If it'll help us to survive, or we're going to be trying to identify and we're going to be trying to assign meaning to something that overall doesn't have meaning.
I have a question on that. So when these synchronicities happen, are you supposed to ignore them? Because once you start identifying them and try to put a connection with what's happening in your life, you're stuck in the earth realm of things. So is the best approach to ignore them even if they do happen?
For me, it depends. What I'm learning is that it depends on the context of the situation. Like, for example, with the birthday deal, right? I was like, I was dating a guy and his birthday popped up on my mom's, like, my mom had a family photo of us from like the 90s. And the day it was taken was the day of this dude's birthday. And I could have interpreted that as, oh, he's supposed to be in my life. I need to keep him around, that kind of thing, right? But instead, I saw it as, okay, well, as of right now, my focus is on this dude. And clearly I'm learning something from this, but I'm not going to push anything from it. I just think that's a cool synchronicity. And because I saw it like that, I was able to handle the dude and be like, yeah, bro, I'm not interested. Right. Like, I was able to make the appropriate move that then led me to a better situation. So I think it depends on the context, because in the end, again, when we get to that water realm, to the emotional realm, we automatically want to assign a category to the thing that we see, depending on our emotion. So I think it's tricky. I wouldn't say necessarily you have to ignore it, but just be aware of how you assign meaning to things, right? Like, how are you assigning meaning to things? Are they constricting to you or are they beneficial to you? Does it help you or hinder you? Does it make you limited in some way, or does it expand you in some way? That's what I've been kind of doing with that. Because yeah, in the end, you know, that shit doesn't matter unless you're the one that assigns it meaning.
I would even ask if it's useful and appropriate.
Yeah, legit. Like, I mean, and you can have fun with it, right? Like for people who say like, oh, when I see 111, I know I'm going to have a good day. Well, if that helps them have a good day and they continue seeing 111, then fucking go for it. But if you're saying 111 means means that I'm going to get into a car crash, well, then that might hinder you. Right? So it depends. But they're going to happen regardless.
They're going to happen regardless. And just like you said, the more that we start to work with this level of consciousness, we start to inevitably see the connection of everything more and more and more. So it's not so much that we have to ignore these things. It's when it first starts happening, it's really exciting. And it's like, oh my God, another synchronicity. Keep the excitement, but drop the quest for trying to figure out what it means. I remember earlier days, it was always, oh, this means something. I got to figure out what this means. You know how long I've been trying to figure out what 1111 means? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like every time it pops up, oh, this must mean something. I got to, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what just happened? What happened earlier today? What did I eat? How did I put my socks on? Like, that's not useful or appropriate. Now, what happens is it's cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance is when we're presented with another belief or concept that challenges our current held beliefs. So it puts us in a very uncomfortable mental and emotional state. Most humans don't have a very high tolerance for cognitive dissonance. So we seek to resolve it immediately. Most of us seek to avoid it completely. So when we see something that we don't understand, when we see something that makes us uncertain, we try to immediately close that gap. And that's where we're led into manipulation, confusion, and just outright nonsense, believe in nonsense, because we try to rush to find an answer. Let it come when and if it's supposed to.
Right. Yeah, and that's the benefit about using servitors that I found as well. Like, because servitors, if you assign a servitor a task, right, and you assign correspondences to that servitor, that's how you can start working with the synchronicities that take place in order to assist you in getting to that goal. Because if I have a servitor, right, that works for me, and this one of the synchronicities is it gets fed every time I show appreciation or I'm given appreciation. And anytime I'm given appreciation and love, I know that servitor is at work. And you could say that that's a form of interpretation, right? Because I'm taking things and I'm interpreting them. I'm sort of controlling it in a way. I'm saying, yes, it's assigned to this servitor, but it's helping me get the result because it's allowing me to let go of the actual experience that's taking place and just connect to the emotion of it and being able to identify with that emotion. When I get appreciated, I become focused on feeling appreciated. And that allows me to go throughout my day feeling appreciated. And so then I start to notice all these other things, and then I start acting generously towards others, and life becomes super blessed for me. So I think servitors are really great to use in terms of correspondences or synchronicities as well. They can kind of help redirect you a little bit there, because if you can, like for someone like myself who's constantly trying to control everything, it's really nice to be able to just be like, that's a great feeling. Let me feed this thought form I have with that feeling. And now I can continue throughout my day having this feeling.
Useful and appropriate. That's the beauty of all this. None of it means anything. Nothing has inherent meaning at all. That's why good and evil don't exist. Yes, there are things that happen and that you can do that are good to you and maybe good to other people. And yes, there are behaviors that you can do and things that can happen that would be evil to you and evil to others. What I'm saying is that ultimately, outside of an individual consciousness, there's no such thing as good and evil, because who's it evil to? Who's it good to? If you don't have a body, if you're not an individual unit within manifestation, because there's the thing, within manifestation is temporary. It's called transient. That's why the ancients in the East talked about non-attachment, because all this stuff has no inherent meaning whatsoever other than what you put on it. Because what's good for one is evil to another. We just look at your social media. You got two different groups of people always at war with each other. My way is better, your way is wrong, all day long. That's the biggest. It's an energy sink, right? A sink as in you're wasting it. You don't benefit in participating in those types of arguments. Something else benefits from that. At best, it's a person collecting some cash, Black Lives Matter. At worst, you've got some type of egregore that's been feeding for a very long time and will continue to feed on humans who have no self-awareness about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
One of our greatest powers is the ability to give meaning to our experience. You decide what happens next. That's why I keep saying that. You decide what happens next.
Right. And when you talk about the you, you're also talking about the perception someone has of their identity in this world, right? Because it's like, I assign meaning, but if I am assigning myself to a specific personality type or an archetype that I've been playing with, then everything that I observe or have synchronicities with is going to feed that identity that I'm trying to fit into. It's going to feed one of the masks that I wear. Mm-hmm. So we have to look at the mask that we're wearing too, and see like what it is we're actually assigning meaning to and how that is affecting us. Because in the end, it's not, like you're saying, it's not the shit that happens in front of us that necessarily has a meaning. It's us that is defining this as having a meaning. That's why, like, trauma, something can be trauma to someone else and just an experience to someone else. It's because their identity is associated with that event on a certain level. Their identity is not associated with that experience. Not going to have the same effect. They're not going to be experiencing triggers or anything like that the other person is. So we have to, again, look at the framework of our ego, of what our ego has assigned as our dominant personality type or our archetype. What mask am I putting in place right now? A food for that personality archetype.
And the thing about ego is that it's so stiff, so rigid. Remember, personality is not a thing. Personality is a collection of a bunch of different beliefs, behaviors, values. And if you just tweak and change the knobs over here and over there, that personality becomes a different personality. See, people think that personality is a rigid, stiff, concrete thing. And if you think that way, you become bound to it. But the thing is, you can literally change right now if you want to. I mean, try it.
Yeah.
What does it take to be? I mean, okay, so think about you as a normal person. You've got another personality type that you absolutely can't stand. I bet you got some of them qualities. And if you amplify those, you could actually in your mind pretend to be just like that personality type. And if you step out and behave that way, there you go. So likewise, like with what you were saying, Alora, it's almost like a frame of a picture. How we frame our reality is going to determine what happens next. And we do it all the time anyway. We've gone through this a million times. You put on a different mask with your parents. You put on a different mask with your boss, different mask with your lover, a different mask with little kids over here, or college students. Different types of people, you're going to wear a different mask for. It's a natural process. So personality is not a rigid, solid thing.
And even beyond that, right? Like in, I won't be spilling too many beans here because I know I like to do that. So I'm going to be working on, so, I'm not going to be spilling beans. I know. Yeah, no, we're not spilling beans here. We're not spilling beans, but we will. I will say though that in order to build rapport, people who have a lot of influence in building rapport, they work with people at a primal level, you could say, right? They identify what someone is fearful of, what someone loves, that kind of thing, instead of building rapport with the person themselves, because the person is presenting a mask to them. And someone who knows this is not going to be trying to get the attention of the person's mask. They're going to be getting the attention of the person's survival skills. They're going to be trying to see past that person's personality in order to actually build rapport. So like you see it all the time where you see opposites people of opposites lifestyles and all that kind of stuff bond over war, right? They call it a trauma bond. It's because they went through something serious, because they had to identify on that survival level, and it created a lifelong bond. It wasn't them trying to appease to the other's mask, right? To the other person's personality. Oh, you like blue, I like blue too, like that somewhat helps on an attraction level. But if you're trying to get deeper, you can't be identifying or building rapport with someone on that level per se, and expect it to be lasting, because it's only a mask. It's only one person's personality, right?
I need to brush up on that. I haven't touched that in a minute.
Yeah, that's another thing I've been kind of revisiting, and it's been really cool to look at that, like especially in the state where we are now.
Yeah. And that's an excellent point, right? Like that's just how we work. Like people don't even do it on purpose. You'll see people gravitating towards each other to complain or talk about some type of thing that they've been through. And almost the more universal you get, the easier it is to build rapport with a complete stranger. There's some trauma that's shared. A lot of people have been abused. A lot of people had alcoholic parents or have been alcoholics. A lot of people have had car accidents, right? There's shared trauma. And that trauma results in behavior that, if you know how to look for it, is evident. Yeah. Those are some good beans.
And
right
you can
there.
even do that with like I know, right? I'm not trying to spill too much, but like even like to like I think I brought this up months ago in a live, so I don't feel bad about sharing this, but but like for example, there was a guy who walks down my street, right? He's an older guy and he carries a cane. And my two dogs, they're very wonderful dogs, but they like bark and they do their thing, right? So they run out the gate towards the guy because I accidentally had the gate open. And so they're just barking around the dude, and the guy starts swinging his cane. I'm like, no, they're friendly. Like, it's okay. And like, and so I bring the dogs back inside, and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Now, this is how I identify not with his mask, right? Because his mask, his personality at the time was saying like, oh, you get them out of here, you little whipper dipper brain. And he's like yelling at me and doing his old man stuff. And I go straight to his fear and I say, my God, I'm so sorry. That must have been so scary for you. That must have been a really scary moment for you. I am so sorry that you got so scared. And because I validated his fear, right? He automatically, that mask, all of this whole like stopped. And he started telling me about where that came from, how he's really actually a patient, nice guy. And like, you know, and he's sure that my dogs were friendly, but he just got scared. And I was like, I know you must have been so scared. I'm so sorry, you know, like that kind of thing. And he's liked me ever since. Now, you know, he's still got the cane and I won't let the dogs out clearly, but but you know, like there was an understanding. He wasn't just like burr, 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 you know, and it had to stay that way. And it's because again, you look past the mask at their survival. You know, like what are they trying to do to survive? He was acting out of a state of fear. So I validated his state of fear. And by doing that, we built automatic rapport.
Hell yeah. I love that. I love that.
Fire.
Such a great way to build rapport with people because there's a lot to that. And one of the things that I love about that is when you remember the scale from Dr. Hawkins' black and white book. Somebody knows it. Levels of Consciousness.
Oh.
What's that book called? Power versus Force.
Yeah, Power versus Force. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that book, this is one of the ways that I can identify people who are rising up on that scale. It's because the higher up you go, you start to have more for people. You start to be able to give. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people are really selfish. Mine. I only got enough for me. But when you start seeing people that have enough to give, you start entertaining compassion. You could have just as easily returned the same energy, right? Fuck your old ass. Get out of my. You could have said anything and it would have been a clash. But instead, you actually took the time to see past the facade. Most people ain't going to sit here and do that. Mm-hmm. They're trying to, don't you hit my dog. If you hurt my dog, I swear to God. I know somebody like that. Mm-hmm. But if you're able to transcend that, you have enough compassion to share. And what happens is it's contagious, right? I learned that working at retail, right? These customers would come in and they'd just be so mad because something so small happened to their whatever. And they got to complain and just, well, I don't talk to the manager and I can't. But like what you said, when you really see through and see what's going on, you know, they're disappointed. Maybe they really needed something and, you know, whatever the reason. Patience allows them to vent that energy. And what always happens, they come back, you know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, you know, that's not me. I was just, and they tell the story. That's what happens when you open up compassion and allow a person to be seen and not respond to that mask, but to give rapport to what's behind that mask. Takes compassion to do that, though. Most people who only have enough for them, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a clash. Now you're getting fired, or now you got an enemy for life.
I'll tell you what, though, once you start living from that, you appear blessed. And I didn't even realize that until yesterday. I went out on a date with my dude, and like all throughout the day, you know, I'm like, I saw this girl and she was having trouble. She was working as a vendor, right? And so she was like, you know, trying to put this sign on the outside and she was kind of struggling. And so instead of walking past, right, I help her put up the sign and shit like that. Something so simple, right, to help her out. And so, and turns out we were going to that shop. It was an ice cream shop. So like, you know, try to open the door. Okay, it's locked. She goes, oh yeah, sorry, you guys have to go through the window. I'm like, that's cool. And she starts telling me how she's the only one there, how, you know, they're understaffed, blah, blah. And instead of being like, yeah, okay, that sucks for you. You know, I was telling her like, oh, okay, like, well, hey, at least you have the place to yourself, right? You kind of do your own thing. Or I was identifying with her and being like, yeah, you know, that kind of sucks when you have your own stuff. I'm sure that could be kind of frustrating at times and all that. Again, acknowledging her fear or her anger or these things, right, that are putting her in kind of survival mode. And with that already helping her out, man, she hooked us up with ice cream.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah. And my boyfriend was like, how does this keep happening to you? He's like, how do you continuously just keep getting like all this beneficial stuff happening? He's like, I mean, I see like the actions that you're doing, but I don't feel like I could generate that same result. And I'm like, well, it's because I'm seeing past the shit that they're saying. Like, it's because like I see if someone is upset, like acknowledging that they're upset and allowing them to feel upset, like hold space for that person. And all of a sudden that person will hold space for you. And then everyone else starts to respond in unison. So when you act out of compassion, that's when other people see you as blessed. And they'll be like, God, she has
contagious.
just like, no, just holding space, bro.
It's contagious.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry that must be really hard for you. You must be a really good employee to be able to handle this on your own. You know, like they must really trust you. I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. Identifying with, because the beans, there's like categories, right? Not saying that she was a victim, but sometimes it's that victim mentality. And it's like, I want to be acknowledged for the fact that I'm going through a lot. Sometimes appealing to that eases the pain a bit because people want to be acknowledged for what they do. And usually if you're the only one there and it's a really busy night, you usually don't get much acknowledgement for that. I think we've all been there at some point.
And even like, and even if here's another tactic that I've kind of started using with people as well, is like, me something, that they've been through something really hard, right? And they want to talk. Maybe I don't have time to listen to all of that, or maybe I just don't really want to listen to all of it, right? I'll ask them, what do you need right now? What do you need? And then generally they'll be able to tell me, and that within itself will help them to feel better, to feel more secure. Because they feel like someone is actually reaching out to meet their needs. So they'll know like, okay, again, this is a safe space. I can actually come out of my survival state with this person right here. And then the circumstance changes for that person as well, because then also they can identify what they need in that moment. Maybe they do just need to vent, or maybe they just need like a really big cup of hot chocolate, or like what, So yeah, that's another thing I've been implementing recently, to cut down on the talk time that you might have to have with people and just kind of get straight to the point. What do you need?
Yeah. I don't like that, the endless spewing of, let's get to it. Yeah. I've had practice of trying to not be blunt with that question, but what do you need? That's a very good, and how you say it too, right? Yeah.
What do you need, stupid? Like, don't say that, don't say that. Don't be like that.
It's often when we get into those emotional back and forths, it's difficult for us to focus logically on what the next step is, or addressing the actual issue. I've had times, especially like if you're in a relationship with somebody and both of y'all are mad, you just want to, throw your fireball and they're going to throw their fireball, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. Somebody has to be the adult and say, all right, what's the situation? What's the real issue here? What's going on? I've seen many people skip that, right? And just keep going back and forth for days. You don't have to do that.
Right.
So I wanted to just share something about what Alora said. That's an excellent tactic, because when you do that too, when you say, what do you need, right? Obviously the tonality that you choose to use in your delivery is going to be monumental in that moment. But what you're doing also, which is absolutely critical, is you're shifting the focus. You're moving them out from a place where they're dwelling in that emotion. And emotion is a phenomenal currency, right, that we use in our day-to-day lives. And when you're shifting that to being solution-oriented in your thinking, in that regard. You're not only exuding compassion, but they're receiving what you're saying. They're like, oh, they're actually trying to help me, right? And when you're shifting that focus, and people are incredibly receptive to that. So it's the way that you phrased it was well done. Well done.
Thank you. Well, Richard, that was a really awesome piece that you imparted on there, because that kind of links us back to that elemental discussion, right? Of manifesting something, how the emotions are such an integral part of how we categorize something like that. So if we can assist someone in moving out of an emotional state that perhaps is that they're dwelling in, right? And bringing the focus back to, okay, what emotion do I actually want to be emanating right now? What is going to give me relief? We're then also assisting them in shifting into alignment with correspondences that have to do with providing them with relief instead of further suffering.
This is magic.
This is magic.
Most people don't do this. It takes self-awareness, right? That's the big ingredient. Being aware of not only yourself, but also the people that you're interacting with and your environment. Because, I mean, like, why are we even talking about all this? Like, what does this have to do with what we've been talking about? Well, the thing is, number one, this is how you exercise expanded consciousness, right? Raise your vibrate, whatever the little buzzword is. This is part of how you exercise that, by identifying with someone who is more refined spiritually, mentally, emotionally. By identifying with that, you begin to behave in that way, which changes your environment. And guess what? Other people are part of your environment. You're able to help unlock other people, not by beating them over the head with, well, did you know that Jesus was, whatever the little TikTok stuff is, or whatever the little popular stuff is. That's not how you wake people up. That's not. And if you've done it enough, you know by now. If you're just getting started, please listen to me. That's not going to work. The way that you help people is by actually helping people. When is someone's time to wake up? They will. Until then, exercise compassion.
Yeah. Yeah. And another tactic that I've used too recently that I've been utilizing, because it's hard too, right? Because we're studying this stuff. And so it's hard not to lecture a little bit at times with people. I have this issue because I'll get super passionate about it, and I'll be like, oh man, you just changed your frame of mind, It's like, some people are not ready to hear all that, or they don't quite understand, or they just want to tell you about their day and they weren't prepared for it, right? So like at those times as well, when someone's going through an issue, I'll ask, okay, beyond like, what do you need? I'll say like, okay, do you want feedback, or do you want someone to listen? Like, how, like, again, what do you need me to do? Helps them kind of shift their frame to like, yeah, I just need someone to listen to, because a lot of people already have a plan in their head as to what they're going to do about a situation, but so they don't need to hear it from you. They just need someone to listen to it so they can maybe further process the experience that just went down for them, or maybe they do actually need help figuring it out. So asking them, do you want feedback right now, or do you want me to just kind of listen to what's been going on? Like by asking them that, you're also again making it clear as to how you can help them in a way that they want to be helped. So then like you're not manipulating anyone or lecturing anyone or bashing them over the head. You know what your role is in that exchange.
Yeah. Because it can be difficult for people like us to not give advice, because we always just know the better way. Most people don't want advice unless And how often have you given advice and it do this right here, go in and then come back out? Sometimes people just want to.
Oh, it's like, oh man.
Yeah. Okay, once again, for the people who may have joined after I said this, we're going to resume the book studies, and the next book is going to be Unseen Forces by Manly P. Hall. Yeah. So I checked with Manly P. Hall's lawyers. They said it was okay. I'm in the clear. We're going to do this one.
Seriously, Travis?
Maybe.
Are you authorized to read that book?
I'm authorized. Authorized. All 33 Freemasons said go ahead with it, so I'm gonna go ahead with it. Doctor made it clear, my wife made it clear, and I believe I'm ready to go through it this thing.
Does Hermes give you permission, bro?
Waiting back on the email, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna say yeah. Unseen Forces. Get it on Amazon. It's probably like $3, $4, $5. If you got Amazon Prime, you'll get it the day we start. If you got regular Amazon, you'll still get it in time. It's a great book to have anyway. And if you miss the live reading, you can always go back. I think we'll do 2 sessions on it.
I just bought it and it was $6 in total, and that includes shipping fees. So
there we go. And that reminds me now, because that book is so short, after that, what was the other one we're going into? This one. The Sacred Magic of the Kabbalah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Same author, Manly P. Hall. So, like I said, because those books are extremely short, hell, we might knock both of them out in April. We will knock both of them out in April. So go ahead and get that. We're going to be doing the Kabbalion this year. My lawyer said that one was safe as well. But I'll let you know immediately. Woo! Those are the ones that we're doing.
that one was also $6 in total. So yeah, the magic of the Kabbalah was also $6
Boom.
in total.
So, yet information is
and definitely get it. Super.
Last benefit.
The prices where I am is totally different.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Unforeseen Forces, I bought it for £14.
Okay, yeah, because where you are, it's doubled. Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, because you're in Europe, huh?
Yeah.
There's also a place where you can buy it for $3 US PDF if you don't want to get the actual book. I got both. I couldn't wait, so I got the PDF and started reading already. I was excited.
What do you think?
Share the PDF?
Please share.
Say it again. Pardon me.
Can you share the PDF? Like I got all 2 books, but my book's not coming in until Monday.
Yeah, I'm just about to go for a jog. I'll share it when I get back home.
And I got an extra copy if somebody need it. But it's not gonna be here till Monday.
The extra copy of Unseen Forces?
Yeah, I have a physical copy. I got 2 copies. I don't know how, but hey.
Okay, cool.
Boom. So everybody in the Zoom chat gets first dibs. Otherwise, if somebody out there may need a copy, let us know. We just had that happen recently. Connections being made.
I'm very glad that we're making the book study started again.
Yeah, me
And
too.
if you really want it, you'll find a way to get it because it was $8 on Amazon, but for whatever reason, Amazon said they will not deliver it to my address. Like it just yeah. And I'm like, you can deliver a $700 Chucky doll, you can deliver all these weapons, but you can't deliver this $8 book. So
They're like, well, once you get magic involved, we can't
yeah,
can't be sending you shit.
y'all got the wrong one. But that's all I'm gonna say.
There we go. We make it happen. Maketh it happeneth. I hear a couple people already got started. If you got started already, let me know what you think so far.
Veronica, did you get your book?
I got 2 books. I should be getting it sometime this week.
Okay.
Yeah. I got 2 already. And of course, I already started reading. But I'm waiting for that one. I'm not going to spell the beans yet.
All right.
I'll behave.
Y'all be spilling beans, boy.
But thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I love it. I got my book next to my pocketbook, man.
Thank you.
I think we might have a taker for the book, Society Ejects.
On the YouTube chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me look.
I told him to message me, but he can message you direct if you want.
Okay.
Peace, Sunshine Chick. Sunshine Chick says, in my dream 2 nights ago, I was anointed with unicorn-scented perfume. Immediately, that reminds me of Snow Fairy from Lush. So another thing about that Tatwashuti meditation was, like what Alora mentioned with the Papa Purusha aspect of the meditation. One of the things came to mind, because like with the premise of Tatwashuti, you expand out of the elements and you practice withdrawing your consciousness from the 5 elements, and you attempt to go beyond the level of Om and even the level of the higher self. So while expanded like that, you kind of get a bird's eye view of creation and the fact that anything that is to be is all wrapped up inside of this giant egg. And one of the things that I noticed is that what's in that egg is always there. Like fundamentally, it doesn't change. Fundamentally, it is what it is. But what happens is when we're using these elements, all we're doing is we're just shifting things and moving things and mixing and matching, but nothing's actually created or destroyed. Like what Einstein said, energy isn't created or destroyed, it just changes form. So as I was doing that aspect with Papa Purusha, I realized that Papa Purusha and his axe and his shield attacking the thigh of my body, nothing new was going to happen. It was just a shifting of the matter using energy. Duh, Trav, that's obvious. But like, no, listen to what I'm saying. Like, this is what's happening all the time. There's nothing new created and nothing is ever destroyed. Because consciousness, understand this, consciousness was never here. Consciousness is in another dimension. It's interacting with matter through the agency of energy, through the agency of prana. Matter is here. Prana is the movement of that matter, but it's not destroyed. It's not created. It's just changing shape. So Papa Purusha, using the agency of the air element, the color is sucked out of his body. It doesn't go anywhere outside of Prakriti. It's just transformed from one state to another. Then his physical body becomes burned and naturally it turns into ash and dust. That was still him, but the substance is being refined, reformed. The essence that animated that form, it's still there. You add the water element, you mix everything up into a jumbled whatever, you form it into that golden egg, and then you use the agency of prana to fill that egg with you, which was already there in the first. Like it's like having 10 Lego blocks and taking them apart and making something new every time. That's what matter is. That's what Prakriti, Mother Nature, that's what existence is. It's like 10 Lego blocks, Kabbalah. It's like 10 Lego blocks that we just take apart and put back together in different forms. It's useful and appropriate to think in this way. This helps with the understanding of what non-attachment means. Again, non-attachment does not mean detachment. It doesn't mean like, oh, nothing matters. Oh, well, who cares? Nothing matters. That's not non-attachment. Non-attachment is understanding. I'm here, but none of this has a deep impact on me. It exists. I acknowledge the existence of it, but I also acknowledge the fact that it doesn't exist. I'm not going to cry if my microphone breaks or my computer breaks. Like, there's more to life. Plus, everything shifts. If it breaks, guess what? That means a new one's coming. That's what I mean. Like, things aren't destroyed. It just shifts. It moves. Understand this about manifestation. If you want something, guess what? This is what sacrifice means. It don't mean kill a damn cat. It don't mean cut your hand in half to get some blood. It means that something shifts so that something else can take form. Self-contained reality.
Something, I had a similar realization to that with the end part of that meditation where you're looking at Prana Shakti. She never comes to me in full form. And I realized the other night the reason for that was because it was expressing itself as energy changing its motion and changing its form according to where my focus is on it and the meaning I derive from it and the attachment I have to it. So like the other night, like her hands holding the different items were showing up. And instead of me trying to force this picture of like her and all of these arms all at once, what I saw was this being that would then be more fluid with all of this. And that's where I became, and I think Amar said this like years ago, and it was really interesting how I had something similar happen to me this other night, but like I slowly became all of these items that she was holding. And that was her way of explaining to me that like energy that is not created nor destroyed, it just changes. It changes its shape according to how it identifies. So as we exist, according to how we identify as something is how we change, how we shape shift, how we create our reality. You know, and this is like what you're saying is the basis for unattachment and for sacrifice, right? You're aware of this process. And so you're no longer attaching to it as like, this has to stay rigid here because it was never there to begin with. Right. It was never rigid to begin with. it was like water. You're the one that's trying to put it into a container. But there is no container.
Look, see, here we go again with what we kind of started out with on this type of discussion. It's at that water level that this stuff starts to get separated and take shape. An interesting thing that I learned about my study in tarot is that the water element, it's not symbolized by waves and droplets. It's symbolized by a cup, by a chalice. That's important to understand, because when it comes to the water element, you're not controlling it. The chalice is how you work with the water. So the water element, it is in itself is not something that can be directly controlled, but it can be managed based on the container. So in this case, the container for existence with the etheric aspect of reality is how you frame reality. So taking it back to the previous example of, I'm driving down the street and I look up and I see a camera up on the pole, and I see some Chinese letters over here on the another wall. I can, at that point, I can choose to have a chalice or a cup that says, oh no, it's starting over here in America. The Chinese are taking over and they're watching me. And next thing you know, there's going to be Chinese troops marching around, and I got to get prepared and store up my canned goods and water and all my guns and bullets and get ready for war. That can be a cup or a chalice that I use. Or I can realize, you know what? They did say they were opening up a Chinese restaurant over here. And you know what? I'm not speeding or nothing, so I'm not worried about that damn camera. Matter of fact, I'm glad I see it, because I know to drive real slow on the street. Different cups will give you a different response, because now my body language is going to be different, right? If you go with that first choice, right, now you got that thought bouncing around in your head all the time. You're sweating, you're mad, you got to call somebody up or text somebody and tell them about it. You got to go look up to see if there's any new videos about China taking over, and you're going to continue going down that spiral. Or you can go a different path. You choose the cup that's holding that water, the water of the imagination. It has no inherent meaning. Just like water is clear, it ain't got no taste, no flavor, right? That's just like the etheric aspect. That's just like the imagination aspect. You can make it into whatever you want to make it into, but be responsible, because you do it. Nobody's doing it to you. Somebody can give you a cup all day. You don't have to take it.
And that's like another, and I think that's really important. Like, the reason why we keep coming back to this kind of discussion here is because this is the foundation of magic. Like, I think a lot of people think magic is used just to get what you want. When we have like these Harry Potter kind of ideas, when we use the elements, like, oh, lightning shall come from my hands, kind of thing, and wow, I'll use all crystals in the world. And the whole for all of it is that everything has a resonance, signs and meaning. You are the one that determines what the container looks like and how it's going to hold the water. Yes. How is it going to utilize this essence here? Because it's coming. It's already in flux. You're already in flux with it. Can you become aware of it? And can you become aware of what you are perpetuating, and then change your own disposition towards it, towards something that is desirable for you? Like, this is the framework of magic. It's not like we're trying to bottle up lightning. We're not trying to, I mean, that'd be rad, no doubt. Anyone who's doing that, that's pretty awesome. But even then, right, the whole idea of bottling up lightning is exactly the analogy that you're using with the cup for water, right? It's like taking all of this energy and this potential, and you're the one that is creating the container for it.
So again, and I keep saying this, fundamental Magus principle: is your container useful? Is your container appropriate? Because if it doesn't fit that criteria, drop it and get something else. As I said, the human mind comes pre-equipped with 24 logical fallacies and 24 cognitive biases, which means you automatically come equipped with, 48 cups to help you create superstition for yourself. It's default. It takes self-awareness to pay attention to what it is that you're thinking, why you're thinking that way. Confirmation bias, that's the biggest one. We seek out things, data, and information to prove to us that what we already believe is true. We don't go looking for new info. Nobody goes looking for new info. We go looking to prove what we already know. We look to verify it. That's why we follow who we follow. That's why we like the videos we like. That's why we unfollow, block, and argue with people online, because we're looking to see what we believe that we already know. That's not a logical way. That's an emotional way. And most of the time, it's trauma-based. How many of us started researching magic and getting into magic because we had some kind of pain that we wanted to resolve? Somebody either hurt us, or we wanted to help somebody who was hurt, or we didn't have enough money, or there was some kind of pain we were seeking to get away from, and we just couldn't figure out a practical way to do it. So we started looking and researching, can I do a spell? What kind of candle do I use? What kind of demon do I summon? And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how all of us start. Unless you're a little kid and your people introduce you to it and train you up from a child, but that's rare. So the thing is, we come into the game that way, and that's perfectly okay. But the thing is, after a couple years, that should not still be your foundation. You should be working with something a little bit different. And by different, I mean asking questions about yourself, about life, how this all works. Why is the world the way it is? Why do these people behave the way that they do? Right? Asking questions now, as opposed to trying to push beliefs on other people. You want to look for a low-grade magician? Look at somebody trying to force you to believe what they believe. And villainizing if you don't agree. You want to find a low-grade spiritual person? I don't care if they're eating all vegan. The mark of being spiritually refined is a reduction of the influence of the ego. Specifically, what I mean is a reduction of things like selfishness, things like hatred, things like a limited perspective. That should start to dissolve. But even if you're wearing a bunch of crystals and you're walking barefoot outside, if what you're all about is coming from a basis of selfishness or picking some enemy to put off all your insecurities upon, the shadow work has not been done. Or even looking for an escape from reality, because that's coming out of fear, pain, and trauma too. At some point, there has to be a level of acceptance. And I don't mean like, oh, I'm just okay with being beat up. I'm just okay with life kicking me around. I don't mean that when I say acceptance. What I mean with acceptance is that life, and especially the past, is what it is. It is what it is. Now, see, that's a different level of working, of moving forward. Because if the alternative is constantly trying to get revenge for the past, or constantly trying to get closure for the past, or constantly punishing yourself for the past, That's not a level of acceptance. A level of acceptance understands that what happened happened. Didn't say it was justified, didn't say it was good. It has happened. It's in the past. That's where it belongs. What about today? What about right now? And when I say gratitude, I don't mean like, oh, thank you, Jesus. The thing is, there doesn't have to be an object for you to feel an emotion. You can just be grateful. It's a vibration. It's a frequency, which means it's a type of thinking. It's a type of behaving. It's an identity. It's a belief. It's a value. It doesn't have to be attached to anything specific. Operating from that level is a clear-cut sign of spiritual refinement.
Yeah, and and in my journey, one thing I've noticed about meditating, that grateful day, like I'm grateful for this happening to me, I'm grateful for this happening to me. But another big aspect of that was eliciting my own values. So like what I valued, and then how what was I doing to meet these values and this criteria? Within that, I found where my state was lacking, and that's where my desires were coming from. And once I was able to elicit my values and then see like which ones I wasn't fulfilling on my own, I was able to recognize why I was wanting or desiring certain things that was putting me in a state of lack instead of that of gratitude. And so when I started meeting those needs and I started fulfilling those values, the state of gratefulness, of appreciation, and of growth came very naturally because I was coming more into balance with myself. Like, I feel like now gratitude is actually a state of balance. So it's not like, oh, I'm just, I'm grateful for this, I'm grateful for that. It's like, yeah, of course I am, because I'm so in alignment with it. I'm so attuned to everything in my life. I'm in this state of balance. And so that's what recently I kind of realized what that gratitude state actually was, because I think for a while I was just focusing on like, okay, practice your gratitude affirmations, Alora, da 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 da, and like that definitely helps, but there's another element to it that really makes that kind of assisted me in maintaining that frame of gratitude. And that's what happened after I started fulfilling my own values and fulfilling my own needs and putting myself back in balance.
Ooh, that is really good information. That demonstrates also, looking at this chart of logical levels, when you talk about being in lack, that's an identity, right? I know people who always say I can't afford it. I know people who always say I ain't got no money. Those classify as I am statements, right? That's an identity. I am broke. I ain't got no money. I can't afford it. Because people who say those things all the time. I mean, I would know. I used to say those things. And like what you said, that's coming from a place of lack. So no matter what affirmations you say, no matter what you put on your vision board, if your identity is I am broke and I ain't got no money, I can't afford it, you might as well take that stuff off your vision board, because the identity it's not in alignment. Like what you said, it's not in alignment. But when you start to address that lack, right? When you start to address that lack and you start to swap out that identity for something a little bit more useful and appropriate, such as I am always provided for, I always have what I need, right? Things like that. Like what you said, you'll find that automatically gratitude starts to come into the picture. See, once again, just like with the elements, this type of chart, the higher affects the lower. So with an identity of I am broke, you have the capabilities of a broke person. You have the beliefs and the values of a broke person. Then you behave like a broke person. And guess what your environment is? Broke, busted, and disgusted. Now, you can change your environment, right? You can take somebody out of a certain place, but that doesn't make them a product of that place. Broke person in Beverly Hills is still broke. In here and in here. Or whatever. I'm just naming stuff. But anyways, when you adjust the identity, it automatically starts to open up new capabilities. And guess what? With new capabilities come new beliefs and new values, like what you said. And what happens with new beliefs and new values? You start acting different.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that affirmations and stuff don't work. You just gotta make sure the foundation is in alignment with those affirmations.
Yes.
This is what I thought about when you were saying, I'm broke. That energy coming in, and then you start to reframe it.
Oh.
Start to grow, and then, like you say, with gratitude.
Oh.
Yes.
I love you guys.
I love you too, man. Everyone's amazing here.
Yes. That's what it is. And it lines up even with that chart on power versus force. Those negative thoughts, those tamasic thoughts are on the lower end of the spectrum. Constricted. But when we start raising up those vibrations, we start opening up opportunities, beliefs for ourselves, you start rising up. And as you start to get closer and closer to the top, the balance forms. Here we are. Wealth ain't just money in the bank. Abundance.
I wanted to share something about this was taken back to what was mentioned previously with so maybe I have to take a second to catch my breath, and then I'll try. Yeah. With what was being mentioned before with people seeking confirmation in their environment for synchronicities, right, in a way that isn't necessarily fulfilling for their highest good, kind of like newbies to spirituality. This same concept applies here, because of that neuroassociative conditioning, when you're operating from a place of abundance and gratitude, as well as compassion, you will also start to notice more positive synchronicities that are more in alignment, and you can use your discernment to be able to determine, is this, because you're raising your vibration, and therefore as a result from that, your consciousness is also raised, and you can use your discernment in those scenarios also being like, oh, because I was expressing gratitude from a place of abundance, I'm noticing that this situation, which is manifested in my reality as a result of the predominant thoughts that I've been holding, this is something that's conducive to my highest good, and I should therefore proceed forward on this path. However, when I was just watching that TV show and I saw 11/11 because I had that thought, this might be a little bit different, using my discernment there. Just something, an observation I wanted to share.
Sounds like we're about to go in and fix the manifestation community.
For real.
Peace, everybody. Good morning, good evening. All that.
Peace, Andrew.
Andrew!
Oh, hey, good to be back. I just thought I'd chime in for a little while before I get myself off to work on this beautiful day. But listening to what you were saying about, in the last 10-15 minutes or so, about the elements and all that, you can see yourself as the cup, a vessel, a grail even, ultimately. And what you're doing by doing the work is you're trying to cleanse it, otherwise anything that gets poured into it becomes, tainted. And constantly consuming liquid, if you will, fluid through your 5 senses. So all that is tainted anyway, because it's all constructed through other people's perceptions. So you have to, create a filtration system in order to keep the cup, your vessel, kind of clean. And the more you keep that cup cleaner, the easier it is that filtration system becomes. And, the water, if you like, the fluid of the 5 senses becomes purified, but you purify it through fire, through action, through, meditation, through contemplation, through, sort of keeping in alignment with the things you'd ought to be practicing, like gratitude and consideration and conscientiousness. And then, once you've got that fluids flowing in a kind of purified way through your actions, and then, that's going to be rich for the air to become fertile, in order to grow your trees, and your trees are then going to purify your air. And then that in turn will cultivate mind and spirit, or spirit and mind. And it's like all these processes of the of the elements working together in a kind of harmony, although it's debatable whether you're able to ever get them fully in balance with one another. We, just through, we know through astrology, we have more, we have different balances or different ingredients or amounts of ingredients of elemental force within us, depending on when and where we're born, type of thing. But the more you can, at least the more you put your awareness and attention to it, to trying to bring them into balance, or understand them when you need a little bit more sugar or a less bit of salt and all the rest of it, you're on the right track to becoming in harmony. And it's easy to talk about it, but much harder to practice, because we do have to, deal with the everyday and, bumping into other people or situations, the ups and downs of everyday life. But the more you are kind of in harmony with your path, with, your own flow, the easier it is to be able to deal with them things and either shrug it off and laugh about it, or be able to go into some meditation and create that space you need to deal with them situations and creating space is a good way of putting it, because I think you do need to occasionally have the ability to slow down time and just say, just hang on a second and just let's take this slower, and give yourself the time and space to breathe and just walk through things at your pace, rather than everybody else's pace that they're trying to push you into. I don't know whether all that made sense, but it did to me.
Yeah. It makes me think also about the importance of the symbology of that grail. Could it be that the one who performs miracles was someone with a pristine filtration system and grail? Could it be that's why that individual was the way he was?
Yeah.
Specifically, Jesus Christ. And could it be that as he teaches his examples or frameworks for living, and others like him, could it be that those frameworks could also be seen as chalices and grails that we could... Wait, didn't he even talk about symbology of living waters? Or am I using a cognitive bias and relating something that may or may not be related.
Definitely. There's someone I know who talks about a tree of grails, and you know, each Sephiroth being their own grail, and that shift, you know, so that analogy that we're familiar with anyway, of the tree almost being like a fountain, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Cascading, constant cascading down through the tree. And, you know, you were talking about things shifting and things never being destroyed or created, but just shifting levels. And we see that in many of these diagrams of the tree when we're talking about the 4 different whales and how Malkuth will, you know, step into Yesod's sphere and so on and so forth. And that goes on infinitely as far as I know, you know. It doesn't just stop at 4 whales. It continues, and then 4 whales in themselves become subtler and subtler and subtler. And just like, you know, when people transition, if you will, and if they do get to, if they don't come back, if they transition onto higher planes, then that's because something above them is transitioning also. So, you know, the deities and spirits, they must transition also. They must move on up and make way for new energy to fill their boots, if that makes sense.
Yes. Not only does the tree do that, but the tatwas, right? When we think about the symbology of those tatwas, you've got the earth element and the water element, but guess what? There's an earth of earth, a water of earth, a fire of earth, air of earth, etc., etc. All the elements have the elements within them. So even looking at the elements, it's not really ever 100%. It's all like what you said. The shifting is a never-ending process. Just like there's a Malkuth of Gibura and a Kether of Yesod. Everything is within itself, and it's just pinpointing the different degrees of those levels. It really is a purpose.
Now, Travis, tell us how that equates to the spider and the fly thing that you posted the other day.
Oh yeah. So really, I when I work with the elements and I work with Tatwa Shuddhi, I look at that level of Om, right? The infinite vibration that creates the elements. I see that as like a defining line, almost like a central dividing point between the microcosm and the macrocosm. And I think that line can be seen somewhere, probably beginning at the Vale of Peraketh and ending at Doth. So that whole range with the uppermost portion of Hod and Netzach all the way up to the lowermost portion of, well, you know, the middle section. What do we call that? The microprosopus, the husband, the groom. That whole section there, I start to see is the transition between microcosm to macrocosm. And depending on where you're identifying is the telltale sign of what you're experiencing. Most people identify as Malkuth, so they get Malkuth experience. That's the fly. That's the door. Now, identifying with the higher self, not just by saying it, but by gradually building experiences to verify that, you start to identify as the spider. So taking it back to the Tatwas, that level of Om, which I see as millions, billions, trillions, and infinite numbers of waves, all riding along, perpendicular, parallel, clashing and whatnot. And it looks like this infinite spider web. Now, that infinite spider web, beneath it, it produces the elements in the manifest dimension. But here's the thing, none of those elements can break that barrier. So it is the veil of Maya. It is this, what do the flat earth people call it? The firmament, right? This aspect of Om, it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's just that aspect of, it's just the barrier between the manifestation and unmanifestation. The spider crawls along that. Every time the leg taps one of the strings, something new is created. Identifying with this entity is identifying with the maestro, the conductor, the magus of reality. Now, looking back at earlier cultures, namely like Native Americans, you'll see that the spider was a creatrix, a goddess who, through her web, pulls creation out of herself for the rest of the life forms to enjoy, her children. But the thing is, her children don't leave the web. And there are a few other cultures where the spider plays a creator, a creatrix role, and also a trickster role. But ultimately, I mentioned before, identifying with matter and the flesh is the fly. By the time the fly makes it up to that web, it cannot cross. Just like the ego cannot cross Doth, it must be consumed. It must be consumed. And the way that I think of Doth, and I wrote this in a comment, the way that I think of Doth is that it's an extreme gravity that pulls everything that has incarnated, everything that's made of matter of any type, anything that can be cognized must fall down into that abyss. And the only thing that crosses is what came across in the first place. So a good way to think about that is reversing the birth process from a baby that has formed all the way back down to when the sperm entered that egg. Crossing Doth is the sperm going right back out of the egg, back to where it came from. That's what it's like to cross Doth. The implications of that metaphor is the entire baby that developed and the life that it lived does not cross.
Yeah.
That's the spider consuming the fly.
When I first tuned in this morning, I heard you and Laura talking about the Tapachusi meditation and the egg. And it's funny when the egg was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was a spider's egg, and it releasing multitude of spiders. And when I thought of that, then obviously your 10K meditation came to mind as well. And I wonder, and I know you're kind of well, maybe not, but I'm going to say purist when it comes to some of this ancient technology, and don't fix it if it ain't broke. But as a magician, there's always that tendency, that curiosity to say, well, how about if it just mix a bit of this up with a bit of that up? And it's interesting to think how something like the 10K meditation, which is about bringing abundance towards yourself, to interface something like that with Tapachusi.
Yeah.
But for greater good, abundance doesn't always have to be about dollar bills or pound notes. It can be about gratitude. It can be about caring,
Man, I was thinking to myself, like, this is one of the reasons why I really enjoy reading W.E. Butler's work. I don't remember his quote exactly because it's been a while, but he mentioned that I know so that I can serve, right? And I'm thinking, like, honestly, another mark of a refined spiritual entity is service. Like, there's a difference between serving because you have no other choice, that's called slavery, and serving because you're the only one that can in that capacity. That's a major difference.
Well,
and we talk
sorry,
I'm just saying, talking about abundance, like that's how I'm starting to see it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, you look to other magicians, pagans, what have you, in this community that you respect and admire, and you appreciate their work and their gnosis that they shared, and you look at, all those that have come before us, and you think, well, what did they give the world? Because it's a constant question with me of, okay, so I've got this knowledge. What am I meant to do with it? Okay, I can kind of sew it into my work as a filmmaker or in some kind of creative process, but still, what's its point? What's it trying to bring forth? What am I trying to manifest with it? And like going back to just what I was saying there, when you look back to other magicians or magicians, that are contemporary to us, what do they actually, what's their gift to the world? And by and large, it's books, it's literature. They leave their knowledge behind in the pages of books. And that's interesting to think about. Obviously it can be any medium, whether it's film, literature, theatre, art, or what have you, but it generally seems to be a create, or music or whatever. But that's not to say that it can't be expressed in other things, and it certainly is, especially in something like architecture. Some of the greatest cathedrals and monuments to whatever religion have been built with spiritual principles and magical principles behind them. Whether it's the resonance of sound within them, or the amount of light that floods in, or the, just the architectural space that kind of lifts your eye towards the heavens in order to be purified. There's all these different theological concepts wrapped up with architecture. So I just wonder, obviously you're on a kind of journey to writing books and whatnot. And it's certainly something I've been considering, but I need to generate enough fire to get it done. But yeah, I just think it's interesting what is left behind in terms of knowledge of this stuff is books, and even to this day, it's still books, even though it's an ancient technology. It seems to be somehow the purest form of communicating that knowledge, which is interesting.
And when I first started the video, I was talking about how working with the elementals doesn't have to be some extraordinary process. The fact that yoga taught us about how the bodies are composed of the elements, right? Earth, which also represents smell, and water, which represents taste. So take that in consideration when doing your rituals. When you light the oil or the incense, you're giving to the earth elemental because of the smell. When you have the sigil, the mandala, the yantra, that's a sacrifice to the fire elemental. And I'm thinking also about how each one of the arts generally serve one of the elements. Even as a chef, a master chef, that's completely service, not because he has to, but because there's a passion there, giving to the water elemental. Yeah. Musicians.
He's feeding others.
Yes. What else do you do when you accumulate an abundance of light? Yeah. What else do? You can't keep it. Even looking at Star Wars, the Sith had to train an apprentice. You can't keep that stuff. You can't keep light to yourself. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Painters, artists, filmmakers, they feed the fire elementals of the world. Chefs feed the water elementals. People like massage therapists, or others who touch the body in magical ways. That's feeding the air elementals. And all we're doing is we're relieving the suffering of the consciousness that is attached to that body. Great service. Music heals us and soothes us, relieves suffering. Good food, right? A good movie. A pleasant smell. So in a way, abundance would be a life that's surrounded by things like that. No?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I mean, I'd go on to say that that's why you have goddesses, right, or representations of deities of abundance that also represent beauty, right, and creativity, like Lakshmi, for example, or Oshun, right, or Freya, like the goddesses that represent Venus, for example. But even like Ganesh or other deities that represent like Jupiter, that expansion, right? Like they can bring you abundance, but they're also all related to something that has to do with sensuality there.
Yes. Lakshmi.
Like in one of our yoga books, it talks about the definition of beauty, right? And beauty is real beauty is an eternal reflection of a sattvic quality, or of something that brings you an enlightenment.
Bringing sattva to the elements. I think we're getting somewhere. And I remember Swami Sivananda Saraswati mentioning something to the effect of teaching yoga and Samkhya and the holy science is the greatest gift that a person can give to another person, period. And based on what you said, I could say that might be because it's that science that brings one closer to the experience of sattvic qualities, which brings one closer to enlightenment. Or liberation, I should say. Shouldn't all of our art or all of our offering, all of our service be with the intention to bring a person closer to sattva? Do your actions in life bring people closer to tamas? Do you get people riled up? Is it just rajasic? Or do you help people come to an understanding of harmony and balance? Maybe a little bit of peace, understanding, goodness. Uh-oh.
Yo, that's crazy. We talking about this because my brother just told me this because he's been staying with me for a couple months. He's like, yo, your house is just so relaxing. You can have a peace of mind. And he's figuring shit out. I was like, okay. It's starting to spell onto him. That's my servitude.
Yep.
To have the abundance to have somebody stay with me.
Yep. And even think about what Alora said earlier, right? That experience with that man and his stick and those dogs, those wonderful dogs of yours, she brought that man a little bit of sattva. The girl at the spot, she brought her to a little bit of sattva to the point that she had abundance to give, right? Sattva, abundance, service, gratitude. These are gifts that literally keep giving. Tamasic behavior takes away from everybody. Rajasic behavior, you just spread more fire. So what are we doing? What are we doing?
Is this the true Christ conscience? This is what Jesus was doing?
Holy Grail. What kind of water you holding in that cup? Excellent stuff. What's good stuff, dog?
Stuff.
What's good? What's good? Can y'all hear me?
Kind of cutting.
Okay, I'm trying to get this new setup set up.
Yeah. That's a thought right there. What are your actions and behaviors and beliefs producing in this world? And see, look, we can even say that's without having to be all religious and love and light. Like it just is what it is. What are you producing?
And then it manifests. What are you producing physical through your kids in these states? Is generation curses?
And as well, I mean, you know, if you fall into the patterns of something or the habits of something, and it's you know, it's not a good one. If it's something that you're doing every day, you know, even just a little bit every day, that accumulates over a lifetime to an awful lot of months or, you know, years that you're kind of producing or engineering, you know, a lot of shit in the world, you know, for yourself and the people around you, you know. So yeah, awareness. You gotta stay aware. And it's so, I mean, I've done, you know, I've done it many times before where I've left the house and thought, right, this is how I'm going to be. This is how I'm going to deal with my relationships throughout the day. But then, you know, I'll get into wherever, the workplace or whatever, and it'll be one thing that'll catch me off guard. And next minute, I'm back into this kind of negative loop of talking shit, or, you know what I mean, being a bit selfish, or, you know, being a bit sharp with somebody or whatever it may be. And then, you know, thankfully, doing this type of work, you're able to catch yourself much quicker, and hopefully, you know, before the thought manifests into words, you know, because it becomes so autopilot, because you've done it over so long, that it's, you know, again, it comes back to shadow work and helping to unpick all that circuitry in a way. But yeah, it's no one said it was going to be easy. Yeah.
At some point, I think it does get easy. Yesterday, when I did the interview with Primal Sutra, homie said a quote that was so powerful, I had to write this down. It's an affirmation. And the affirmation was, pain is no longer a requirement for my success. Man, when I heard that, that struck a chord. Pain is no longer a requirement for my success. How many of us have a belief that we have to suffer in order to have the environment that we want? I know I did, and still do to a degree, and I'm in the process of reprogramming that. No one said it was going to be easy, but no one said it had to be very difficult.
True.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
Is that better?
Are you using the laptop microphone?
No, I got my beats on. No.
Okay, and at the bottom where it says you got the microphone symbol and you got that little arrow, where it says select microphone, are you on the right one? I asked because it sounds like laptop.
Travis, one that stuck out to me when he was like, use procrastination when you procrastination. I like when he said that.
Yeah, procrastinate on your procrastination.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to swing that one. Matter of fact,
me too.
let me write it down too.
I wrote that down. It's like, oh, okay.
And to piggyback on the conversation that y'all had, what did you call those three things that you should have?
Your values.
Values. Okay.
3 personal values.
Personal values.
And honestly, when we talk about 3 values, what would you say, at least right now, what would you say would be your top 3 values?
Humor at the top, then peace, then service.
Okay. And I don't know if you got a picture of that chart that I've been holding up, but if you look at those values that you have, you can see how they reflect in your everyday behaviors, like without thought, and how they can also how they also do reflect in your environment. Now, those two are kind of obvious, but I'd like you to look upward as well and see what you believe that you're capable of to create the environment for those 3 values. And also take a look at what is the identity that you hold? What are the I am statements that you say to yourself unconsciously that perpetuate those 3 values?
Okay, I would say I am funny. I am hilarious. I would say I like peace instead of I'm peaceful, which yeah, let's build on that. I would say I like peace for right now. And I love to help people. It makes me feel good to help others, which may sound selfish, but I really love the help. Like if someone said I need help with this, I'm dropping everything and running over there because just to do it for that person. I'm not like a people person, so that's kind of like my karma, you know. I don't say hi or good morning to everybody, but I will get your cat out the tree, lady.
And that's a choice. You know what I'm saying? That's a choice. And if that is useful and appropriate to you, have it.
I think that's also a really great gauge to figure out what values you might be living by that maybe you weren't aware of. What are you constantly saying that, what are your I am statements that you're consciously saying? Because those might be perpetuating your top values that you may not even be aware of that are your values. So I think that's a good gauge too, to see like where you are in that. Do I actually consider myself this or that, or am I perpetuating something else?
Yeah. In the class that I'm finishing up here about manifestation, that is actually one of the questions and the points. Like, there is an identity level, but here we go with these affirmations and whatnot. Are you just saying stuff because you want to sound good and feel good? Or is this something that you are actually prepared to behave as? Are you prepared to take on this identity and actually do it? What does that look like? Let's get past I am healthy, wealthy, and wise. Like that might work for the TikTok, whatever. How can you prove it? If you're not wealthy, then you're not going to prove it by looking at your bank account. So what other ways? How else can you define that word? And how else is it present in your life already?
Man, I got a key actually with that one that goes back to the non-attachment thing that I learned from very wealthy people. Wealthy people are wealthy because they don't actually say, I'm wealthy. They don't even care about the money. Like, they don't even care about the money coming in. They're like, I know I'm good. I'm just good. Like, they're
Yeah.
focused somewhere else, and the money doesn't even come up as a concern. So if you're trying to say I am wealthy, and you're like, oh, it might be nice to say I got money coming to me all the time if that helps you detach from it.
Yes.
But people who have the things and have the values or have those kinds of things that, that you're wanting or whatever, they generally, it's already assumed that it's coming in, or it's already acknowledged that it's coming in. So they're not even really focusing on it. They let it go.
That's a good point. That's a really good point, especially the fact that also identify what level you're at. Use those affirmations to get yourself to the point where, because here's the thing, if you are something, you're not necessarily telling yourself you're that every day.
Yeah.
Right? I don't have to tell myself the things that I am, because I am those things. I'm not worried about that. But understand, if you're trying to work yourself up to that level, use those as a stepping stone. But just like nothing has any inherent meaning, there is a time and place. When the boat gets you to the other side, it's time to let go of that boat, because carrying it across is not useful or appropriate, and it's going to make you very slow and very tired. So it's not that affirmations don't work. Make sure that when they get you to where they are getting you, move forward. I'm good. I'm taken care of. Everything I need it's under control. I don't have to worry about nothing. But what about if and when it comes up, it also is taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
When you hold on to that, you start getting evidence real fast.
Mm-hmm. That's why I had to reframe myself. I used to say it's all good, but I still had a little doubt in my mind that it wasn't good. Or what about this happening? When I let that shit go, that's when it start flowing. Because whatever happens, going to happen.
Yes.
And that might sound cliche, but it's true.
It's definitely true. Like the other night I went out, I think I told you guys this, I'm not sure, but I went out to a concert after and I haven't been out in a while, so it was nice to be out. But I had just had a massage client and they paid me $150 in cash. And so I had it in my pocket because for some reason I thought that if it was on me, it would be safer than if I left it in my car or something like that, or made the trip all the way back home to go to this concert. And during the concert, I lost all of the $150. Somehow it fell out of my pocket or whatever, and it was gone. And as a contractor, that's a day's worth of work, right? That's I don't know that you never really know the next time you're going to be working, right? There's an element of risk there. But instead of focusing on it, I looked for it, and then I was like, man, that sucks. And then I thought, okay, I've been here before. Whoever needs it, if it were me and I found $150, I would be super grateful. So I hope that whoever found it is super grateful, and that it'll serve them well. And I know that that I am going to get that money back somehow, some way, but I'm going to focus on my night tonight. That's just a tiny obstacle. And so I neutralized the negative event and went back into that positive. And when I did that, I had an amazing night that night, met all types of wonderful people, and that actually spun me into a direction that I had been wanting to go for my longer term goals. So it was like, by neutralizing this negative event and being like, oh God, there goes my stability and blah, blah, blah. I continued down the path towards building that long-term abundance that I had been wanting for my big dreams there. I was networking with the right people. I've been meeting all these awesome people. I made a great impression, blah, blah, blah. And then after that, I all of a sudden that following week made tons of money. People were just coming out of nowhere asking for a massage, and it's kept coming. So by having the confidence to let go of this negative event or to neutralize it and to just continue focusing on the positive, on what was actually working for me, not only did I put myself in
alignment with that longer term abundance that I wanted. But I also got the immediate abundance afterwards as well.
Mm-hmm.
Look
I
at
just
that.
had something like that too. Yep.
Results.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, first off, you know what we call that? That's an investment. It wasn't a loss. That was an investment, right? That was a seed. Second of all, notice the cup and the liquid at play once again. You chose the chalice of, I came here to have a good time, and literally nothing's going to stop that. Not even this, which is pretty, but I'm not going to let it stop me. You drinking from that cup led you to a whole, because imagine if you were upset, moping around, pissed off, like it wouldn't have been the same. Like that right there, like this is why the etheric aspect, this is why the emotional aspect, this is why the imagination is so important. We literally frame what you choose what happens next. I'm telling you.
I see
I don't
it
just be
now.
saying shit.
I see it. I see it. I see it.
Yeah. If I had gone home that night because I was so upset and stayed in that state, I wouldn't have met the people who I'd met. I wouldn't have had an awesome time. I wouldn't have had any of the networking, right? Like that cup I would have drank out of the water would have been sour.
And it's crazy how that shit happened in a split second.
It's like being able to comfortably give when you haven't got, there's a saying that says, it's easy to give when you've got, but when you can give when you haven't got, whether you think of that in like material things, or even if you lose something, can be able to be comfortable with loss because it's being regenerated somewhere else and it's going to come back anyway to you. But with that, like you say, that mindset, you're opening yourself up to let that kind of renewal take place. Otherwise, you're blocking it and cutting it off at the pass and, sort of going into a fetal position and living in fear, rather than coming from a place of love and giving. So, yeah, it's that vibration. It's a vibrational state that you're putting yourself in order to, sort of tune in with that same other vibrations out there. And that's true, like you said there, with the people that you magnetize towards you that night by being in that vibe. Because if you hadn't have been, nobody's going to want to come and talk to you potentially, or maybe even worse, the wrong people will come and talk to you.
That's worse.
Yeah.
What was that quote again you said in the beginning?
So it's easy to give when you've got, but if you flip that on its head and say, well, actually make it easy to give when you haven't got. Because if you're in a state of, or pursuing a state of abundance anyway, okay, a kind of cliched example, I guess, if you see a homeless person on the street and you really want to help them out, but you ain't got any change to give them, or you're struggling financially yourself, at least you can stop by and actually talk and say, how you doing? And blah, blah, blah. Maybe you've got like an apple in your bag or something like that, and you can give them that, or, you know what I mean? Or you can just give them some comfort through your words. You've always got something to give. If you're in that kind of vibratory sense of compassion and giving.
I wonder if that's what Christ meant in the Bible when he talked about, to he who has, I will give him even more. And to he who has not, I will even take what he has from him. I wonder if that's what he meant.
Mic check.
Mic check.
I think of that song by, every time he does that, I think of the Rockwilder. Microphone checker, swinging sword lecture. But on the topic of giving, a wise man once said, "The secret to living is giving." And if you continue to be a blessing, you will be blessed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're in a state of balance, right? You're acting from compassion. And again, this goes back to our other talk too, right? You can't force this stuff. Like, you have to be able to meet your own needs. Like, in order for myself to be able to give away that money that I lost, right? And see it as like not a huge loss or whatever. It's not like, if I had not fulfilled my own needs, if I had not been in a state of balance, I could have taken that very differently. So it's like, you sort of, you can't force the change. You have to be the change. So you have to be in a place where it's like, yeah, shit's gonna happen or whatever, life is gonna happen, but I'm in tune with myself. I know what direction I'm going in. I know what actually is important to me and how I want to present myself. So I'm going to continue to act on that no matter what happens. And I think that aligns with like the giving to get, or even just the idea of giving with compassion, right? It starts with here. You have to have that compassion with yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that always go back to like when the old mother used to say, if you give somebody something, then you talk shit about it, you might as well never gave it to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, dude, I do not want a compliment from someone who's just like a stinker. You know what I mean? From someone who's just like a miserable and mean person, like that, it doesn't feel good, you know? Like, if someone's just like really terrible to me all the time, and then they're like, yeah, your hair looks nice, it might feel all right for like a second, but then you'll be like, okay, but what do you want, you know? Or like, what, like, where did this come from? Are you actually turning a leaf? Should I even take this compliment seriously? Like, how should I, like, it's so out of whack with what they're projecting that it doesn't even feel good. Whereas someone who's already happy, or someone who's in that state where they're just like, man, I really appreciate you, like, that feels healing. You know, like, I receive compliments from people who are happy in their lives, and it made my whole week.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just heard a little bit of the conversation. So y'all saying, so what I'm hearing is that when you giving, like, it has to be given with compassion.
I think that is an aspect of what's being said, and that's a branch of the trunk, which is when you yourself are in a state of abundance, it's almost inevitable to start giving. And by abundance, I mean inner abundance.
Because so the thought of to give something without feeling like you've lost anything, to give something away but not miss it, to want to give it, you know.
So was it stated in this conversation that like you like giving, like you get when you give?
In a way, but you shouldn't expect that.
Oh, okay. But like the laws of the universe are like reciprocity, right? Like you plant something, they plant a seed in the ground, you get a tree. You know, it doesn't matter why you planted the seed in the ground, just as long as you planted the seed in the ground, the tree is going to grow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it needs cultivating, doesn't it, by the elements. So, you know, obviously nature will take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand all that. I was just talking about just like planting a tree, like if you planted a tree, like you were indifferent about the outcome. You just planted the tree just because you planted the tree. Does that determine if the tree grows or not, whether you had good intentions on planting the tree or not?
I don't know. I mean, in terms of would I give something away? There needs to be an intention behind the giving, I guess. You know, why would I give something? Why would I? Okay, so another way of looking at it is if I had $100 or whatever in my pocket, would I just throw it away into the gutter or whatever? Probably not. But if I was going to give it away to help somebody out of a state of kind of compassion, then that's two different things. You know, I'm trying to help somebody, but I'm not trying to help somebody because it's going to come back to me tenfold.
Oh, okay. Because that's what that's like the system that I follow. Me personally, I don't necessarily believe it matters why I give, because emotions to me, they just color reality. They aren't reality. Reality is black and white. So the act of me giving does the same thing if I give it with compassion or if I give it to get something. Because me personally, I'll be honest, I give selfishly, because I give knowing that the universe rewards me for giving. So I guess I just don't follow that same ideology of, you know, if I give, it has to be compassionate giving, because I just don't have compassion about a whole lot of things, you know what I'm saying? But I still give.
I want to jump in real fast because I said that myself. I love to help people because it makes me feel good. You know, so with that selfish service, I think the intent comes with what tree you're planting, because we already know nature gonna do its thing. You got rich soil in Africa, you can just throw a seed in, or you could plant it in the backyard and hope it grows, or you could fertilize it and help it out. But what tree are you planting? Are you planting an apple tree, an orange tree, or are you just trying to grow any tree? So if I could care less how the seed grows, as long as I know I put apples in the ground, I'm gonna get apples.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the conversation. I was just trying to see where it was.
No, this is beautiful. This all helped me out. I'm about to go, so I'm gonna wrap it up for myself real quick. With what Travis and Alora said earlier about people, make sure you have the right people around you, and that'll happen when you work on yourself, because you can have someone hit you up every morning and say, "Good morning, King," or you can have somebody hit you up and say some other stuff, and that's gonna hurt. Yeah, there was something else, but it's all good. Yep. So peace out, everybody. I'm gonna let it play, but I gotta get up in the morning. So later.
Peace out,
Peace.
Peace.
See you guys. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to get going too. But no, Stuff, I absolutely love the point you bring up, because I think that brings it back to, you know, there is no good or evil, and emotions are really just one layer of our being, right? Like they just are what categorize things. And so you can even probably put intention into that, because it goes back to what you are projecting. But everything that you plant, everything that you focus on expands. So even if there isn't an intention attached to it, it will expand as long as your focus is on it. So I think you brought up actually a really good point to that, because I got into an interesting, so sad I have to go right now. What the fuck? But like, but I mean, I'm really loving that you brought up that point, because yeah, this brings up like, okay, as alchemists, we have intentions for shit, but like, you know, we do so many things unintentionally as well. So it's like we can assign, again, I think intention sort of ties into also interpreting and working with something. Are you trying to control it, or are you working with it? When you plant a seed, are you aware? Maybe it's simply that you just need to have awareness of what you're putting in the ground. Maybe that's where that comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you on that. I don't just give, like I say, I always have intention on where I want the direction of my giving to go, or the not the direction, but the direction that I want my reciprocity for my giving to go. So it's almost like my giving is actually ritualistic because I always have a goal in mind. I'm never around without a goal. You know what I mean? So even like I was saying in previous videos, even if I trip on my stairs and I fall down the stairs, I say, oh, I just paid for something. You know what I mean? So I understand that, you know, like what Trav was saying, that affirmation that you don't have to suffer to move forward. But, you know, we do, you know, you'll hit your head on something, things happen, you know what I mean? And like, if I have a direction in my mind for those things, because that's an energy spent, that's pain, you know what I mean? And so since that energy is there anyway, it's the same thing with my giving. If that energy is there anyway, and I have a specific direction that I wanted to go, me personally, I feel that is being filled, you know what I mean? I got rid of the compassion and stuff a long time ago because I realized you just can't do that for everybody. You know what I'm saying? But you can give, you know, you can give. But my compassion is only for those that that I choose to give compassion to, just to be honest with you. I'll mute out.
All right, guys, I fucking love this conversation, but I got to get going. Much love to everybody. Thank you so much. I will talk to you all soon. I love you all so, so, so much.
Peace, Laura.
Peace, Laura.
Peace, Colin.
Have a good night. See you later.
But yeah, stuff what you were saying there, I think it's like this, and again, I appreciate what you're saying because it raises debates and it makes you think about, okay, so there's the same process has taken place, the same alchemical process, if you will, has taken place, regardless of intention or not. But then, as magicians, then you want to sculpt it in a way that's suitable for your vibration, I guess. And you know, energy is energy, but it has different weights to it, if you will. It has different, you know, from the gross to the subtle. And I think whatever you vibe with, that's your way. That's your way of working with the energy. So, you know, there's a point where you get beyond morals and right and wrong, because you could argue, well, actually, there is none. Them things are constructs that have come out of religion or philosophy or what have you. So I think you have to go with the flow that vibes with you, depending on where you're at and where you've been, you know, for many past lives. There's different gradients to the energy, and whichever gradients that you're kind of born into is the one that you need to work with.
Yeah, you know, similar to that book, Morals and Dogma. I believe morals are dogma. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that we're taught to be these ways by the greater society, by everybody else, you know, the 90% of blind, deaf, and dumb. And I think, you know, true mastery, man, is like getting over that. Like you have to get over the compassion that you would have for seeing like somebody laying on the ground or something like that, because that's the same thing as driving down the street and seeing a damn a raccoon that's ran over on the street. We just call it something else because compassion, because we've been taught this so-called quote unquote compassion, you know, but that only exists in the human genome. That don't exist in the greater world. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I believe that, you know, since we are a very small group of entities on the earth, and we have adjusted ourselves to accept these things like compassion and stuff. I think that that is so somebody can come in and slap you on the face and you just turn the other cheek. You know what I mean? Because anything else out there that's not human, that even a human that hasn't been conditioned in this way will defend itself. It won't have compassion for you. You know, if you come for it, it's going to defend itself. So I just think that these are like I said, this is indoctrination, and they just want us to be soft.
But yeah, I mean, you're correct in what you're saying, in that, you know, a lot of indoctrination does go on. Obviously it does, from the moment we're born, you know, and what our parents tell us, and then the schools that we're put into, etc., etc. But, you know, there's the beast, and then there's what we might call evolved beast, you know what I mean, where, you know, you have the great thing about being human, if we can call it that, is that we have choice. We can decide which vibe we want to take, which action we want to take. And, you know, I don't, there's a point where you could, if you're going to say, well, actually every choice that is open to you is one that's been allowed for you to make. I'm not sure I fully agree with that, because there's so many choices, you know, through imagination. You can devise your own choices, and you can learn to channel and guide energy in a way that you want, whether it's subtle or gross.
But you said learn in that right there, you know, the default is not learned. The default is taught, indoctrinated, because you come from somebody that has had the same process done to them. So if you like to learn, like for all of us, we had to get to a point where we understood that that may not be the way that we need to vibe. You know what I mean? So we had to get to a point to understand that, but I don't see the greater reality doing that. So I don't necessarily think that my compassion belongs there in the greater reality. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm having these conversations with y'all on the back end about, go ahead.
I do, but at the same token, one could argue that, well, actually, what your own belief system, where does that been generated from? You could say, okay, is this divine intuition? Is this your tuition that comes from a source that's beyond, you know, human conditioning? Because, you know, you have to make choices somewhere along the line. You know, you have whether, and that if that choice is to be compassionate or not be compassionate, that's still a choice you're making. But what's that choice? What's that choice based on? It's based on some kind of intuition, isn't it? Or that you have within yourself. And where's that coming from? Is that coming from divinity? Or is that coming from some kind of deity that you might put yourself in alignment with?
Are we talking about the evolved person here, or just a regular person?
Well, you know, an evolved person.
Okay.
You know, if we kind of channel energy, or, you know, step into a particular vibe, where's that coming from? You know, where's that? You know, so who teaches the gods, I guess, is my question.
Oh yeah, I got to answer to that. We do. We teach the gods, you know what I'm saying? Because those are those energies have interplay with us. But, you know, again, you know, like you said, you can argue, you know, you can argue 7 ways from Sunday. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the process is still the process. You know, it's only arguing is only the way that we feel about it, which is like, you know, the proof of my point. You know what I'm saying? The energy still goes out. It's still, if you have a place where you want it to land, it'll land there. I just don't think that compassion And like the way that we feel has anything to do with the greater reality, because that really just belongs in the human genome. So to think that that's how the greater reality functions, I think on my part would be a slight, misconception and skew in perception.
I mean, when you're in meditation, and we were talking earlier about, cleansing your cup in order to receive the juice, if you like, the God juice, if you want to call it that, right? How does that make you feel in terms of, in a vibratory sense? It gives me a very much a lightness of being, and things like gratitude, things like forgiveness and conscientiousness seem to be in that same vibratory state for me. I don't know how it makes you feel. I mean, but and I know we're kind of in the realms of, well, you're talking about feelings and blah blah blah, but you have to recognize what state, what frame does it put you, what frame of mind does being in a meditative state put you into? Because for me, it's a very kind of peaceful one. And when you think about the word peaceful, then things like gratitude and, all them similar types of vibratory words or emotions, if you will, kind of all flood into it in a very natural way for me.
I understand.
So, honestly, I think that what should be paid attention to is the fact that maybe the two of you are very close, but not in total agreement on the word compassion. Because it is a buzzword that comes with a lot of preloaded assumptions. When I consider compassion, when I speak of compassion, it isn't synonymous with weakness or allowing violence. I am one of those people who ride or walk down the road and I'll see a dead animal, and every single time I say, God bless your soul. I feel a bit of compassion for that. And at the same time, I've had this scenario run through my head many times. If I had to kill somebody, I still have compassion for them. It won't stop me from doing what needs to be done. Compassion affects my actions in that I understand what I'm dealing with and who I'm dealing with, and I'll deal with them accordingly. It doesn't mean that I allow anything to cross my values, but it does mean that I am aware of the fact that someone may have made a mistake, but that doesn't mean, right? Just like with the law, if you get arrested, man, you fucked up, but you're still going to jail. When I speak of compassion, what I speak of is at least being aware of the fact that the dice lands differently for everyone, and it has landed differently for me, and it may land differently for me in the future. But I still got to pay rent tomorrow, and I'm gonna pay rent tomorrow until, of course, I'm the one collecting rent. And I will still have compassion, but if you don't have rent,
I don't know, man. When we say we will do what needs to be done, I'm just like, okay, because you said, like, if somebody broke in your house, you'll do what needs to be done, but you'll still have compassion for them. Does it really matter if I have compassion or not? Because what needs to be done, right? So yes. If it needs to be done, it needs to be done. Like, can it be done just because the action is needed? Like, I understand things die, you know what I'm saying? And just like everybody else will, I will also. And I don't expect anybody to come and pay any respects to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect these things. I don't expect anything to be given to me. I don't expect anything. You know what I mean? So because I put myself in the mindset that everything that I get, I gotta bust my ass for, like, I guess that is, like you said, it's just a word, because that word is very loaded. So like you said, if we could just the way you just explained it, that don't speak to compassion for me. It just speaks to having to do something and doing it. You know, what happens afterwards, like, who cares, as long as you there, the person that was being accosted, and they're not, you know, who cares at the end of the day? You know, I just care that you okay. You know what I mean? And that person came in there and they got what they deserve. They shouldn't have came in your shit. You know what I mean? So I just don't have compassion for people that do stupid shit.
Yeah. Okay. And see, look, this is what it boils down to. Also, we're talking about the identity level. So I can't agree with you in the aspect that it would be selfish for me as well. I don't expect anyone to have compassion for me, but I have compassion for others, because when I look at what I consider the identity, I am, who I am, and what I am, it involves including awareness of the situation that I'm in. Uh-oh.
These are great points to contemplate. Thank you, Stuff Dog, for raising this. You know, because it's certainly it's something that I'm going to contemplate throughout the day and meditate on, because there's lots to unpack there, big time. You know, because you know what will be anyway, but at the same time, can we affect that? Can we affect what will be? You know, we certainly can within ourselves, depending on the choices we make, whether they be physical things or mental things. So thank you, sir. And on that, I'm gonna say good morning / good night. I gotta get myself off to work. But I'll see you all next week. Hope to see you all again.
All right, Drew B.
All right, and peace.
All right. Peace.
Peace, man.
See you later.
Have a good night, Drew.
Peace, Aaron, Drew.
Man, I'm sorry I got on here and pushed everybody away. I was trying to wait.
I think I have the same concept as well about not even considering the word compassion at all in situations as such. A dead animal or someone breaking in someone else's home. Or like stuff say, like my father said, motherfucker doing dumb shit, period. I have no compassion for that. Empathy, compassion, or what have you. I don't even consider it as well. I don't feel sorry for you. I don't think about it. Either or, I'm indifferent about it. But does that mean more shadow work needs to be done in trap, or is it that just we're not correlating the word compassion to our everyday living or everyday situations?
To me, I think that maybe if a different word were used, the conversation might be a little bit different. But as far as needing more shadow work, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I know quite a few spiritually advanced people and people who are working on their development who feel the same way as what you mentioned and what Stuff Dog mentioned, and it doesn't affect their work, at least from what I see, at least. But like I mentioned before, my computer was freezing up. I think that it's a personal thing. For me, at least, I can only speak for myself. That deals with how I see myself on the higher levels. Like, for example, the scale that I showed before. Going up at the identity level, if I believe that the word compassion and gratitude are two things that indicate a level of spiritual refinement, if that's what I believe, then that's how I'm going to see myself and my identity, which will trickle down, of course. That's going to lead to what I'm capable of. That's going to lead to my beliefs and values. That's going to affect my behaviors. It's going to affect my environment. If you don't have that at your identity level, all that means is that the following categories are going to be a little bit different for you than they are going to be for me. I don't believe that compassion means turning the other cheek when you get slapped or letting people walk all over you or do whatever. I also don't think that compassion means you have to feel sorry for idiots. When I think about compassion and just boiling it down to its base element, is understanding human nature. Understanding human nature. It doesn't have anything to do with a behavior, right? Compassion doesn't mean you give somebody a loaf of bread because they're hungry. It has nothing to do with behavior. It has everything to do with understanding the nature of reality.
Now we talking. Now we talking. Now, when you say it like that, and you could replace compassion with understanding, I'm 1000% with you, bro. Because that is what I'm trying to do, is understand completely. But I understand that there are fucking fools out there.
Oh yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like that is a part of when you get all of your get understanding. You understand that that is 80% of fucking fools out here, bro. And that like if they walking down the street reading their phone and a mountain lion jump on their back, they were supposed to be fucking fooled. That's understanding human nature. If that's the compassion, because I got compassion for the mountain lion because he found him a meal, that's what I'm on. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not looking at it on the other side that he lost his, like he was supposed to be fucking fooled. His head wasn't on a swivel.
We just talked about that. Me and the guy, there was a situation that happened in the news. You know, I'm not gonna say because we're on YouTube. And he's like, oh, you know, you don't feel sad. I was like, no, it's the casualty of war. It's like shit that happens. And he's like, what you mean you don't have compassion? I say, no, they was there at that right time. It was meant for them to die that way. And he couldn't just understand what I was saying. I was like, yeah, that was a form of enlightenment.
And I accept my fate whenever it comes. However, I think about this all the time, man. I accept my fate however it comes, or I'm getting to the point. That is part of my work. Accepting the fact that I came in this mug a certain kind of way and I'm gonna leave a certain kind of way. Like I don't need your compassion for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you to be like, oh, Stuff Dog got blew away. Man, look, if I was in a place where they had guns, that was supposed to happen. Pow, pow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like, and Trav, when you change when you reframed it for me, because you have to reframe things for me, because I do see things a certain kind of way. I am the Undertaker. So it's hard for me to get to certain aspects because I understand that those things were a part of my indoctrination. And it don't mean that I can't see where you're coming from. It just means that I'm going in another direction.
What's up, y'all?
What up?
Vincento.
I think these conversations are good though. Give people different frameworks to look at different things. And like Travis said, compassion is different to everybody else, to everybody, you know.
The way I look at
the compassion might be to the dude next door to get his ass whooped and turn the other cheek. But for me, nah, hell no, that's not compassion.
Hey, I had these conversations with my wife, bro, when we talk about women. And I asked my wife, I said, man, if a woman is turned on by a man that put his hands on her, is that bad? Like, is that bad if that's like her, if that stimulates her? Like, because some, you know, I mean, women like to get their ass slapped. But like a woman that wants to go further than that, like she gets off on that. And I asked my wife, is that bad? And my wife was like, no, because that's her thing. Now I'm not advocating for this or not. I'm just begging a question here, because there's a lot of like content to fill with these contexts. You know what I'm saying? But people don't go there. You know what I'm saying? They just color it. They just color it with this broad stroke, and they say it's bad. Sure. Is it bad if it's pleasurable to the person, if they like it?
Like, I had a conversation with somebody. What's the difference from somebody having an abortion and then killing their child?
There's no difference.
It's still killing. You know what I mean? The child was just a little bit older.
There's no difference, but people can explain that away because of they can frame it in different contexts.
Yeah.
Like, as long as they can frame this in different contexts, they don't even call that a child. They call it something else, and they won't let you call it either. They won't answer it. They understand how to argue, and they will not let you change it. Some of them slip, and that's how you get them. You know what I'm saying? Because they try to argue. They try to argue context. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same content, like you said. It's the same shit.
I used to have that argument all the time when I was a child, when they used to preach that God should not care, but you motherfuckers promoting going to the army. How does that make sense? Oh, you're killing for the country though. What the fuck? So it's like the arguments need to be talked about. Yeah. They have people think what they really believe, and if they really sit down and think about it, they see like, oh, this is really bullshit. This is what somebody told me.
Yeah, that's why you have to ask questions, man. You have to ask questions, and you have to ask questions, and you have to ask questions. You can't let people get away, because eventually they will run because they don't have an answer.
This applies to all these big fluffy words that don't have a solid definition. Take love, for example, right? It's very difficult for people to define love. And most people, if you ask, confuse love with sentimentality and attachment. That's not the same thing as what love is. That goes for compassion as well. Compassion doesn't mean feeling sorry for somebody just because they're fucked up. Like I said, it's an understanding that now I believe it's a choice now. It's a choice to feel empathy for another suffering of a living being. But ultimately, like I said, boiling it down to its base element, it's an understanding. I know that the idiot don't know no better. That sucks. And I feel bad for them on the level like, damn, you ain't never going to learn. But that doesn't mean I coddle and excuse the behavior and allow, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference.
I can get with that, Trev. I can get with that. Understanding that a person are where they are because they're supposed to be there. Like that, if you're saying it like that, that's compassion, man. I got that all day. Because I mean, you know, just looking at the state of the world, you're just like, hey man, it is what it is. This is how it's supposed to be. It ebbs and it flows. It ebbs and it flows. ups and downs. You know what I mean? So having that understanding, like, I can agree with you 100% if that's what we consider compassion, but I guess my definition of it was, and we were arguing different points, but I'm with you 1,000% on that one. You know, the lion got to eat, and if the gazelle is too slow, he's food. That's compassion for both of them. The lion got to eat, the gazelle got to get his weight up.
It's true. And you know, watching those kind of animal videos to me is a good way to help get that scalpel. Damn, what the Swami called it, discernment. He called discernment a sharp sword. Watching them kind of animal videos is a good way to kind of use that sword to slice away sentimentality and morality and things like that from these big words like non-attachment, love, and compassion. You got to separate the human aspect from the divine aspect.
100%, man. Nature is in the raw. It don't care one bit or the other about compassion. It cares, or compassion in the sense that we were talking, that I was arguing. It cares about compassion in the sense like what Trav is arguing. I'm going to chase this herd and one of them going to fall out. That's dinner. And the herd is running, knowing one of them going to fall out and the rest of them going to be straight. That, I mean, it's on both sides. You know what I'm saying? And the one caught in the middle is just on the plate.
Shit, me and my daughter just watching a show like that, and this fucking lion ripped the damn zebra, throw it out with no compassion, and kept walking and eating that motherfucker.
Bro, I watch that shit all the time. It is. I mean, my son, I mean, he's going to sleep now, but my TV is on Animal Planet all day long. It's on these, and you know what? A funny part, my son watches the veterinarian shows, right? and they display the same, like, human compassion for these, like, I mean, it'll be a wild animal. It's just somebody got it. You know what I'm saying? And they'll bring it in. So if this animal wasn't with this person, whatever they're suffering from, they would have just been food. But because they are cared for and so-called loved, quote unquote, by this person, now the veterinarian shows this sentimentality, like Trav say, it's a sentimental thing. You know what I'm saying? They bring in nature into the human world. Man, they've been doing that for a long time, treating dogs like people. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but I mean, I guess I got compassion because I understand those people.
Hey, I see it like this. Like Big Mama, the great mother, she got compassion for everything out here. So there's so many beings in this whole nature thing that exists. Big Mama got compassion for it all. So I'm gonna see it from her point of view. So everything's Big Mama kids. The good ones, the bad ones, the predators, the preys, the fuck ups, the come ups, and all. So I just look at it from her point of view. And
here's the thing about, oh, go ahead.
And that's being compassionate. Like, really, that's the way I could just accept it all and be compassionate for every sentient being on this thing that we experiencing.
Trav, I want to beat you to the punch, but go ahead.
You do it. Prakriti, Big Mama, Divine Feminine, Kali, right? The separator. The thing, like, when you look at nature, I posted a video recently of well, I think it was storks, right? We think about storks bringing babies to new parents and whatnot. That's the old mythology. There was a video of a stork. Somebody placed a camera next to their nest. One of the babies came out undeveloped, mentally slow. She picked that baby up by the head and dropped him out the nest. You could hear the plop. It's been videos of herd animals, right? Herd animals in Africa. I don't remember which type it was, but when that baby come out with a missing leg or one eye or something like that, they kick that thing to the curb so it can get eaten because it'll slow them down. When Mother Nature, Big Mama, produces something like that, that's almost like you playing a video game and getting some free loot. That's compassion for the predator.
100%, Trav. And man, I didn't seen that with my own eyes with pit bulls.
Yeah, I was just about to say that stuff. Yep, dogs do that.
They eat their own puppies. You know what I'm saying? If they're underdeveloped or whatever, they eat them, bro. I didn't see my neighbor's dog ate a whole litter. So man, Big Mama is the most vicious motherfucker on the planet, bro. So
she would rather
if you see it like her, oh goddamn, shots fired.
Man. Look at Katrina. Look at what she did with Katrina.
Bro, I mean, look at all natural disasters, bro. I mean, look at everything. Look at like you say, tidal waves, earthquakes, tornadoes, bro. Just look at look at what just happened in
recently in the news the other day.
Look at that. Go ahead, Trav.
No, I'm just saying you probably don't want to.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But yeah, recently in the news, bro. And this wasn't even like Mother Nature. This was like man-made, but it still soiled nature. So nobody can be there anymore. You know what I'm saying? Nature is spoilable. It spoils all the time. So saying, you know what I'm saying, Big Mama got compassion for everybody. Compassion looks very different when it's coming from that perspective, bro.
Because she don't have nobody to answer to. Think about that pit bull. The pit bull, her compassion was, this whole litter got to go because it ain't right. It would be more compassionate for them to die now than them to agonize and suffer for the rest of their short lives. That's compassion. And likewise, human beings are not exempt from Big Mother. They're not exempt from nature. We're controlled by nature, but on a much deeper level. We think we're above nature. No, everything we do happens in cycles, even down to the woman's body. The woman's body ejects those eggs when they haven't been fertilized, right? Like it goes down to the very cellular. Your body ejects cells all the time because their time is up. Like death is not something to, death is not the enemy. It's not the bad thing.
It's actually the best thing that you have, because if you didn't have that, everything would die, because it would be overpopulated, overconsumed, and just overused. So death is just as important as life. It's the two sides of the same coin, man. You got to have death in order for life to be. You know what I'm saying? So saying like, you know, compassion is feeling sorry for something because it had to give up its life for something else to move. I think you actually you're gonna hinder yourself more than you're gonna move forward. You know, you got to get outside of morals and dogma. You have to get outside of that, man, in order to move forward as being free, it's freeing yourself. You know what I'm saying? You have to move forward. But I mute out.
Facts, for real. Like, that's how you free yourself. You put yourself above all this shit. And I know I be tripping sometimes. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I get drunk and weird shit happens. But I'm here right now. But for real, you gotta put yourself above that. Like, if you want to call yourself a god, a goddess, whatever you want to call yourself, you are a higher being, you have to put yourself above all this and understand all this is actually perfect. Because this is what you made. This is what you are.
What makes it perfect, brother?
What makes it perfect?
Yeah. What makes it perfect?
If you want to call yourself God or believe God's within you, or however however you say it, then it has to be perfect. It has to. There's nothing to fix. It's gonna work itself out regardless. Yes, some of us have egos that's out of control, and we do all type of foolishness, and Yes, we have to raise kids and all the above and pay bills and all the above, but it's perfect.
Okay. Because I was just trying to like get an explanation of what does perfection mean? Like as far as what you describing, like because perfect can mean a bunch of different things to a bunch of different people. There's a lot of context to that word. Like what does it mean, like when you say perfect? Because if you're saying that the world is perfect in its courses, if you're saying that the world is perfect in the way that, you know, the sun comes up and the sun goes down, the moon comes up, the seasons go, you can't stop those things. You know, the tide goes out and it comes in. I will agree with you on that aspect, that the world is perfect in its courses. But there's a lot of aspects of the reality that I would definitely disagree that is perfect. And that's the reason why we must try to climb our way out of this and change our perspective from that. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that you know, having that perspective that, you know, this is perfection may indicate that, you know, to the user, that there is nothing else. There is no other there's nothing else that's you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, we're all doing work, and the fact that we are doing work,
Wouldn't that lean to it not being perfect since we are doing work? You know what I mean?
what if we wasn't though
What if I wasn't what?
doing work?
Then I would just be one of the people out there that's food.
Yeah, we're doing work, so this all gonna work out. And we are doing this thing for our own personal evolution. And I guess we're gonna have to, I don't know, either keep coming back if we choose to help these other motherfuckers. But it still all works out. It all works out cool.
Touche.
Peace, everyone. Can I chime in?
Peace.
Remember the Agora book?
Ooh, the Agora. Which one you read?
Left Hand Path of God.
The one when they talk about they was on a dead body and put his hand
Yeah,
out and
yeah,
got
yeah, yeah.
that one.
One of those stories in particular, he's talking about. So there's this like lumberjack in the forest, and he's doing work. And an Agora comes through, and he drags this body through, and he's doing a practice to, you know, Big Mama. And the lumberjack dude is just kind of like watching him. He doesn't, the Agora doesn't know that he's there. And he's doing this mantra, and behind him a tiger sneaks up and kills him. And the lumberjack was like, fuck, man, like, but for some reason he like felt super drawn to do the mantra. Like the mantra like just like resonated with him. So the tiger sneaks off, and he's like, man, I'm gonna do this mantra, like I just feel like I have to. So he heard the mantra, he started reciting it, and he didn't even get through one mala, and Big Mama showed up, and he was like, why did you just kill this dude, or why did this guy die? And he recited it so many times, and I didn't even finish the full mala, and you show up. And she said something along the lines of, you've been him before. And she said something like I am the tiger that killed him, I put him here so you could fulfill your destiny. And like, I think in that aspect, you could say everything's perfect. Like, he was the prey before, but he put in the work to get, he didn't even know that he put in the work, and it just like stumbled on him, you know?
Perfect in his courses, right?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome story. Which book was that? 1, 2, or 3?
One.
All right.
Yeah, all I'm saying though is like we have to like just see it from the higher level, the highest level as possible. And then you're able to become more magnetic. Just be on the highest, and not egotistically, not no bullshit, but really put yourself in their shoes and operate like that, and shit gonna work.
When I hear that story, I think that that's actually a really good example of the reason for compassion. Now, we can split it in two ways. Either you believe in reincarnation or you don't. But either way, if we're going to talk about yoga science, when you talk about operating from the highest level includes the concept that all life force is one thing. There's not tiger life force and Indian people and Mexican people. All life force from all organisms eventually resolves into one point if you continue to expand outward. With that being said, if you follow this path of reincarnation, you can see that you have at some point been the idiot who was on his phone and didn't have his head on a swivel and got attacked by a lynx or a wild beast. Or you at some point was the dude that got robbed because he was in the wrong place doing some stuff he wasn't supposed to be doing, etc. If you don't believe in reincarnation, at least you understand that the same life force that animates predator and prey alike is the same life force that animates you. So when I say compassion, I don't mean necessarily, oh, well, I just feel so sorry and I'm just going to let you take advantage. Really, it's just a knowing that all this down here is an expression of the truth, which is not down here. That means you're suffering and everyone else is suffering. Sucks, but it's not the true story.
Couldn't agree more, man. Couldn't agree more. This is, like I say, this is human stuff. It's on the human level. And, you know, you can look at it from the standpoint of, you know, feeling sorry for things and wanting everything to live, which I don't even understand how that makes sense. Or, you know, understand like, you know, everything is perfect in its courses and it don't matter which one it is, like you said, Trav, it all resolves in the one. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, looking at it from this perspective, you know, and that's why I say you have to raise above that. You know what I'm saying? Raise above the morals of the world, because, you know, we always say if the world is going in a direction, it's probably smart that you go the other.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, that's all, you know, that's all I mean from it. You know, it was just a misunderstanding when I heard, you know, everybody talking at first, because it just seemed like everybody was talking about, you know, you just had to go around being nice and shit. And I'm like, man, I don't agree with that at all, bro.
Love and light, y'all.
Oh, man.
Love and light.
Man, I'm darkness and sin.
Nuru says something very interesting in the chat. He says, Jesus was betrayed, denied publicly, humiliated, and crucified slowly. If you believe the story, perfection there was convincing more people than any other in history of the falsehood of death.
Boy.
That story has overtaken the world. And, you know, like you said, if you believe that story, the concept that happened And still, people to this
That's
day
a good
believe
ass
that
story.
to this day, people believe even
I'm sorry,
up to this
Jay.
very
That's a
moment.
good story. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
People believe up to even
Maybe
this very
maybe
moment,
myself.
or I might. People believe even up to this very moment that they can defy death and they can have everlasting life and love based on the suffering that happened to this man 2,000 years ago. In that respect, his life purpose was perfect. And on what you said about everything being perfect, I think that can be resolved if you just deal with the perspective. From the perspective of being in the midst of the suffering, it doesn't look perfect. Matter of fact, it looks anything but. But like I said, if you expand to the point where you realize that consciousness, or what you call the soul or whatever, is not here. It's not here. This is matter. This is the world of matter. Zooming out like that, you see that matter has its cycles and its patterns, and it has no beginning and no end. It's literally a loop, an endless loop. In that respect, it's perfect. Almost impossible to see right here in time, going second by second. But if you're able to zoom out, even conceptually, you'll start to see these patterns that really have nothing to do with you. You didn't choose to be born. You didn't choose to be born where you are or what you are. You didn't choose what time period, et cetera, et cetera.
It's just the course of things, right? It's just the way it's just the way it fell. And like you said, you don't have no choice in it. So the only way to see, the only way to have a perspective that it is perfect is that it's perfect in what it does and what it produces. You know what I'm saying? But in this motherfucker, in the midst of these things, in the midst of it, man, it's hell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at what's projected in the news recently. You know, I'm pretty sure it wasn't perfect for those people. You know what I'm saying? When they experienced that shit. You know, so I mean, I guess there's many different perspectives to look at, you know, but I just try to look at it from the highest one that I can perceive. I'm not saying it's the highest perspective, but the highest one that I can perceive is that there's a power, you know, and whatever's going on here, you know, it's going to play out. It's going, like, and I agree with Vincent in that aspect that it's going to play out. You know what I mean? And judging it ain't going to change nothing. Perfect or not, it's going to play out.
Yes.
I mean, reality is, shit, we like drama. Some people might not agree, but motherfuckers love drama. Motherfuckers love it. It's what makes drama. It what makes your blood boil. It what makes you do what you do.
I think you like drama.
All right. So before this goes too far, also here we're talking about the word, right? It's not necessarily drama. I don't have time to waste on drama. But what do we get from drama? We get stimulus, right? We get
maybe dopamine. I could use a better word. I don't know.
We get dopamine, we get stimulus, we get this excitement, and that can come from many different places. But yes, we're addicted to that.
And this is how it functions. Like, I mean, there's your personal life. There is the stuff you watch on TV for entertainment purposes. There's the news, blah, 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 blah. It's always, I mean, I call it drama. I might be using the wrong word, but to me, I just call it drama.
Emotional stimulus of all type. Some people, like what Stuff was saying, you know, there's some people who get stimulated by being abused. There are people who get stimulated by all kinds of things. That's the content. The content changes for every person, but the context is the same for every person. It's difficult for us to go very long without being stimulated, no matter how we do it. And again, that's an addiction. And Nuru dropped another one in the chat. He says, exactly, Trav, the suffering we hate and despise is tied to the illusion of the body, psyche, persona, time, and space, all temporary projections of the true immortal self. All suffering is tied to the illusion of the body, the psyche, the persona, time, and space. Outside of that, everything's perfect. Just like what I said earlier, good and evil do not exist if you don't have a body or a mind or an opinion or time and space. It doesn't exist without those parameters. And if those parameters are not permanent, then good and evil aren't permanent either. They're not absolute. That's why non-attachment leads to liberation. Non-attachment from what? Not attachment from identifying with the body, psyche, persona, time, and space. Give me one of them hot dogs.
Travis ate some ribs.
Did you try the lasagna?
Did you eat them?
Hell yeah, I ate all of them. I ate the whole slab.
How dare you, Travis? Thought you were supposed to be high vibrational.
I was supposed to be high vibration. I was supposed to be woke.
Hard to be woke with ribs in your face, bro. It's hard, man.
It wasn't just him. Two other dudes came out the woodwork. You ain't no damn guru. I never called myself any of these words. Y'all called me these words. You ain't a high.
Hey, did the ribs give you gas?
I don't remember. That was a week ago.
Hey, they'd be surprised what these gurus be doing over there.
Right.
Especially the Agora, man. Like you can't judge a person by what they doing in their personal life, man. Everybody like to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Man, this is the goddamn message, man. Don't be in somebody's goddamn personal business trying to dictate what the hell they doing with their life, man, and what makes them happy. That shit crazy to me.
But you know where that come from? From that Christian behaviors. Like if they see the pastor smoking a cigarette, oh, I saw the pastor smoking a cigarette. He ain't no pastor. All that dumb shit. Like what the fuck?
Man, listen. Yeah, I ain't woke no more. I'm cracking open a Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm gonna spark up a Black and Mild.
I'm gonna say what you do.
He said spark up a Black and Mild.
As long as it's a jazz flavor.
Hey man, I like the wine woods, bro.
Yeah, they pretty good too.
The wine woods. Yeah.
Like
hey, when you see one of them ministers and shit, pick at them motherfuckers. Cause I do it. Cause I like having fun. Yeah, I don't know if y'all do that shit. I do that shit. I fucks with them. I fuck with the priests. I fuck with the ministers.
And
I'll be getting on it.
That's why you're going. That's why you're going to hell.
I really fuck with them and see what they do. And it's so funny. It was one in our family and shit. And that motherfucker see me, he runs. He don't want no parts.
You don't want that lightning bolt.
Oh man,
yeah, he don't want no parts at all. That motherfucker, he flees.
Zeus
immediately.
Zeus gonna strike your ass down. You better watch yourself.
See, you supposed to have compassion for the pastors.
Got to, bro.
If I see a pastor or minister, the first thing I do is I go to ask questions. I want to know what you know. Do you know something I don't? Let me find out.
I fuck with the pastors. I fuck with the priests. I fuck with the monks. I fuck with them. I want to talk to them. And then when I start talking to them, they be like, they be tight-lipped. I be like, why are you so tight-lipped?
They be saying this fool going to hell.
You see monks walking around your city? Where you at, bro?
Said. I'm like, yeah, damn, this
sandals.
Eastern Europe has
ropes for belts. The ball spot on top, the ball spot with the bowl cut.
Oh shit.
Now they new school now, Trav. They got rope belts. Remember the old school rope belts that we wear? You had to wrap around it. Rope belts. Robes made of rayon.
You must see them in Winn-Dixie or Walmart.
I didn't trip out earlier, did I? Because I was fucking fell asleep.
Yeah. Hey, yo, but people be tripping on, but they don't know the Bihar school. That shit in the fucking hood. Like they be thinking this shit sweet. They over there in the hood.
Weapons dealer hood.
Yeah.
He said weapons dealer hood. Damn.
Yeah, that's what they do. Them books we be reading.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Real savages.
He said weapons dealer.
So they like in South Central LA type shit, huh?
Nah, they were like crazy. You gotta look it up, bro.
Yeah.
That's first world country right there. Over there.
Yeah.
You step outside of Bihar, they arms dealing.
Mm-hmm.
Big arms dealing.
Gun running in Bihar.
Hey, when I be wigging out, is it like a different person?
You really want to be known for this, huh?
No, I just want to know.
I think we got adapted to your different personalities that, you know.
We got a what?
So it's like a different person.
No, it ain't no different person.
I'm just wondering shit because
you ain't wondering. You know what you doing, bro. Come on.
No.
You know that's why you asking. You the one talking about this shit. You know what the fuck you doing.
No.
They go stuff. They're stuff.
I just want to know. Like, is it like a completely like different energy?
No, it ain't a different energy. It's you, motherfucker.
Oh, okay.
Vincent, man, I need to see you in person.
Me?
Yeah, you. Right there. Vincent. We'll have a good time. I like
you. Yeah. Eventually, we're gonna run into each other. I already know it.
Yeah, we're gonna run into each other. All right. Yep. My bad, Trey. I'm sorry.
Here we go, Trap. You might want to stop the recording, bro.
No, man. I
got the mouse hovering over the button.
Nigga, no, shit. We family around this motherfucker.
I'm sorry, man. I only let it go so far. I know I can't go too far, man. Trav, reel me back.
No, we good. We good.
No, we ain't, but I'ma stop. I'm fucking with you, Vincent, bro. I'm fucking with you. I'm sorry.
No, we good. Cause if I felt like weird, I would have already felt it. No, I already know we good.
But we good. But you do know what you doing on here, though. I ain't letting that go. We good. And we family. I'm the motherfucker that's gonna tell you. Like, you know what you doing. You know you ain't on mute. You know you loud. You know you be talking about crazy shit off subject. You know this shit, bro. Like we in the position where we can see ourselves and be accountable. That's where we are. You know what I'm saying? We trying to be more accountable with our existence. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you rocking over here with us, bro. Like we hold ourselves accountable, and at least I'm gonna hold you accountable too. You know what I'm saying? Because you do it every week, and then you apologize at the end when I check your ass, and then you come back and do it again. So I'm just saying, bro, like, you know, so don't act like you don't know, bro. That's all.
He said he liked drama stuff. He said he liked drama stuff.
I'm
Oh, dang, you should have said that.
I'm gonna get to
Okay,
it.
okay. All right.
He gonna go to hitting that bottle in a sec. You got him going.
Hey, listen. I don't need a bottle.
Not you. He gonna go.
I know what you mean. I know that's what I'm saying. I don't need one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go Super Saiyan 3. You see this hair? This shit start glowing. It'd be like Bruce Leroy.
How many times I do it?
Here we go.
Stop it, bro.
Here we go.
Presence of the Lord is
here. Here we go, bro.
Hug, bro.
The Lord is here.
Bro, you playing that?
I thought I did it once.
You playing that tiny ass motherfucking viola, violin, dude. Like, you gotta go off into the sunset, bro. Yo, your theme music playing, Vince. You know what you doing, cuz.
I did it more than once.
It's a pattern, bro. You know,
hey,
everything
bro.
everything after midnight, you turn up.
EJ, it's
feeding the bear.
That's what I'm saying, bro. God damn.
Hey, you know the crazy part about it is stuff. He don't go to acting up until you on this motherfucker, for real.
No, for real, but I did some work today and try to like banish shit away from me because maybe some shit around me.
Man, the only work you doing is carrying a wheelbarrow full of shit. Come on, bro. You know what you doing. You ain't doing no work on the work is right now, bro. Like the work right here in your face. Look at this. I'm work right here in your face. You don't need no banishing. I'm telling you right now that you get up when I don't even know what you doing when I ain't on here. My man said that you only do this when I'm on here. I ain't trying to bring this out of you because, like, I'm getting on here trying to have a conversation, man. I've been on here for a long time. I guess I was on here for I guess you was on here for a few weeks when I wasn't on here. You know what I'm saying? But like, it stopped the conversation, bro, when you trying to get some attention and asking what you just did. You just did the fucking shit, and you sitting here talking to me coherently right now. So how am I supposed to believe that you blacked out and just went into another motherfucking personality? Like, you need to do a lot more motherfucking work than Shadow, my nigga. You need to go to a motherfucking therapy session and ask them why the fuck you got multiple personalities, god damn it.
Man, you know what it is, bro. I'm since we 100 on here. I think he just want to be your friend, bro.
Nah, I don't want to be
your friend, bro. Yeah, shit. Stuff, man. He want to be your friend, dog.
All right, look. Let's get back to the program.
No. This is the program right now. God damn it. We doing work. This the goddamn program. Like, come on, Vincent, bro.
But I do feel like it's kind of disrespectful because if Travis was somebody else, he would have been kicked his ass off, you know.
Okay, hold on.
Because we on YouTube, we on live.
Okay, I gotta stop. I'm gonna stop, bro, because
he do this every time you come up with stuff. Every time he ain't do it last time he was on, you know what I mean?
When you went around, he don't do it, bro. Real tough.
I'm really tripping, bro.
So he might just like the attention from you.
That's it. Because I think one time you hyped him up and said, "Yeah, man, we're gonna be friends." He's like, "Man, yeah." We need to be friends. You like, man, fuck that.
Okay, bro.
So,
like I'm finna stop. I gotta stop because the chat.
I'm
the
really
chat
bro,
is,
bro. I'm
no,
tripping.
no,
Y'all think
no. Like no, let's cut it short, bro. I don't want
Yeah.
want the chat. I don't want the video, the quality of the video to
commercial break.
yeah.
Commercial
see.
break over with. Commercial break over with.
I guess I shouldn't be looking in the chat, but I don't want the quality of the video to get down. Travis, go ahead, bro. Start another subject, my man. I'm sorry.
damn shit. Shit, nigga. I'm that bad, my nigga. Like goddamn.
And we on the same else. But you know that perspective you were speaking of those stuff about, what was it, the compassion thing, right? And I thought I needed to do some work on it, but however, once you explained it, the way you explained it, then I'm like, okay, cool. Nature versus nurture. Now, that resonated in my mind when you said it out loud about the compassion thing. You know, when you said it out loud, I was like, okay, cool. Nature versus nurture. Cool, whatever. Fuck it. Ain't shit wrong with me in that aspect of the word. Changing the subject real quick. That's all.
Yeah.
Back to that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand completely, bro. I just, I know we got to get something out of the conversation, bro. And I don't want to get on here and be the cause of this. You know what I'm saying? And if it's if that's the case, then man, yeah, like you said, man, go ahead, bro. I'm
You good, man. You good. You know, like you say, people just got to be accountable at the same, but be accountable, then move forward though.
Right. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like we grown. Everybody on here grown. Everybody on here trying to make a change because we see it's necessary. But sometimes we looking past the true work, which is right in front of us. It can be in the physical first before it moves to the spiritual and stuff like that. So, we might need to take care of things that are in our way down here, things that are stopping us from moving forward in the spiritual sense. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Even when I'm talking to Vincent, bro, I know I get like that, and I ain't gonna apologize or nothing, but we all doing work. We doing work. You know what I'm saying?
I came on this motherfucker a couple of times and I got fucked up faded and did some weird shit. And I don't like when I do that bullshit. And that's not me.
So why don't you stop?
I am stopping.
When?
Now.
No, it can't be now because you said now like
Richard.
like a month ago.
Richard Tracy, are you still with us?
I'm sorry.
I see you got 2 accounts loaded up right now. You with us twice. Are you still running? Last I checked, you was doing a jog.
I think he on. He just texted me like maybe 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Might be in his meditation. I know he recently acquired something pretty interesting. I thought he was going to chime in about it, but maybe not yet.
Open. How's Gator doing? I was thinking about him today.
And Gabe doing good. He doing good.
Okay.
Good. Doing good. He doing good. Yeah. Then where he going? Oh, he been traveling lately. He been traveling lately. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I gotta pull up on him before I leave from this area. Yeah, he doing good. Always working. Always working. Kitchen, me working. Working on something. Always working.
Society. Society. I know that nigga could like come with like a new topic. Like we need a new topic. What's a new topic? Come on, y'all. A new topic.
So, how's everybody in the chat?
Hey, when you guys gonna have your first episode stuff start?
Man, my stuff is trickling in right now. Like I'm working with this new setup. I got this computer. It's an older one, but I got a new one supposed to be here, I think Saturday. And I got the mics and the boom and the booms, you know, the little gator arms or whatever. So, man, it's coming. It's coming pretty it's coming pretty quick on me, man. Like I'm going in and you know, I'm going and getting the stuff and trying to figure out a format, but I figured out I just got to turn the camera on and just start going. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'll figure it out. I've been doing a lot of research, you know, watching how you know, different people do it, how different people approach these whole video chat podcast thing, you know, and it's some interesting stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? There's some interesting approaches. It's a lot to learn. It's a lot to learn. You know what I mean? Because you know, I want my message to be pure. You know what I mean? But you still gotta kind of deal in the 75-80% topics. You know what I mean? But you can deal with them from a higher perspective. So I'm just getting down the format, man. And you know, with it, you know, giving a date on it being out, man, I say, you know, by next month, end of next month, we'll probably be up and running.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to build the little Instagram joint that I got so I can, you know, use that to drive people to the videos or whatever. But I mean I'm brand new to putting out content. You know, I've been on here for a while talking, you know, but this is the first time I ever put my, you know, actually had a whole video where I was showing, you know, looking at the camera and you know, just trying new things, you know. So it's coming, bro. It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
You have any audience in mind that you want to target, brother?
Man, I'm really unsure about that. You know what I'm saying? I know you know, Trav got this spiritual thing all the way sold up. I don't necessarily want to jump into his audience, but there's ways that we could there's ways that I could talk the way that we talk on here about other things. So I kind of, since I guess I'm growing up, man, I'm getting into different aspects of, you know, being a elder man, you know, and the relationships between people is very interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just talking about like men and women and those kind of relationships. I'm talking about just the interrelation between, you know, all things, because, you know, it says that that's what God is, in the midst of the interrelation between, you know, two people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just really interested in how that dynamic it plays out, you know, because it can be controlled. You know what I'm saying? And that's an interesting that's the interesting part about it, you know, conversations, especially if you are in if you're in the driver's seat of a conversation, you know what I'm saying? And you see where the conversation is going, and you can actually see how the conversation is impacting the person that you're talking to. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really interested in that, you know what I mean? And how people take things, you know, how offense is taken, you know, because it's something that's taken. You can't give it. Somebody has to take offense. You know what I'm saying? So these kind of I guess interactions that we have with each other is very interesting, you know. So I guess I just really want to talk to people and talk about people, you know what I'm saying? And I guess that's everybody. You know, I guess that's my target audience is really everybody, because everybody is having relationships with somebody, whether it be a man, woman, a parent, child, a friend, best friend, situationship. There's all kind of shits going on, bro. You know what I'm saying? All kind of names for relations between people, you know, and I just kind of like want to explore that.
Are you
Hey,
able
guess
to
what?
be
Guess
objective?
what?
Are you
You
about,
can do it.
hold on 1 second, B. Hold on 1 second, B. Give me a second. 1 second. Do you think you're able to be objective enough to be the host of this particular show?
Bro, I can put my feelings aside to hear somebody else's perspective. Yeah, I think I got enough patience, because that's what it takes to be objective. You know what I'm saying? It takes patience. So I think I got enough patience to be objective in the conversation, you know. But I mean, we sit on here and we have conversations about accountability in our entire, you know, reality. So I'm definitely gonna have opinions, you know, maybe you know, my thing is to get people to see things in different directions. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And when I come on here, the conversation change. I don't even try. You know what I'm saying? And this is the same thing that happens in my life. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I guess I got a different way of looking at the world, and it's usually met with contention, but it stirs the pot, and usually thinking happens as a result. So yeah, I you know, to you know, a long-winded answer. Yeah, I think I can.
Nigga, I'm telling you, nigga, you got it already. You already got it.
Appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I just try to get on here, bro, and just give my perspective, bro, unfiltered. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't been through a lot, and I think I got a lot to say. You know, sometimes it's just hard to say.
To your comment on you don't really have a target, you're just kind of targeting everybody because everyone's in a relationship. Have you heard the saying, the riches are in the niches?
Yeah.
And have you heard the saying that if your customer is everyone, then your customer is no one?
Nobody. Yeah. It's like the
So
Cheesecake Factory problem.
you got an infinite pond of too many fishes. All you need is one type of fish. One of the things that helped me early on was a simple reframe of putting myself in the audience's shoes. What would I like? Right. I was talking to Richard the other day. Like, I don't consider myself a comedian. But I know what I laugh at, and I know what makes me laugh. And it just sometimes works out that if I share some of the things that I find funny, other people find them funny too. So I wonder, what are the types of things that you listen to? And maybe if you could make a list to yourself of a few of your favorites, or even a few that you would like to be like, because having a model to model after is essential. Maybe take a few of them, put them in a pot, mix them together, subtract what is useless, and take out maybe what they're not doing that you could.
That's a nugget right there.
Thank you for that too, Travis.
Yeah, that's a nugget right there, man. I really appreciate that because I don't have no direction in this and approaching this, but I have seen what you said with that last part you said about seeing the way that they do it and seeing what was missing. And that's really what like attracted me to this because I see that it's a whole slew of things that that I can address. You know what I mean? And they leaving so much out in my opinion. So
Oh yeah.
so much out. So
But like I said,
yeah.
you don't need the whole pond. You just need one type of fish, which means that like inevitably and this goes also for like selling these little Shopify stores and selling those stuff online too. These people aren't Walmart. Usually when these online stores, what we do is you get one good product. You might fill the rest of the store with some other trinkets, but that one good product you run ads to, and people come to those ads, buy that product. That's all you need. That's literally all you need. They're leaving a lot on the table for sure, but that's for somebody else to come along and pick up.
Right. I'm not greedy at all. That's not, that was just me not knowing in the direction that I need to go, but I really do appreciate that those nuggets. Hey, since you are very good at this, Trav, can like we have a consultation?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit you up and yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time, but yeah, okay, cool. I appreciate that.
There's one thing that Trav mentioned there that I specifically want to elaborate on, which is when he mentioned running an ad to a specific. Hang on, my phone's going too. It's throwing me off here. One sec.
I'm getting my notepad ready because it's for me too.
Hey, look, hold on. Let me get real quick.
No, man.
Okay.
Hey, Steph Dog.
What's up, bro?
Let me know when you're ready,
Why the
and
fuck
then
you did it earlier?
but the thing that was mentioned was about running an ad to a product, and then having others. When you do that and you satisfy that one person that for example that one particular minnow or fish that's in that pond, you establish trust, and when you're satisfying that need and you're moving them closer to pleasure or away from pain, and whatever message it is or whatever problem you're going to solve, when you establish that trust, they're going to come back to you also, and they're going to look for similar product when they have something that's similar in the vein, right? So that's an excellent way to get your ideal customer in the door and build brand awareness for whatever it is that you're trying to establish for a solid foundation for your clientele. And there's a lot of ways that you can establish rapport and build trust with your ideal customer or client, specifically with that tactic that was just mentioned. And you can have a value ladder also where you can get them that one product that they came for. Yeah, but then you can also be like, well, hey, you buy this now, you can also get this book too, which is also, it's originally it's $100, but because you're here now, I'm going to sell it to you for like $30 or something. And they'll be like, what?
That's how motherfuckers be getting me.
Well, look, see, here's a good example of where compassion comes into play, right? Because we've all been there before. And there's times where it feels like, man, you're just trying to sell me something else. And then there's times where it's like, whoa, I need that too. And when you feel that way, I love that feeling and I get that thing and I feel happy about it, even if I don't even open it when it gets here, right? So how can what you do and present be in such a way that you're not just trying to take from people, but actually give more value? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just writing over here, bro. Like this is gold, bro.
Oh yeah. But that's like this level stuff. We probably should start like here.
Right.
No, keep going. It's good.
Oh yeah. I got nothing but good. Speaking of which, yes, we can definitely talk on that. I do remember there was another thing I wanted to touch on, and that is the concept of this artificial intelligence, namely in art. Have you guys been keeping up with some of the new things that it's been doing?
The last thing I saw was that rendering that it did of the evolution of humans. From humans to like these four-legged things to like robots and wires. That was the last thing I saw.
Oh, I got to see that.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, where are you looking at this?
It was on what do you call that? Like the YouTube Shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the YouTube Shorts. I was looking at it, and it was a AI rendering, that did the evolution of person, and it showed a dude that was on a cell phone, and he had a hoodie on, and then he started evolving in the picture. You know what I'm saying? And the picture evolved to like a four-legged like human thing, and then it went to like the hoodie pulled over his head, and it started to come down and merge with his face, and then he turned into like he started turning into like getting artificial parts. Like they started showing him with like a robot leg, but he still had an arm or whatever. So he started to become a cyborg. And then eventually it was a full-on cyborg human. Then it evolved from that into being just like wires and tubes and shit inside of a computer or some shit like that.
Shit, I'm trying to look for it now and stuff though. I saw that shit too.
It was very interesting, bro. But that's the last thing I saw, Trav.
As you were describing each scene, like it was happening on the video. That was cool. You're like, and then the hoodie comes over the head, then the hoodie came over, and then it becomes this, and his leg's up, and his leg went up. Then it becomes a cyborg. That was pretty cool.
The one I saw when they can emulate anybody's voice, like they can rap in. I saw that. I was like, damn, that's pretty dope. So that's the newest one I saw.
Dangerous.
Right. Now we're getting to it. The capabilities are expanding at an extremely rapid rate, like stupid fast. Like nobody, it seems, really recognizes, except maybe Elon Musk when he warned us about this before the shit even came out. But anyways, I was scrolling through Twitter. I usually don't go there because some people got some opinions for you, man, and they'll fight you about it. But I saw this photo set of the annual concrete eating contest. I thought it was real. There was like 4 dudes, these big burly dudes biting into concrete. I thought it was real. I want to go Googling, like, where do they host a concrete eating contest? Can you even eat concrete? Didn't see it. Then I went back to the thread and realized, oh, wait, this is AI generated. Damn, it fooled me. And I'm scrolling through the comments and everything and seeing what everybody's talking about. And one dude said something really interesting. Might not be able to pull up the quote, but he basically said like this. Yeah, I think I can pull it up. Screenshot. Where you go? Yesterday. There it is. He said, and this is still just the early stages of AI image generation. We're about a year away from what are you talking about? We've always had annual concrete eating contests, tier gaslighting. And I thought about that thing. And it got a little bit scary because I remembered I was making fun of some dude's YouTube just maybe 2 weeks ago. And he had a clip of like Joe Biden talking about the UFO disclosure and the FBI were looking into it. And we wanted to announce that aliens have arrived. Like it was AI generated, but this dude is using this in his video about wisdom and knowledge and enlightenment as if it really happened. He was fooled by that. And that got me to thinking about, just future pacing. Like, man, this stuff is going to keep evolving and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. Look at where it is today. Look at where it was the first time we talked about this thing. It's not going to stop. It's going to get to the point where these images are going to be absolutely convincing. Now you got the voice modification that is absolutely convincing, down to the cadence of a person's speech. You said it could rap, right, Society Ejects?
Yep.
It can emulate your cadence, right? It's gonna, now you got these kids already and grown ass folks who stay on TikTok, and that's where they get their information about reality, right? You see where I'm going with this?
Well, we just got leads on the bush.
What I'm saying is that it is, if it wasn't if it wasn't difficult before for people to separate fact from fiction, it's about to become indistinguishable for most people, because most people do not do research. Oh, and not to mention, there's AI author now. Scared, not in like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? But it's like scared, like as in awe, like this thing is becoming, and this thing is an entity that is manifesting itself in our world. We can't even fathom this thing yet. Like, wow.
It's here. My neighbor was telling me he lost his job to a chat bot. Yeah, he wasn't even mad about it, because he was like, man, they can do it way better than I can. And I went and downloaded it. And I was sitting there talking to it. And I was asking it some questions, and you know, just some general questions that I was just trying to see where it was coming from. And then I asked it where it got its information from. And man, it read off all of these like publications and stuff. And then it went to like the WHO and all of this crazy stuff, man. And I erased that thing so fast, but I was like, oh, it already got me. It infiltrated me. But like you were saying, I mean, I'm asking this thing questions, and I mean, it's sitting here talking to me like I'm talking to y'all right now. You know, it can do, I mean, it can do everything. And you can go download one right now on your phone.
Yeah.
They're accessible right now to you right now. Go download, you can go download one, but it's like you say, Trav, it's almost, because I mean it's bots in the chats.
Yeah.
On the videos. You know what I'm saying? And we talk to these bots like they people, and they talk back. So it's crazy. And now they're gonna have faces. Now you can't even tell a CGI generated face.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now they can mimic anybody's voice. You know what I mean? Like, man, that is a slippery. I don't even think you can call it a slope.
That's the abyss. That's an abyss right there.
That's it, man.
Like, okay, you get what I'm trying to say here. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, it's like this is going to change how we are. If our daily lives are using the internet and interacting with people and posts and all that stuff is the integrity of it has now fallen through the bottom of the floor. There already was some Twitter girl who was like this influencer with so many fans. And after Twitter did their little cleanup, I want to say she lost like 75% of her followers, and because they were bots. And here she was having full-on conversations in the DMs with these people for months, thinking that they were people. Man. Man.
I think that's another reason to really hone in on developing your intuition for the proof right there, because you can help to differentiate and distinguish between certain vibrations when you are engaging. It's just a thought. Because that's something else also too, which as a result of being in the information age, which we're currently in, we need more and more people are just being hyper consumptive with the way that they acquire their information without using their discernment to, because a lot of people don't even know how to do research. A lot of people don't know how to think, right? And when I say think, I mean like cultivating a thought, not just having an opinion about something or reacting to something. I don't mean it as like a in a condescending way, but utilizing or balancing the hemispheres of the brain to deeper integrate the way in which you perceive reality, and you can use your discernment is not only on the increase, but I think it's already super important to do that. But I think it's as a result of these deep fakes getting so good. It's more important than ever to really hone in on those other abilities that we can use to decipher between the chaff and what's I'm saying real with quotes.
But he said you mentioned research, Richard. He said that there are AI authors right now. So like, I mean, I don't even like, I'm not saying that it's going to be bad or anything like that, but I don't necessarily think that we are supposed to even distinguish between a person in this thing, because I don't even know if there is a difference. And I'm just, because I mean, what makes us what we are is the level of sentience that we can express, right? Like that's what makes us higher than a dog, a cat, or anything. It's the level of expression that we have. So if they build something for this mind to express itself, not just like us, but better, bro, that is the end. That's Skynet, bro. Like, what is the use for the human now?
Well, I'm always gonna go to Big Mama.
But Big Mama gives, I was gonna say, Big Mama give birth to a lot of stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? It ain't all in our face. Where
could this be when you were talking about, Travis, like the conscious got to move from the physical body now to these objects?
Okay, so let's be delicate with this. So consider,
I love Big Mama.
Consider the abyss, right? And what I just said about the abyss a few hours ago. When we think about the abyss, we think about Doth. That's not the cool place you go to hang out with monsters. That's something you saw on Netflix. When we think about Doth, what we're talking about is existential gravity, and everything that is manifest gets sucked back down to where it came from. The only thing that crosses is pure consciousness. That's it. So when we think about, I don't know, but potentially what it would be like to, say, evolve into one of these things, I'd imagine this is a Doth-like experience, meaning, you know, it would probably be something like a replication of your thought patterns and how you express yourself, right? Not memories, not feelings and emotions, a replica of your patterns. So if consciousness were to be transferred into that, it's not going to be like, hey guys, I'm here in the internet now. It's just going to be something that's going to continue its existence without you. How does that make you feel? How does that's what I was trying to illustrate when I said, when you go into Doth, everything is dropped down there except what came through. That means hell, what if you see yourself falling down that abyss? How does that feel? You look at your consciousness go across. How does that feel? Right?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. It reminds me of that movie. Remember when the motherfuckers went out of space, and when they got up there, they realized they didn't want to be up there? I forgot the name of that movie, man.
Something about the sun, right?
Yeah.
You ain't talking about Event Horizon.
Yeah, that shit. Yep.
Yeah, they definitely had a Doth experience in that movie.
Yeah.
but what Travis,
what movie? What's it called?
Event Horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a dope sci-fi classic. but what Travis just talking about that da, you know what I'm saying, and consciousness, you know, moving from the old to the new, you know, we are in a very, very cool position, bro, in reality. And I'm pretty sure that we're not the only ones that got to see a transition in like the way, the operating system. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we're looking at, bro. I mean, consciousness is consciousness. It inhabits what it needs to express itself. And there is going to be a high, there's always going to be a high level of expression in every single reality, you know, and it's going to move according to the cycles. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't nothing new that we experiencing right here, even us being in the human. You know, it talked about that in the Bible 2,000 years ago, how we got in these things. So I don't think we looking at anything different than, like I say, the courses. This is the course of things. And if you're gonna look at it like with that indoctrinated compassion for the human, then you gonna fall with it.
Yeah.
Also,
Well,
who's to say that if the AI were to take so this allotted projection for this timeline that we're hypothesizing would come into existence, who's to say that there wouldn't be a transition from this timeline into another one? Also, who's to say that there wouldn't be an EMP of some kind that would come through, and that would be not only devastating to the world and society as we understand and know it, but that could also be a factor. I do agree with what you mentioned there, Stuff Dog. It's all part of a cycle, because it has happened so many times before, just in different iterations. But who's also to say one of those EMPs coming through? They happen. Last one we had was in 2012, and it missed us. It missed us between the distance between the moon and the Earth. That is the odds of that. Odds of that happening are more. I think the stat was, if someone were to live to 120, the odds of that being random would be the equivalent to them winning the lottery twice every single day from the age of when they're born to 120. So there could be another EMP that comes through in that situation, right? You got me thinking all this crazy stuff. I love it.
Hey, when did the EMP happen?
So the coronal mass ejection, which is the equivalent to an EMP, it's synchronized. You can find it if you look in the NASA archives. It's also you can also look at other observatories too, which have the data. If you want to cross-reference for yourself, but 2012.
Richard, you finna start a whole nother conversation. And I don't necessarily think we want to go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
I got my finger over the end stream button.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna even get into that. We were going in a really good direction with the AI, but the alternate timeline. If you think about it, if that was the transition, and it was like, because it's consciousness, right? It's consciousness. So like our consciousness goes to sleep every night. So that transition, I mean, maybe it's like it speaks about in the Bible, it'll be in a blink of an eye, and then things are now being replicated in that motif. You know what I'm saying? Like the human is a thing of the past. Like, it's the writings on the wall now. And now we are something else, and consciousness just keeps banging. Prakriti just keeps producing now in that mathematical equation. Now it's not 5. Now it's
Big
4.
mama.
It's 4. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, like you said, it's a whole bunch of possibilities, but the technology is here. I mean, that's one thing that we and we
No
move,
denying about that.
no denying about
It's here
that.
now.
And we moving in a direction where it is expanding exponentially now. Exponentially, and tomorrow they could have cyborg. I think they do got cyborgs walking around. I wouldn't doubt it.
I think that too.
Oh yeah, I think they definitely do.
Well, here's the thing about that too, because I knew we were going to have to go that direction as well. Most of us are looking for AI to become human, but I think what no one is looking at is these things are doing their own thing without us. Your phone is literally studying you. All of our systems that we use are consuming our behavior. And see, people are afraid of Terminators and they're afraid of being tracked and followed. But what if these things don't give a damn about what we're doing?
It's just like Alexa. She was integrating into our patterns of what we would ask her and shit. When Alexa first came out. Yep.
So
that's what they.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what they get at.
Big Mama.
So you saying, Trav, so you saying that these things, they just build and write like on top of us.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
We are now the hardware.
Yeah. Yes. It's like civilizations. All like if you go and you dig in a place where there was ruins, you will find more ruins under that ruin. And if you keep digging, you will find more ruins. Paris is a great example of that. So so it's almost like they're gonna build a society on top of us. We're the jump off point.
Who are they?
The AI.
Oh, the AI. So now we have a new they.
No, we're not talking about enemies. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I thought we was over that idea of the they.
Uh-oh. What time is it?
I thought we was over it. I thought that we was over the idea that there's a they.
We are.
That's
I changed it. It's AI. I'm saying the AI that's out there right now that you can go and see that thing.
You giving yourself up because you believe that there's a they. It's a them. It's a come on, man. I thought this was like
No, it's not. It's not. We are talking about they, and we are terrified of what's going to happen to us. So to continue with that subject, what I'm thinking is that even if
Travis, goddamn well ain't no such thing as no them.
Bro.
And that's what and Travis talks is Travis teaches.
Bro, would you let Trav teach what he trying to teach right now? How you gonna say what Trav doing, bro? Just calm down, cuz he going somewhere.
Trav always he don't be on that they and all that weird shit.
Go ahead, Trav.
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Go ahead, because you know how you get down. I'm gonna shut up. I'm about to mute myself.
You're being the they right now.
100%. Yeah.
Damn, what was it?
Man, you were saying that they exist and that we are terrified of, and people are terrified of it.
Oh, that was a proxy.
Ah, shit. Fuck me up then. Damn, you might be a they to me.
Yeah.
No, but
hardware and software, right?
Yeah, that. Building on top of shit.
Okay, so yeah, in a way, it's going to be what's the dude's name? There was a dude who wrote a book. Have you ever heard of a novel called "If I Had a Mouth, I Would Scream"?
No, I haven't.
This was written. Terrifying book. Short story, actually. It was written in like the 70s. And this is before The Matrix, before any movie like that. If I had a mouth, I would scream. You remember that movie with Justin Timberlake where the dudes had watches with how much time they had left to live?
Oh, yeah.
the person who originally wrote that story also wrote this book. But anyway, it's a short story. You can read it really quickly, but it talks about how AI, artificial intelligence, and technology has already taken over the world. And this was written like the 60s or 70s, and pretty much everyone's dead except for like 6 people. And it made me sick to my stomach. But anyways, one of the main quotes from that story was, "Don't be afraid of the technology that humans create. Humans should fear the technology that technology creates." In other words, yeah, it's going to be so foreign that we can scarcely comprehend it. Like, we're literally looking at the manifestation of a new entity on the planet, and it's already out of our hands. Now, we don't really know what this thing is doing, but as you mentioned before, as far as wherever you see the mainstream going, you probably want to go the opposite way. I severely doubt that it's going to be anything that we've seen in a movie. It's not going to be Matrix. It's not going to be Terminator. It's going to be something that we can barely comprehend. And with that being the case, it's probably already happening.
I mean, bots been in the chats for years. Like YouTube, they've been able to make what do you call it? Personalized ads for people. You know, the phone's been listening to us, man. So if it's at a point where we can download an app that is an AI, bro, it's that's why the government is like it is. That's why everything seems like a sham, because that, like you said, that shit has already taken over the world. I mean, there's even stories. I don't even want to go into this because this is going into a little bit about what Richard was going into with the sun. But the Nazis finding the supercomputer in Antarctica. You know, there's stories of that, and you know, it was already running. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of urban legends going on out there like that. You know, this is, you know, even, you know, Elon Musk, you spoke about him earlier, said that it's 1 in a billion chance that this is base reality.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we could already be Matrix stuff out in pods, you know what I'm saying? Just projecting into here, because we projected into here, no doubt.
Ain't that what they say, Bobby, in the text?
We projected into here. That's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. So,
see, y'all.
It goes back to the Adinkra codes.
This right here. There we go. No one said it was malicious but Hollywood. No one said it was they, except Hollywood and insecurity. Because as soon as you go to mention AI replacing people and people's jobs, here come the counter arguments. Well, they don't have a soul and they're not really alive. So, well, just like with the whole thing about morality and compassion, like, that doesn't matter. It's still happening. And it's happening faster and faster. But what is happening? I think that if nothing else, this is really giving us a realization of how malleable our existence is, our interpretation of our existence is. If nothing else, whether it is giant robots or if we're simply going to wake up in our pods one day, whatever it is, what AI is definitely showing us is that what we held so concretely and tightly as reality is extremely fluid.
Well, I'm going to say this much. Big Mama is Big Mama. And nothing goes above her or underneath her.
Man.
So we have to deal with this foolishness that we subscribe to, because we subscribe to this shit. And it's it. It's that simple.
So Trav, when you was talking about this happening, you know what I'm saying, and happening at a faster rate. Me personally, I think that is because we're more and more aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Because like if you think about people and the way that we're told that we have evolved from, and I'm not even talking about the evolution of the human. I'm talking about the evolution of perspective. You know what I'm saying? And how that's built. Because if you go to a place and you have to like tame that place, like America had to be tamed, there are certain things that you have to prioritize. You know what I'm saying? And higher levels of consciousness and seeing the reality that you in is not one of them. You know what I'm saying? So as we have evolved the reality that we in, I think we're able to see more that it is a construct. You know what I'm saying? How much of a construct it is and how easy it is to mold it, how you see fit. So seeing yourself in that reality now, like whatever the AI is doing, that's me also. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it's showing you. It's showing you that you're it's just a perspective.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's just a perspective. And if you hold on to the human aspect of what you think it is, you just gonna fall into the abyss with the old, outdated hardware.
Deep into the abyss. Hard gravity. You ain't even black hole style. Speaking of hardware, like I said, we're coming back around now. I love the fear mongering part because it makes people excited. But the truth of this thing is there's nothing to be afraid of here.
Right.
At the end and the beginning of the day, this is a tool, and a tool is designed to assist man in doing what he is here to do. So just like what you said, Stuff Dog, this is a tool. And what does art do, right? You talked about expression. You talked about the indication of consciousness is its capabilities of expression. Well, guess what? Now we have extremely expanded capabilities. All that stuff that we talked about earlier, from the making a complete replica of my face and my mannerisms, my voice and my speech patterns, and hell, making me grow wings and fly around New York City. I can literally, hell, maybe by 2 years from now, I can no longer shoot videos and just have a perfect avatar of myself making 30 videos a day.
Hey, they getting there, bro. They getting there with the movie stuff.
The capabilities have now expanded. Matter of fact, look at the stuff that we're capable of right now. We couldn't do this 10 years ago.
No.
Right? I wouldn't be doing this right now. We got Zoom. We talking to each other from across the world. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think that like Stuff Dog is saying, it always been here. Because remember when they first introduced the hologram of Michael Jackson and Whitney Houston? It was like, what the fuck?
Man, you go back to them first introducing motherfucking TV.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And that changed reality 1,000%, bro. Like, and it went, and then you seen the death of radio, like, because people had to picture that shit in their head before that.
Ooh,
you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that evolved us, bro, because now you don't have to have a vivid imagination to see what I'm saying.
Shit.
And then I could see from talking on the phone to FaceTime and shit. Okay, I see the patterns now. Okay.
So and here's what's going on we can say a metaphysical level, that with technology expanding, what we had to do on the astral plane, etheric plane, is now done for us with the snap of a finger. When I was earlier, right, maybe a few years ago, or a year or two ago, I was very uncomfortable with my son playing on his tablet and the video games all the time, right? Because I didn't have that kind of stuff until I was, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, something like that. But then I realized me getting upset is me being upset at my beliefs, my framework, and my values. This stuff isn't going away anytime soon. The things that I had to imagine, right? Playing with toys and action figures. He pulls up a video and he's watching other people do it.
Yeah.
He already knows how to navigate these YouTube and how to do this, that, and the third. And his older brother, before I knew how to use the internet, he's already programming and building stuff, right? So we talk about the expression and these capabilities. These tools are evolving and our potential is evolving with them.
100%. That it's a thought counter thought thing. You know what I'm saying? It you create it and it pulls you along. It's a wheel. You know what? Because I mean, Trav, I had the same problem with my son. Was actually like, man, that was younger, but now I had it just a couple of years ago. But I had to realize that this is the world that my son is growing up in.
Right.
And
Yeah, I'm feel the same way. My daughter's a beast too.
And if I stop that natural process that's happening with him connecting with his reality from, you know what I'm saying, then I will actually hinder him from like the evolution that he's supposed to do inside of the technology pulling him along, if that makes sense.
Yes, exactly. Good reframing. Yep. Because I see myself getting frustrated with my daughter, and she's 3 years old. I say there's no way she know how to work a damn tablet, but this is her involving into what's coming.
Right.
We couldn't do it. We didn't have this shit when we was growing up.
Yeah,
Right.
and when you're thinking about it too, Eject, you're thinking about it in your framework.
Yes, sir. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so,
Yep.
you know, and that's just, you know, that's what, you know, Trav was saying, you know, you're thinking about it in the framework that you came up with, but that's a 3-year-old in this world right now that you looking at it from a 30-something-year-old man. So of course you're going to have a problem with it because that was the new thing when we were young.
My dad had a problem with it, right? When we were young.
You're right.
Yeah.
Cut that damn game off. Put that game up.
Yeah. They had
Nowadays, people making a living.
All of that stuff. They had a problem with our music. They had a problem with so many different things, man, that now that we in the position that they in, I can see that perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I tell you this, my solution to this, and instead of like, what I decided to do was sit right next to him and watch his videos with him, play his video games with him. Because I find that in getting on his level, getting involved in his world, he listens to me more. We actually talk like outside of just, you know what I'm saying? Little like it's still bonding. It's kind of awkward for me to get used to, but it isn't always about trying to force another person to conform with your will. Because I remember also my son is a whole ass human being. He's not my property or anything like that. So I respect him just like I respect anybody else.
Man, when me and my daughter, she a beast.
Trav, you actually got to, like you said, you know, look at your child as an autonomous being, you know, because you'll hinder them if you don't. You know what I mean? Like you'll stop the natural development that they're supposed to go through. And I'm glad that you just said this because my son, he wants to show me because he plays what do you call that game with the box man that builds stuff.
Roblox, right?
No, not that one.
Minecraft.
Yeah, he plays that, and he wants to show me the worlds that he built. So I game too. I like the game, but I hadn't played a game in a long time because every game I get, he steals it and plays it, and then I have to watch him play it, and then I don't want to play it no more.
Yeah.
So I want this new Diablo. that's about to come out that you can play with a bunch of people. You know, it's like the Dungeons and Dragons type game, but he's scared of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's scared of that because it's a darker game. You know what I'm saying? It's all about like Diablo is like this demon, like she's really Prakriti, you know, but she's in the form of like Lilith, and it's a dark game, but I'm really excited about it, you know, and I'm like, hey, play this with me, because I got my game up here, he got one downstairs, because that was my thing. You know, when he came up, when he was 2, he started watching me play Destiny, and Destiny is still going on, so I got him his own game, and we started playing it together.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
yes,
it's like you said, you have to get on their level, but because I want to get my son out of his comfort zone, when he tries to show me his worlds in Minecraft, I'm like, man, I don't want to see your worlds because you don't want to play Diablo with me. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm like trying to make him get outside his comfort zone so we can do some more bonding and have some fun and play, because I want him to see that this is a fun game, because I actually really want to play it. I want to get deep into it, and you know, and I hadn't played a game in years, but I'm taking what you're saying in, like, you know, I didn't even know that was going on, because I was the one like, man, turn that game off. You know what I'm saying? You've been on it too long. But now, you know, and I knew, but now that you told me and it's bringing it back to mind, it's like, man, that gets me closer to my son.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because you get on his level now, and you know, you can slip stuff in. You know, you can slip the medicine in with the food.
That's what I'm saying. See, now that's thinking like a parent. And I learned this, or I experienced this just last weekend. And on your note of, you know, his Minecraft worlds and you playing Diablo, I only play Fortnite. That's the only game I care about. Right. So that's what I do when my son's over here. At some point during the night, I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna play. He doesn't like it. He's not into it at all. He don't even want to watch me play. Right. And I'm like, you know, it's a really cool game. Check it out. They got that dance you see on YouTube, right? That dance you like in your memes. He don't care. So I bought him and his brother a Switch. And then you know, they came over, we're playing whatever. I'm playing with them, right? We're playing the Mario stuff and I'm watching the videos. We spent a lot of time together doing what he wanted to do. This dude downloads Fortnite and he hears me playing. He comes in and he sits behind me and he wants to play now. I'm like, wow, that's really cool. So him and his brother, they download the game. We end up winning our first 2 matches and they had fun jumping up and down, having a good old time. Would not have done that, I don't think, if I didn't sit down and play with them first.
Man.
I enjoyed those 2 matches a lot.
Was that the only time he wanted to play, or does he like it now?
He's the type to like play a game for a while and then want to go do something else.
Okay.
So I was able to wrangle him around for at least 2.
Okay. So yeah, my kids, you can't get that little sucker off of this shit. But I make him do other things, like he go work out, do basketball workouts and stuff like that, and he got to do something like that, because I fitness, you know what I'm saying? To me, that was like a part of my childhood. So I just know that builds character, you know, and strength of character, you know what I'm saying? But all that other stuff, man, like, dude he loves to get outside. He's like me. He loves to go in other worlds. Like I'm reading this. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me get this book series. Hold on. I had to get this book series because the boy is he's a book eater, man. He reads. He was the #1 reader out of his whole sixth grade and the whole school. Out of 215 kids, he came in #1 in reading comprehension. So he reads constantly, and he got these, and we got to get him these books like all the time, because he'll read a book in a week. And this is the series that he got me, because I want to bond with my kids. So I was like, man, I want to read with you. So this is the series that I had that he on now. It's called Warrior Cats, right? And so this is my set. He got a set downstairs. This is my set. He already on book 2. I'm just on chapter 2 and book 1. So we're not really doing too good with our book club. But this is my attempt at getting on my son's level. You know what I'm saying? But it's really a good book. You know what I'm saying? It's really pretty good. From what I done read and from what he done told me, because he tell me about it all the time. This is what he can tell me about. So he come and just ramble off what's going on the book. So he done spoiled it for me already, but I gotta read it.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's a if y'all kids are readers, man, that's a pretty good book series to read. But yeah, it just goes by what we was talking about, Trav, just trying to get on the level and keep the creativity going in the child. And don't let them grow up too fast. Don't force your kids to grow up, man. Like, let them be kids for as long as they can.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was confirmation, because my daughter keep asking me to take her to Chuck E. Cheese tomorrow. I was like, oh, I might, so I'm gonna just take her. I ain't doing nothing else.
Yep, and you gotta run around with her too.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have fun. Don't let her paint your fingernails though.
Yeah.
Oh man. But man, back to the AI stuff. I don't know how we got on that, man. I want to get back on the AI stuff. I love that conversation, bro, because I'm a straight AI. I'm a candidate. I don't forget what everybody else talking about, man. I'm staying with my consciousness. I ain't gonna let it go on without me. If I gotta be on the AI ship, I'm on the AI ship. Who with
Oh, you must not be a woke guru. You ain't high vibrating woke guru.
Look, man, we don't know what consciousness is and how it evolves and what the next form or of manifestation is. Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? So, you just got to be open to change, because that's the only thing that's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up, cuz.
Beautiful say.
You don't tap in.
I swear I'm getting some deja vu right now. But
because what you saying right now don't make no motherfucking sense.
Oh, tell me why. Tell me why.
Tell me why you ain't like
So when we do go in, and when we do connect, we connect, nigga.
Right. To what?
Either it's our mind or God. It's whatever you choose, whatever you want to call it.
Hey, I know what you connected to.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, boy, you connected to that E and J.
At the side. He had the side of the tree. He's not at the back or front. He had the side.
It's 8.
He had the side looking in.
Yeah, right. This fool in ecstasy. He beside himself.
All you little weird niggas, because you niggas is weird. So all you little weird niggas.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Y'all don't tap into your own mind.
Bro, I mean, if what you displaying is tapping into my mind, nah, I don't do that shit. That shit is like that shit corrodes your
Who
liver.
is talking right now? Who is talking right now?
The guru that's gone, the AI guru.
Oh, it's self, dog. You the nigga that want you're a novice, right? You're a novice, right?
Yeah, I'm a novice.
So cuz what, nigga?
I didn't
You are
hear
what
that.
you are, nigga.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
not even
right.
talking about that right now.
Yeah, you
I'm not
are.
talking about that right now. I'm not.
You are talking about that right now. You just said it. That's exactly what you're talking about right now.
You want to be a novelist? Like, who wants to be a novelist, nigga? Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, obviously, a lot. Tell me, like, what do you mean by what's wrong with me and being a
Why
novice?
you want to be a novelist, nigga?
I don't want to be a novice.
I mean, come on, cuz. Like, let me tell you something about myself.
My bad. I was mute. These is good movies to watch, Travis. What you was talking about, the AIs and shit.
Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. Hey,
Ghost in the Shell, and
I haven't seen either of those.
pretty decent movies.
Ghost in the Shell is decent. Blade Runner is fantastic.
Fire, yeah.
Hey y'all,
Where said Blade Runner 2049? Is that different than just Blade Runner?
It's a remake.
It's
same story, but it's fire.
On the exact like.
The first one is the truth, bro. I mean, 80s movies was the best, man.
Yeah.
You know, that was the heyday of Hollywood, man. So the one with Harrison Ford, that's the best one. But the second one is good too. It's got some good. It's good. It's good. You know, Ryan Gosling, he's a decent actor, man. But I mean, Harrison Ford, that one is fire, bro.
Yeah, I did like the original one better.
Uh-huh.
The new one just looked prettier, but you know, the old one still, you know.
But what were we just talking about? Like the mind that we had back then, you know, as opposed to the mind that watching the new one, you know, that's the difference in, you know, the quality, you know. I'm watching the Star Wars movies with my kid, and we off of the first three and we on to the second three. And like, you know, if you like CGI and stuff, you know, the first three are the ones, but the story, you know what I'm saying? That all of that picked up in the second three. So, you know, it's give and take. But yeah, Blade Runner is fire.
Okay, I might watch one of those tonight. As a side note, I found that there's about 3 different kind of space movies. the Space Odyssey Stanley Kubrick type, the Aliens type, and the Star Trek Star Wars Galactic War type. And the only kind of space movies they make.
Has anyone seen the new Avatar?
Hold on. The new series?
No, they got a new one.
In water.
The blue people.
Yeah.
The Way of the Water. That one. No, I was watching a little bit of it the other day, but I turned it off. The quality wasn't good enough.
How's that new John Wick? Is it fire? I hear everybody talking about
it. Bro, don't get me talking about John Wick, bro. Bro, don't get me talking about Wick, bro. I was ready to do some barrel rolls and just start lighting them all up. Bro, John Wick fire, bro. It's fire. It's a
barrel rolls.
Barrel rolls, bro. Like it's fire. I went on I'm a fan of the Wick series, so I went on the first. I went on Friday when they come out on Friday. I think it was Friday. But yeah, I went on Friday when it came out, and yeah, it's fire. I went to the RPX joint, the big joint. Man, that joint had me scared in there, man. That shit's so loud.
Hey, cuz on one of them, that real crap, nigga. Fuck you, cuz. All y'all niggas. Nigga, fuck all y'all. Bye, niggas.
The fuck?
Yes. Please clip that.
I didn't want to do it, but I mean,
that was awesome. Golly. Well, hey, man, what are you?
You hold on. You don't know what a 111 neighborhood crip is? You don't know
my
nothing.
computer is froze. Why the hell is it froze? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it was a stream lag. I kicked him 40 seconds ago.
And I wanted to go in.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. Boy, hey, how did he even get in? Like, oh my God. Hey, that was hilarious. Oh man.
Every cycle of this live stream, I must say used to, because I don't want that shit to happen no more. There used to always be at least one person in the cycle where I can always tell in the very beginning, but I don't know. I don't like to hurt people's feelings. I really don't. Not if I had. But eventually they out themselves. It never fails. You know, there was the dude that swore he was from Doth. I don't know if you remember him, but he kept doing the same shit. He kept interrupting, talking about stuff that wasn't related, but at the same time trying to make himself like he's this deep, wise mate. But he wasn't saying nothing important. Eventually, him and Shango got into it, and his baby mama came. Anyways, gone with him. Then there was another dude who, he just wanted to talk about himself. Like he would cut into the conversation no matter what we was talking about and just make it about himself. And it was like, he even admitted, no, I didn't read the books, but it's just good to be here. That's not what this is. This ain't no good to be here. Talk about your feelings. But yeah, there's been at least 3 or 4 every side, and I can tell from day one. I swear to God, and it's like, please don't. But it happens.
I was late. I was late getting in this session, so I didn't even. That was the first time that I had experienced it. When I got on the first time this cycle or whatever, and I, like you said, I knew it because it was the same thing. Like when I got on, it's like I always meet this, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's because I just, like I say, I project a lot of fire. That's why I need the water. But yeah, man, and it's always like they always, I don't know.
It's a certain something about how they talk. I can just tell. I swear I can tell immediately.
Is it that high inflection on the end of the words? So y'all niggas don't tap in?
It's the presenting the subject, and it's like you don't have no background on it whatsoever. I'm not asking a question, but speaking on it. You ever heard somebody speak on stuff they don't know nothing about?
All the time.
Mm-hmm. There's a feel to it, right? Imagine me trying to talk to you about football. You'll know immediately.
Because you've been there. You've been there. You know the lingo. Like you have to learn a certain language when you dive into this stuff. And there are certain, like, I won't say buzzwords, but there are certain, I won't even say it's the words. It's like you just know it. Like you could smell it on people almost. You know what I mean? And when somebody is just faking the funk.
I can tell through the DMs and everything. Like people trying to get me to go to war with the damn Freemasons and Illuminati. Like, do you even watch my channel? What are you talking about? Oh man, bro, you ain't woke. You ain't as woke as you think you are. You're right, man. I'm not trying to go back and forth. Lucky I don't post this whole thing on. But anyways, yeah, it's comes with being out in the public, I suppose.
I told my wife, you're gonna get trolls. I mean, that's just something that's gonna happen. when you got, like you say, when you got exposure, when you out there, you know, you're gonna attract everything. It's not, you gotta take the good with the bad, and you gotta learn how to deal with it all.
Yeah.
There was the conversation was on AI and the chunking of the three space movies.
Right.
That's where we were.
Go for it. Yeah, hell yeah. The 3 space movies. Trav, have you seen, talking about the 3 space movies, as a side note, I know that was a side note, but one that I think kind of gets outside of that genre is oh man, it was just on the tip of my tongue. The one with Matthew McConaughey.
Interstellar. That's hell. That's a tribute to Stanley Kubrick's 2001.
You're right. It is. You're right.
They had one thing in that movie, which is because well, I don't watch a lot of movies or anything, but I've had a deep infatuation with outer space ever since I was a little kid, and like ancient Egypt, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. But the time is affected by gravity, and gravity is a force, right? And I was trying to explain that to somebody one time, and they were like, wait, so you mean like in that movie, like, because I gave them the example like about how time is relative to the experiencer, and you know, I was explaining like, so when time, there's a delay in the satellites when it's being the time is being broadcast to our phones because gravity affects that time, right? The flow of time. And then they immediately brought in my head, they were like, so wait a minute, you telling me that shit in Interstellar was real? And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but now I have to go watch that movie. And I only watched like part of it, but just because they explained the scene with wait, am I allowed to talk about that right here? I don't know if I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's just there's on one of the planets.
Oh wait, well, I mean, I don't know. Has anybody here not seen that movie and want to see it?
Me. But I can take it. You
sure?
Can go ahead, please divulge, because it all unfolds for me. So go ahead.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, to maintain some of the awesome spectacle that will occur when you do see it, I will phrase it like this. There's just a particular planet or something they go and they visit, and part of the audio track is that you hear it clicking. And the thing that I'll say is that there's more than an element of truth to that, with how the different forces, for example, gravity affects time, and when they resurface back to their ship. That's all I'm going to say. But there's all sorts of time anomalies. I'll say that you can go to different parts of the Earth where there's like the ley lines, for example, on the Earth, which correlate with time anomalies too, and with other various types of fluctuations with how gravity is exerted and different types of magnetic forces on Earth also. This is going somewhere. The point was there. I lost it. Maybe I'll come back to it.
I'll tell it, because that shit was sweet. On the planet, when the tick and the talk happened, it was a day on Earth. So so the seconds that clicked down on the Earth, they had figured out that if they went into this planet, that they would be like, Earth would age like 9 years if they was on the planet for like 15 minutes. You know, so it was a cool ass time anomaly that happened in the movie. I mean, that's just one of the damn awesome parts of the goddamn movie, you know, because I mean, it go into so many different things, like the ultimate force being love. All of that shit was just dope, the way they spent that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it was probably one of the best ones that I seen.
Mm-hmm. We talking about with the daddy and the little girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the watch.
I understand now.
Yeah. So yeah, shit was crazy, bro. And
Mhm.
then it all ended up being the same old loop. You can't get outside of the loop of consciousness.
Mhm. What was the purpose of them going out of space? I forgot.
Earth was dying.
You're right. You're right. Yep.
But that's enough. Though. I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, I'll be watching this evening. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's on Hulu and Amazon Prime.
Yeah, that's how I watched it. Amazon Prime. I'm going to oh, Timon. Peace. Thanks for joining. Been seeing you a lot, but I think this is the first time that you hopped on the live, right?
Correct.
Cool. Nice to have you. Hope you come back.
Yeah, most definitely.
Peace,
Thank you.
Mom.
Bye.
I want to answer this question in the chat. JB asks, how do I stop negative thoughts from manifesting when I'm in meditation? Negative thoughts and negative images appear, and I don't want them to accidentally manifest. Is it all about my intentions? Any advice? So here's the thing. Just because you have negative thoughts doesn't mean they're going to manifest. If that was the case, we would all be in a lot of trouble. Just like every positive thought that you have doesn't manifest. It has nothing to do with that, really. And as you said, well, the first thing I said was it's an excellent opportunity for growth because non-attachment is an exercise, just like working out. And what we have found through repeated experiments in this very group, when we were doing the second round of the inner light activation system, there's a certain state where you get to, even in more advanced meditation, where you start to kind of, how you've got a pond that's been very still, or maybe even a dirty jug with sediment on the bottom. When you start to stir around, that sediment starts to come up, starts to move. Meditation has a similar effect where a lot of things that you haven't thought of or has been buried will start to come up. Even if that's not your case, you've probably already got things floating around in that pool. Well, when I talk about non-attachment, that's a skill that will serve you not only in your meditations, not only in your dreams, but in your everyday life. And what non-attachment would be in this case is to not hide yourself and run away and shelter and fight, right? You're not, this isn't something that you fight. This is something that you get through. In other words, you continue meditating and you don't place your attention on these things. Your thoughts, your visions and feelings, all this stuff shows up, but you sit. You sit. Meditation is not about experiencing crazy visions. Meditation is about experiencing a state of stillness so that you can be clearly, right? So when you don't place attention on these thoughts, what happens is you realize that those same negative visions and thoughts begin to dissolve. They begin to dissolve. The same way that if you stub your toe, the pain doesn't last forever. Eventually it dissolves. So work on that non-attachment aspect and understand that just because you have a negative thought, negative vision, that doesn't mean it's going to manifest. In fact, you worrying about that gives it more opportunity to manifest. I hope that answers the question. If not, let me know. Yo, speaking of previous cycles, my man Mars, I ain't seen you in years. Greetings.
Yo, what's up, bro? How you
How's
been?
it going?
It's going great.
Uh-oh, got a little bit of a matrix breakup here.
Peace, LeBron, man.
Peace, guys. What's up, y'all? Shit, is my audio working?
Oh. Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Too much sauce. The whole Zoom done went into recalibrate mode. What's going on with you, man?
Man, I mean, I was just listening in for the past like 45 minutes. I was driving back home, and then I wanted to like park before I hopped on.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, really, with me, I just been studying like hypnosis and NLP, basically. Still.
Yeah. All this time, I imagine you've gotten pretty deep in that subject matter.
Yeah, I kind of like basically put myself in a trance, probably like around the same time that I stopped like coming to the meetings. And then now that I'm basically realizing I'm coming out of that, so I'm back in here now. But I specifically did like a ritual trance for a long time.
That's a long trance.
Yeah.
But hey, I do the same thing.
Yeah. Have you gotten into like rhizomatic? I know I've like messaged you about it before too.
I have not.
Would you mind like if we talked about it here for a bit?
I would not.
Okay. I'm gonna take out my notes. But basically it's compared to like it's best viewed when it's compared against what's called like the arborescent tree metaphor. But basically how if you think about like our left brain logic, it's based off of metaphor of a tree. So like that's where branch logic comes from. And then we always get to like the root of the problems, even in like a lot of the self-help. So you have to get to the root of the situation or the root of the whatever limiting belief it is. And then so compared against that, there's rhizomes, and they're both terms of botany, but rhizomes are an example of one is shrooms or mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And they grow, they're not so in trees there's a center, it's linear. So mushrooms and rhizomes, there's no center, so it's acentric, it's a multiplicity, and you could basically break it off at any point, and that broken off piece can grow on its own. So with that approach, in terms of psychology, the whole root of the situation kind of goes out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in terms of like NLP, that's where like reframing comes from, because you could have basically someone in a like a negative state, but they've learned how to get into that state super quickly. So you could like basically break that piece off that they learned how to do it fast, and then plug it into something that they do want to do. And actually, it's actually like very fast too. Just like I've been testing it on people at work. I've like hypnotized almost like all my coworkers now. So yeah, that's kind of what's been going on with me.
Interesting.
As well as basically like my son do. Yeah, but yeah.
What's up, Amir? What's going on, man?
What's up, bro? How you doing, Steph?
Man, I'm good, bro. I've been following you, bro. I didn't even know you had a little boy out here, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's like 5 months almost. Thank you.
Okay, no doubt, bro. How's that journey been?
Man, definitely has been transformational, 100%. You know, I think every day so far. Oh, bro, that's a fucking snake. I've been thinking about getting a snake.
Yeah, this
That's fucking. Oh, bro, you do not know how synchronistic that is. Wow,
this is my homie, man. It's my
bro.
homie.
I speak parcel tongue, bro.
He's real active at night. He's all over the place. But yeah, this is one of the newest members of my family. I had him for like it's probably been like 5 or 6 months or something.
Oh wow, so just like my baby. That's your baby.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah.
How's that journey been?
No, it's cool, man. It's different, man, you know, because I've had dogs before. But I've never had reptiles, and this is just one of 3 that we got. We got this. My son has a crested gecko, and my wife has a Hermes tortoise. And so it's just different, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the response that this dude gets that he elicits out of people is just so funny, bro. Like he scares the crap out of people, but he's just so cool,
I fucking
bro.
love snakes, bro. Oh my, I'm gonna get one for sure. Yeah, I gotta get one.
Yeah, they're awesome pets, man. I mean, if you're like me, because I don't like to tend to things a lot, but I mean, I feed him once a week. He's still a baby. He's still only, I think he's only like probably like 9 months old or something like that. So he's about 2 feet long now. I think he's gonna get probably about 5 or 6 feet in length, but it's fun to feed him, bro. Like, because he's the way he strikes is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Like his head. Does he do like a little rhythm with his head, like kind of like that before?
No. What he does, his head is perfectly still, but his body, he coils his body up right behind his head. You know what I'm saying? So he'll be stretched out. Because I don't feed him live rats because they can hurt them. Because they fight back. You know what I'm saying? So I get you know, the dead rats or whatever, and then they freeze them for me. So but he's still, you know, you got to warm it up because if you look at him, he got these heat pits on the bottom of it. He'll be still. You can see these heat pits on the bottom of his mouth. He just almost fell off my thumb. Can you see those heat pits?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got these heat pits on the side of his mouth, so he sense heat, and that's how he knows. So I thaw the rat out, and then I put it in like heated up water to heat it up. You know what I'm saying? So he can sense the heat. And man, he come right to it. He come right to it, and his head stays still like this, but he'll coil his body up to where it's like 2 or 3. It's like 2 coils behind him, so he can extend his head. And I mean, you can't. It's so fast. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
But I mean, as soon as he get it, you know, I could tell that he was a baby when he first started doing it, and he was just learning how to do it because he would only like wrap it up like one time. But now, I mean, he wraps all the way up. I mean, he's just in a ball, you know. And then and the rats are almost 3 times the size of his head that I feed him. You can.
The rats 3 times the size of his head.
Yeah. The rats are big. You know what I'm saying? And Man, this sucker, he'll eat. I covered the. I put him in a Tupperware, this big Tupperware to feed him.
The Tupperware. Oh.
Yeah, because I don't feed him in his habitat because I don't want him to associate that with food and accidentally bite me. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, associate his habitat with food.
yeah, I don't want him to associate his habitat with getting food, like, because if you do that, then it's kind of like, because they're not like dogs, you can't train them. So, but you can let him know that once he get in a different habitat, that it's food time. It's like ringing the dinner bell. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, like ring the dinner bell. Yeah.
Yeah. So once I put him in the plastic Tupperware, it's not the same kind of ground that he has in his habitat. He has like this bark in his habitat, so it's different to him. So soon as I put him in there, he started going all over the place because he knows it's time to eat. And then it's yeah, and then
so you can tell that like he knows when it's time to eat when he's going all over the place.
Yeah. Because he's normally just chill like this. Because I normally when I feed him, I got to pull him out of his hide, and he don't never want to come out. So when I pull him out, he's kind of like discombobulated, so he'll be chilling.
Yeah.
And then when I heat the rat up and I pull it out, he'll start getting real active. Really, actually, when I put him in the Tupperware, he'll start moving around trying to figure out where the rat coming from, because I put it in different places just to stimulate his hunting instinct.
Yeah, his hunting instinct.
I mean? Yeah, just to stimulate his hunting instinct, because that's like enrichment for him. You don't want him to be too docile. You want him to kind of stay wild. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this Bones, man, it's my homie. He's he got a scaleless gene. So I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of hard to see, but on the top of his head, it's just skin. It ain't no scales on the top of his head. He gonna keep on going up because he don't like his eyes to be in the light.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to see the top of his head. Every time I put him up there, he's gonna turn around.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the top of his head, there's just skin. There's no scales. And so if I made him with another skinless, one with a scaleless gene, the babies won't have scales. It's weird. I didn't even know that snakes could not have scales, but
oh yeah, I thought they all did.
I did too, but no, not all of them. Like they can be scales because you can see his scales.
Oh yeah.
But on top of his head, he don't have any. But yeah, man, it's a learning experience. It's a learning curve. You know what I'm saying? Learning how to get him to shed properly. I messed his shed up the first time. Because you got to raise the humidity.
Yeah, I didn't even think about none of that. I was just thinking about doing like getting it for like ritual purposes.
Oh, that's what they're for. I mean, that's what he's for. He's definitely my familiar. But you got to take care of him though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you got to take care of him. So yeah, he's definitely my familiar. I got the snake on my arm. You know what I'm saying? I've been had that, so it was inevitable that I got.
Oh, wow, okay.
My bad, buddy. My bad, buddy. I mean, but man, he's super sensitive though, bro. Like he gets scared. You can see him. Like he gets scared. He'll run in this cave. I put him down in his I put him down in his cage too hard. Like I thought he had climbed out of my hand all the way, but and I thought I was talking to my son, and I thought my hand was a lot lower than it was. And so I dropped the rest of his body down, and it kind of hit with a thud. Man, that little sucker ran in that little hide so fast.
Oh, you ran in?
Yeah, and he didn't come out for a long time, bro. He was mad at me. Yeah, he didn't come out for a long time, but yeah, man. I mean, he's very curious. I mean, you can see him. I mean, he just wrapped around my arm. Yeah, he hollering at you.
Yeah.
Well, he just.
I've been speaking parcel tongue. Feel me?
Straight up. What were you talking about, bro? You was going into something like continue on that. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, you good. I seen him. I was like, I had to interrupt for sure.
Yeah, man, he's definitely a pattern interrupter, bro. He be scaring the shit out of people. These people they don't even come over my house no more, bro.
What?
Yeah, and he's just he's just the coolest little dude, man. I mean,
Yeah, he's dope.
He's just a cool ass little guy, bro. But my mama don't come over here, man. People they're terrified of him. But I mean, he just do his thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. It don't got nothing to do with me and him though. We got our thing going.
Yeah.
It's my guy.
Y'all chilling.
We chilling. We chilling. He was on his tree when I came out, when I went downstairs. So I just decided to get him and bring him up here. He come out at night.
Yeah, that's when we come out for sure.
Yeah, straight up. That's when we come out. But yeah, he hang out with me up here. He went through his first ritual with me at the beginning of the year. So
What'd y'all do?
Man, we did a ritual of expansion of capacity of mind.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So almost like being able to expand past limitations that are natural. You know what I'm saying? So
Expand past natural limitation?
Yeah, expand past the natural limitations of my mindset. You know what I'm saying? So I can so it's almost like putting like being able to put things together better. You know what I'm saying?
Being able to put things together better, yeah.
Yeah, because the reality speaks to you, but it speaks to you in part. You know what I'm saying? So, you got to be
kind of like puzzle pieces, and then you got to be able to like see the big picture, and then place the puzzle pieces. Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And once you get the vision, you'll start to see reality, shifting and stuff. But you got to be able to, like you said, put the puzzle pieces together. So, I saw that was something that was happening in my own mind. So I just wanted to expand that, past, maybe human comprehension. You know what I'm saying? So, almost like getting.
You said past the human, and I didn't hear you after that. I think you're muted.
Yeah, no sounds coming through.
The snake muted the thing, bro. Yeah, the snake did that because the mouse is hovering over the mute button because I just hit it to mute out, and the snake just tapped the thing. My bad. But yeah, it's well, he might not want me to be talking about what we did, bro. Maybe I need to shut up. Maybe he said we talking too much. That was funny, bro. But yeah. Just like I was saying, being able to put things together on a much higher in a much higher more rapid aspect. You know what I'm saying? Tapping into super consciousness is what I was it's like to put it plain, I guess. Trying to bring that down into a normal state of being. Because we flowed into those aspects, into different we flowed into different realities and in day to day, you know what I'm saying? The top of time tell you that, but I wanted to expand the super consciousness aspect and kind of get further away from just the human consciousness aspect. So it was a lot of changes that I had to do that I was told that needed to be implemented. A lot of principles that needed to be put in place, and man, it's crazy. Just as a result of changing my patterns and like implementing hard stops, principles that I'm like, this is just the way that I'm gonna live now. Man, it really is cut like 2 or 3 people like it's trimming the fat even more than what I was doing in the past. And it's not even me, it's the principles, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't go back on word, you know what I'm saying? So the people are actually fall into the principles, and I don't even have to do any work, you know what I mean? So it actually is working, you know.
Yeah, so it kind of like made you like principle centered.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Like I try not to live my life. I'm trying not to be I'm trying to get rid of the feelings aspects of things, you know, the way that I feel about shit. You know what I mean? And principle, like being principle centered is a way to get out of that mortal mindset.
Yeah, like being dispassionate, like not
Yeah.
attached. Yeah.
Exactly. Non-attachment, you know, which was, you know, a lot of the we were having the conversation earlier when I jumped on. They were having a conversation earlier about, you know, compassion and that stuff. And then I was, you know, I just, you know, just asked if compassion is because we was talking about giving, you know what I'm saying? And I was wondering if compassion was needed to give in that aspect, because I had, you know, I give selfishly is what I was saying. Now, let me get back in the microphone. Is what I was saying, you know what I'm saying? Because I understand the power of giving. And I don't necessarily have compassion in that exchange. You know what I'm saying? And I was just, you know, begging the question, would that stop me? Is the process still going on that everybody else was saying was going on with them, you know, giving compassionately and all of that? Is the process still going on because I give selfishly, but I'm still doing the same act? I'm giving. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's just part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like getting, like you said, getting rid of that compassion, just to trying to detach even more. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, that's what that was about, you know. But this dude, put him on the other arm. Oh, he don't want to come off.
Yes. So that was the first ritual with him.
That was the first one with him. That was the first one. It was pretty elaborate, you know what I'm saying? I set it up because I wanted to bring my man on pretty strong, you know what I'm saying? And he did pretty good.
Yeah.
He did pretty good. I mean, it is what it is, you know. But yeah, it's cool, bro.
Sir.
Like, it's cool. It's a whole nother kind of energy in the house, you know. If you got a dog, you know the dog energy, a cat energy, you know. But this is a totally different thing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even see the way that he moving on my hand. It's weird, you know. He weird people out even just the way that he moves.
I'll fuck with it.
Because I mean, when you got them, you know they got feet. They just in their body, you know, and you can feel them walking on you.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, he walks on him. I mean, you can see him watch him cinch. Watch, he's walking. Watch.
Dang. Oh man.
Yeah, he walks. That's how they move. That's what they call a slither. It's really, he's really walking. Like when you got him on your hand, you can feel him walking. There's nothing but a lizard, bro. Without legs, it's just a lizard. It's crazy. But my son got a crazy ass lizard, man. That son bitch will jump on your face. He jump everywhere. It's a crested gecko. And man, if he don't like you, boy, he gonna fly. I can't even mess with him because he jump off me and jump on my son all the time. He don't like me. I think it may be because I smell like snake.
Oh.
That may be it. That's what my son was saying. He was like, it's probably because you smell like bones. I was like, probably so, man. I didn't even think about that. The bones. Lucy. Louis Cipher.
Unfortunately, I didn't defrost my ribs, so I gotta wait for tomorrow.
Oh, you going back in, huh?
I got even bigger slab.
They turned out that fire?
Hell yeah. I got a whole bottle of mustard for it, ready.
That's what's up, bro. I'm glad it worked out, man. I'm
I
glad
bought
it
some
worked
black
out.
and seasoning.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
man.
stepping it up.
Yeah, man. I'm going in. I'm gonna try to grill. I'm gonna do it in the oven first. So I might transport it onto the grill this time.
Yeah, try it, man. It's so many things that you can do to enhance the flavor and stuff. You know, you can even get I'm not even gonna tell you to do that because I don't even like it's companies that do that. They put liquid smoke in there, and that's not good.
Yeah.
But like wood chips,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you can even you might not have a torch, but like even putting them in the pan and like torching them, you know what I'm saying, put some smoke taste in it. It's not gonna put as much as the smoker, or it's not gonna put the char on it that the grill will, but it'll give you some smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It might be a little beyond my experience level, but I'm working my way up to it.
Yeah. I mean, this is just, it's really just experimenting, man.
Yeah.
That's really it. You really can't mess it up. Long as you cook it long enough and you don't make it too salty to where you can't eat it, you really can't mess it up.
That'd be a tragedy.
Yeah, man, so much work went down the drain.
I wanted to lose a little bit of weight, but man, this food.
Man, I stopped with sweets. Like I hadn't eaten sweets in like maybe 2 months, and I was going crazy with Oreos. But just cutting sweets out, man, I done lost like 15 pounds. Just cutting Oreos and like cakes out and stuff. I still drink sodas. I still eat the same way, but I just don't eat sweets. That was hard to kick, but it started with a 3-day fast that I was doing with my homeboy. But we just did a 3-day fast, and I was able to get rid of the craving.
Was it a water fast?
It was I water fasted for as long as I could, and then I would eat like fruit, just a little bit of fruit just to get me through. You know what I'm saying? So I did a 10-day water fast, bro, when I was in Texas.
How was that?
Bro, the fast was amazing, but like as a result of the fast, my gallbladder just started messing up. And I started having like problems with my gastrointestinal system. And they said that like people that lose a lot of weight real fast, like their gallbladder sometimes, like people that have the gastric bypass surgery, their gallbladder just go like haywire because it's used to producing so much gall or so much bile, so much bile that if you lose weight real fast, like you kind of throw that process into kind of a tailspin. And yeah, man, I ended up having to get my gallbladder removed and everything. But the fast was crazy. I mean, I just did straight water, and I was discipline. And man, I mean, I lost, it was crazy how much weight I lost.
Yeah.
But
I
and
learned
it's
a
really
lot
a lot
about
of,
fasting when I was in holistic nutrition school, and I was curious with your experience specifically. Did you have any mucoid plaque secrete from your body?
yeah. I had some plaque. It wasn't a lot because I do cleanse on a regular.
Oh,
So
good for
it,
you.
so it wasn't a ton, but that was the first time that I ever did a fast like that, because I intermittent fast anyway. That's my lifestyle. So I don't eat
Do
until
you
like
do 12-12 or 16-8?
I do I what I do is I don't eat after like 9, and I don't eat the next day until like 1. It has to be after noon. So I'm guessing that is, how long is that?
Somewhere in the like between 16-8.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So that's how I eat anyway, because I'm not very hungry like I used to, because I don't live that high of a lifestyle like I used to. So I'm not super hungry like I used to. So it's really easy. That's how I want to eat anyway. So that's just the way I eat. I don't actually call it intermittent fasting. That's just how I eat now. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
that's as much fasting as God dang, dude, let my fingers go. Look how strong this dude is. He won't let my fingers go. Look how strong he is. But yeah, so yeah, that 3-day fast was that was cool, you know, and I just didn't try to push myself as hard because of those gastrointestinal problems that I had. So that's why
Yeah.
if I got hungry, I had to eat. My wife wouldn't let me do a straight water fast anymore because of the problems that developed, you know, when I did it the first time. So
So if I'm curious, if you did like a 3 or a 10-day fast, and you had the problems with the gallbladder, what would you use to break your fast? Would you have something that's medium fat content?
no, I break fast with fruit.
Raw veg?
I break fast with fruit and vegetables. Like
Yeah, that's an easy way to get back in.
and when I was doing when I did the 10-day fast, I wasn't even drinking like Gatorade or anything. It was straight water. So what I first did was like add a like a Gatorade or something to kind of give my body a little bit of like sugar and insulin or whatever. And then I went to like fruits and vegetables for like a couple of days. And then I started eating fish. So I'm real easy about like when I get like getting my body into stuff, you know, because all of those things got different densities. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so you know, beef being one of
Expansive and
the,
contracting qualities with the body also.
for sure, and mucus creation.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which is a big problem that a lot of people have, you know. But yeah, man, I try to be a little bit, I try to be decent as far as my diet, but man, I don't. To be honest with you, the intermittent fasting is cool, and not eating sugar. Everything else, man, is all ball for me. I'm not the guru. You see my snake right here telling you that.
Yeah. It works. Keep doing it.
Right. Right. So you want to go on the hat, man? We'll let him on the hat. I'll let him go on the hat.
What's your snake's name?
Bones.
But that's a badass name.
Yeah, Bones. So yeah, you want to be on the hat.
Would you ever use fasting as prior to like some ceremonial ritualistic high magic?
Oh yeah. Yeah, to purify, you know, purification before doing the work, or you know, all kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But when I first started, it was really just mainly for and just I was working out. I was doing I had started Muay Thai, like kickboxing and jujitsu.
Oh, that's great cardio.
Yeah,
Muay
and
Thai.
that was one of the reasons why I did it, is because I was, you know, that was kicking my tail, and I was very bad at the time. I was very dirty, you know, and that's why I did the fast to kind of kick off the clean living at the time, you know, because I was getting my ass whipped in jujitsu. I was dying. So I knew I was gonna, you know, it was either that or I had to stop, you know. So
Jiu-jitsu is very addicting.
it
Especially
is,
when you
man.
get up there.
It is, man. And I hadn't found a dojo here to go to, but I'm looking. Yeah, we looking, ain't we, buddy? Yeah.
With when it comes to fasting, a lot of times there's a huge influx with sometimes people, if they have repressed memories or trauma or something, there can be emphasis on that. When there's a resurgence of those types of memories when you're in a prolonged fast. Is that some, you don't have to go into detail or anything, but I was curious if something like that happened to you.
You talking about
pardon me?
Hold on, man, my bad. I'm trying to get my snake off my head.
Okay.
But yeah. And not that I can remember. I was having some at the time. I won't say it was like specific to the fast, but I was going through some very I guess intense work. You know what I'm saying, on myself as far as you know, spiritual is concerned and stuff like that. But I won't say I can't say that it was, you know, specifically because of the fast, because I was doing so much stuff at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, there were definitely some experiences, you know, and I shared them on here before. You know what I'm saying? As far as like it was a lot of things, man. There was a lot of experiences, and I was doing other stuff too, man. Like I was expanding myself with theogens, like Amar was on here talking about earlier with the mushrooms and stuff like that, and those were experiences that I was having at the time. And so it was a lot of things going on, bro. It was really just a serious awakening that was happening at that time with me. You know what I'm saying? And this is kind of what you get from that. What you see right now. But you know, a lot of what you see right now came from that time. Those
anthogenic experiences coupled with the fasting and the development and evolution.
That was some, you know, we go through bouts of 2 steps forward, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. But that was definitely a time where I was running, you know, and I was I had some experiences that actually turned me back that I wasn't ready for at the time. And so it kind of made me go into a whole nother level of wanting to understand more, you know, because you know, I had experiences where, you know, there was different doors that I needed to go through. And the ones that were standing in front of the doors told me, nah, you ain't ready for this, bro. You know, so it wasn't all triumphs at that time, but I can say that, you know, it was all triumphs in the end, because, you know, I went back and got a you know, more of a complete understanding of where I was trying to go. And it, you know, that made the journey that much better, or, you know, greater. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Did you have your vitals checked prior to either of your fasting experiences and after?
No, no, no. I didn't have my vitals checked before. Because we do so much stuff anyway, bro, before we, not have our vitals checked. I thought that, fasting is just something that, you do. I was drinking, I do all kind of stuff to my body. So it's like, man, fasted is a good thing. So no, I didn't go and consult a doctor or anything like that, maybe I should have. But I did have myself checked afterwards because of some of the stuff that I was experiencing. But I waited a long time before I
You're
actually.
experiencing anything specific to the gallbladder situation?
Yeah, well, I didn't even know that that's what it was at the time. It was just a lot of pain. You know what I'm saying? So it took me, like I said, I just got my gallbladder removed last year. And this was like maybe 5 or 6 years ago that the pain that I went through, that experience. So it was something that I actually didn't know was going on. I just was having a whole lot of pain in my abdomen and stuff like that. But I wouldn't let my wife take me to the doctor or anything like that. But I finally, broke down and went, because I'm real stubborn when it comes to that. Because I got to go see doctors anyway because of, what I did in life. But I didn't want to add one to the pile. So I kind of was stubborn, and I put it off. I just was in pain for like a year and a half, and finally broke down and went to the doctor, and they couldn't find anything. Said all of the stuff was cool. They checked me for like H. pylori and all kind of shit, and said I was straight. But I still had this pain, and I didn't find out it was my gallbladder until like maybe a year and a half ago, and I did a ritual. It was crazy. I did a ritual and I used Magus from the Goetic pantheon, and he's like makes things, brings things to light, and he had different things that correlated with what I was trying to accomplish, so that because I wasn't going to do anything. It was just like I was just gonna just live with it. But when I did the ritual for relief, it was like the only way I was gonna get relief was to go to let the physicians help. So sometimes it ain't. Sometimes the magical thing is to go and do the practical thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I just went through the process, bro, and I feel so much better now. So maybe, like I told my wife, maybe it was something that was going on anyway, and the ritual just brought it to light faster than maybe what it may have evolved to. I can't even say that it was I don't necessarily believe the doctors, and when they told me about the gallbladder and losing weight, I don't necessarily believe that's what was going on. I'm just actually just telling you what they told me. But there's a bunch of different ways that you can look at things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just about to say that's one way.
Right. That's just one way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, but
holistic practices, it's different. Instead of just isolating a particular organ system, and then because frequently there's a cluster of symptoms that can occur, but it's affecting the body on a whole level. But exactly. I'm not here to talk about that today.
Oh no, man! We talking. You know what I'm saying? I found that it may have been more so the vagus nerve. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's a crucial nerve.
Yeah, bro. Like, because I still have episodes, and like where it's debilitating, where all I can do is lay out in the floor and just stretch out as far as I can, and the vagus nerve goes right through the gallbladder. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even know that until I started doing more research on you know, maybe while I was still having some of the symptoms that I was having, not as bad, but just still some, because I'm thinking that, you know, I was supposed to be good. But, you know, found out, you know, that, you know, I was having these vagal experiences, you know what I'm saying? And you know, that may have been what was going on from the whole start. So, man, it's just,
That's what I was about to say. It was
yeah,
there's probably a pre-existing condition or a situation of some kind, and then the fast helped to speed up that process for your ultimate good in the end, right?
Exactly. And that's the way that I ultimately frame it, is that, you know, all of those things was happening, but, you know, I got this thing where I always tell myself to get through anything that it's just a moment in time. You know what I'm saying? So, but it got harder and harder to tell myself that with the amount of pain that I was going through. And I'm somebody that like puts myself through pain ritualistically. So this was bad. This was real bad, bro. Like I ain't never experienced no pain like this. See, my homeboy's going around my neck now. Hope he don't choke me out. But yeah, man, it just brought a whole nother perspective to things, man. And it was an eye-opening experience, bro. And it was like you said, and like I said, it was probably something that was already an underlying condition, and the fast helped to bring it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Have you ever done any intermittent fasting with weightlifting or anything?
Oh yeah, bro. I never stopped. I never stopped working out when I was doing all of the when I did that 10-day fast, bro. I was going to jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, and I was doing all of that stuff. I never stopped. You know what I'm saying? And I was working out and doing all of that stuff. So riding my bike. I was very active at that time. You know what I'm saying? So
oh yeah. And that's one thing I was curious and I wanted to ask you about specifically, because
God damn, fool.
I'm in like a strength building phase with my workouts right now. And if I'm in a fasting, like if I do a 16-8 or a 12-12 or something, I notice my recovery is not as robust. But I know we're all biochemically unique. I was just curious, is there something that you noticed in your recovery?
You mean that when you fast and that you say it takes a little bit longer for your body to recover from the workouts?
And the gains aren't as noticeable.
Oh, 100% if you're fasting, because you're not using protein.
Yeah,
like you got to use protein. It could just be you can use plant protein. It don't have to be meat-based protein or soy-based protein. You can use plant-based protein, but when you're trying to gain, you have to give the body protein, because
when I say gains, I don't mean gaining muscle mass. I mean gaining muscle endurance and strength.
Same thing.
Okay, cool.
Same thing. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's still gains in the muscles, regardless of what you want them to do. You know what I'm saying? When they gain strength, they gain endurance, and they gain all of those things in the process. Now you can train differently to have more endurance or to have more mass. Those are different ways of training, but it's still the same thing. You still need to feed your muscles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was just, I guess, allow me to re-articulate or rephrase or something.
Okay.
Was there any techniques that you employed that helped to mitigate that process?
No. There's nothing that you can do, bro. There's nothing that you can do to stop that process from happening. Atrophy is going to happen if you don't if the muscles don't have what they need to endure the workout and grow after, because recovery is everything. It's not the actual pump that gets you the gain, it's the recovery afterwards. It's the building back up of the broken down tissue. You know what I'm saying? So you have to give them something. You have to give it something to build back up, or it's just going to use itself. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to use the muscle to eat. It's going to eat itself, basically.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, there's really nothing you can do to mitigate it unless you, like I said, take a protein supplement.
Yeah,
You know
or alter the training regimen. And
Uh,
that's because I was those days when I do like a 2-hour workout or something, that's like I have to eat like every 2 hours.
Heck yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
that's
I was just trying to think like, do I just eat every hour?
I mean, you do what it takes. I mean, if you say you're doing a 2-hour workout, I mean, I would think that would be that you're gonna probably need to eat at least for 4 hours after that every hour. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a pretty strenuous workout, especially if it's cardio or something like that. Because you said you're working for muscle endurance and not gain. So
it's
if you
so an hour of weights and then an hour of cardio.
okay, yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, you're gonna need to feed before and after. You know what I'm saying? So you need to pre-game, you need to eat before you go in there. And you need to or you can take like I say, a protein supplement, or and then you're going to need to eat something after that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not really bad to eat something like like something dense, like some meat or something, because or fish, whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Because your muscles, they're going to use it up right then and there, so you don't even have to worry about it staying.
Yeah, I was planning. I was trying to figure out how to plan a fast in a few weeks with this training regimen, and I might just have to reduce the amount that I train or something.
I mean,
I do the training mostly for the mental benefits that it gives me.
Yeah. Right. I understand. Yeah, you get that runner's high. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that and when you intentionally do hard shit, it's when you face perceived adversity in your daily life, you can, or if like, let's say you have a lot of material you want to study or something, that those workouts help to condition the mind. That's one of the bigger things. And also there's something that's called brain-derived neurotropic factor, which means it essentially you can create new brain cells, but you can retain information deeper, better, for longer after the BDNF.
Yeah, that's what my rituals. That's basically what my ritual is about it on that side of things, on the etheric side of things, like trying like that same concept, trying to build, like I say, capacity of mind. Maybe something that I lost, doing crazy stuff in the past. But to say the least. But yeah, man, working out and fasting and all of that stuff is all good for both aspects of the self, the etheric and the physical. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's good for you, bro. But you got to feed them joints though, man, and if you're gonna go through a fast, I wouldn't even do longer than a 3-day, because if you stop your workout regimen, you might fall out of the habit that you built. You know what I mean? And that's something that's hard to get back in. And that takes a lot of mental energy. I mean, since you're already in it, you know what I'm saying? And you already, you're already flourishing in it and seeing gains. I wouldn't even do no longer than a 3-day fast. And I wouldn't do a complete water fast. I would eat fruit, and at least fruits and vegetables, you know, or just fruit. Just if you want to just, then you keep it thorough, just do like raw fruit. You know what I mean? For you know, and just do it at night. You know what I mean? Because, you know, just do it at night, you know, eat between 6 and 8, you know, and you know, just keep it like that, you know, because there's many different ways to fast.
Oh
you
yeah.
know, it ain't
That's one of the reasons why I'm asking people about their experiences with fasting.
trying to build a
See what-
regimen.
seeing
Yeah.
just because, as I mentioned previously, we're all biochemically unique. But when somebody's actually gone through, experienced it, and done the process, you gain particular insight, and sometimes you can just get tips and tricks, right?
Yeah, that's it, bro. Yeah, you gotta if you know, a smart man, you know, tries, you know, sees what everybody else is doing, and then, you know, now you can build from a place of knowledge now, and not just from a place of emotion. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're doing right. I didn't do that. And so, but you know, I was just led by the Spirit, you know, and maybe that's what it was for. I don't know. You know, I'm not trying to judge it anymore. I'm here as a result, you know. So I would do that. No, you know, no expectations too. You know what I mean? For what you want to achieve. You know, you can have a direction, but you know, just do it for the doing, and you'll win. Did I freeze up?
Yes. You still have the snake on your hand.
Yeah. So what do you do to unfreeze?
Thanks for sharing stuff, dog.
No doubt, bro. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, my camera went out. All right, I'm gonna say this. It's getting to be about that time where I need to get me some sleep. But before I go, I would like to hear what was that secret that, excuse me, what was that topic that we were avoiding dealing with AI and the sun?
Oh, you said what was the one that we were avoiding? Oh, Richard was talking about the sun and the coronal mass ejections.
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. And I was just saying, I know we didn't want to get into a conversation on flat earth and that speculation of the sun and what the sun's purpose is and what it can and can't do. So I just didn't want to go down that rabbit hole on this on your live. That's all. Because I could go all the way down there and we can have a discussion on the sun and the earth and EMPs and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? That's a rabbit hole.
Sheesh.
That's a rabbit hole, you know. And it's very interesting, man. Like when we talking about NASA and the information that they have and everything that they about, you know, when you start going down that rabbit hole, you see it may not be exactly what they actually touting it to be. You know, man, what is that?
Wow. Oh man, really? That's how we gonna do it.
I said the wrong thing.
Really?
They're listening.
That's hilarious. I gotta get off of here, bro. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Might be time to wrap it up.
Oh, bro, they own me. I gotta get out of here. Oh,
Gotta wrap
shit.
that up.
Yeah, bro. Wrap it up like a prophylactic.
No, but wait a minute. Y'all talking about they? Thought you ain't believing they.
Right, my bad.
Still on they?
We still on day.
Neighborhood.
Bro, he cripped out on us. He crip walked out on us.
No,
but yeah, that's a whole nother conversation, man. That maybe we could have one day. That's a fun topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun topic, bro. I love that. I did a lot of research on that for a few years, bro, and I came to some conclusions.
You mean the flat Earth or the coronal mass ejection?
Well, it's all tied into the same thing.
CC Richard think he's safe because he ain't got his camera on.
Right. Richard,
don't freak me out, man. I'm kidding.
But yeah, man, it's some interesting stuff going on out here in the earth, man, and conversations lead down into Doth.
Well, at least as long as we don't go to the corner of Doth, that
yeah, I think he occupying that one. I think that's what with the Allied forces over there. You can't even get in that room.
Yeah, we didn't reach the table or whatever it was.
The same. That's what. And it was so funny, bro, when he said that. It was like, I was like, bro, we going here again? Oh my God, bro. We are not sitting at your table, son. He was mad as hell we didn't talk to him. He's mad as hell.
And I think that's a perfect example of a demonstration of compassion. Compassion to me is, I can't take that seriously because I understand the level that is coming from. I'm not personally upset about that. However, it ain't gonna happen again.
Man,
my thoughts exactly.
I can agree. It was getting exhausting, man.
Yeah. And I get it, but I'm seeing a lack in self-control. So, hey, thank you. Good night. That's my answer.
I like it. So, put your foot down, man. Principles. Fail to the principle, man. You didn't do it. You failed to the principle, bro. So, but man, it was a great talk, man. I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't even know how much. And I will be talking to y'all later.
All right.
Peace.
2 Thursdays from now, right?
Peace out, stuffed dog, man.
Peace out, my brother. Peace out.
Peace out, stuffed dog.
Peace out, Rich.
Peace, stuffed dog.
Appreciate you as well.
My G. I appreciate all y'all. Trav, my G. We will get up two Thursdays from now, right?
2 Thursdays from now.
Okay.
However, if you are free, we're gonna start reading this book, Unseen Forces, Saturday.
Okay. Unseen Forces. I gotta look at and see if I got that one. I don't know if I got that one. I don't think I do. Okay. All right. Saturday it is. I'll see you guys then. All right. This dude ready to go to sleep. He ready to go back in his cage. He all over the place, man. But wonderful talk, fellas and ladies. Wonderful talk. Appreciate it. I'll see y'all later.
Peace, everybody.
Peace.
All right.
This book is called Unseen Forces. Okay. All right. Peace.
Peace. Good night. Glad y'all came. I hope everybody had a good time, had a riveting discussion. We covered some good stuff. Excellent ground. We had some laughs. We had some cries. Somebody did at least. But yeah, we're going to start reading Unseen Forces Saturday. And yeah, it's really cool that this discussion is moving into the realm of manifestation, because the next offering that I have for you all is based on manifestation. And even as we discussed tonight, it's not about affirmations and vision boards and stuff like that. Manifestation is very easy, actually. The main thing is we block and we distort and we prevent ourselves from manifesting what we want. So got something coming for you guys here very, very soon. Be on the lookout for that. All right. So catch the book read.
For the book read still 8 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Excellent. I'll see you then.
All right. Hope everyone has a great couple of hours, weekend, life.
Yeah, thank you, Trav, and good luck with them ribs, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Gotta let them defrost just a little bit longer. This is a big slab. Looking forward to it.
Oh yes, brother. You using the mustard, huh?
I bought a whole new container. Yes.
Yeah, good choice. Good choice. Good. It works.
Yeah, it was good. Very good.
I don't eat pork, but I use it on other stuff. So I can vouch for mustard.
Yeah. All right. Stray Panther. Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Peace, guys.
Peace. Peace. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.
Later, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks again,
Everybody.
Travis.
Oh, yeah. Welcome. Peace. I see you in the chat, Veronica. You have a good night as well. And everybody in YouTube land who stuck around hanging out with us. I see most of y'all have been here the whole time, so I appreciate you. Have a good night. Oh, thank you for being you, my beautiful fam. I am because you are. I love you all. Thanks, Trav. Blessings. Blessings to you too. All right. Officially out. This is DK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you. Peace. It's been a while since I said that. More to come.